Working for success will make you master, but working for satisfaction will make you legend. With this, namaskar and very warm good morning to honorable dignitaries on the dais, delegates, guest speakers, research scholars, and my colleagues who have joined us from the different platforms. I, Dr. Rupali Tekade, feels privileged to welcome you all on behalf of Shri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandals, late Rajkamalji Bharti, Arts Commerce, and Srimati Sushilabai Rajkamalji Bharti, Science College, Arni, Yavatmal, in one-day interdisciplinary national e-conference on recent trends in arts, commerce, and humanities in modern era 2022, organized by Department of Arts, Commerce, Humanities, and IQAC. This conference is raised in form of a tribute to our beloved former president, Dr. Sanjay Ji Bharti. It is an attempt to introduce all the respected participants to the recent trends in arts, commerce, and humanities in modern era. It aims to bring together all the leading researchers and students to exchange and share their knowledge and experiences on various topics in the field, including philosophy, arts, languages, sociology, and commerce. Friends, as we all know that the world is full of diamonds and gems, and we have brought some of them here to build this event. With this note, I would like to give my heartiest welcome to all. Dear all, it's a proud privilege to have Honorable Advocate Siddharthji Bharti, Secretary, Shri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Arni, as the President of today's inaugural function. I request Advocate Siddharthji Bharti to please come onto the position and occupy the chair on the dais. Welcome, sir. Thank you. We are terribly feel privileged and pleasure indeed with the presence of Honorable Dr. Mrunalini Fadnavis, Vice Chancellor, Punyashlok Ahilya Devi Holkar, Solapur University, Solapur. Dr. Ma'am, the most successful woman with distinct vision and fountain, head of illuminating ideas and inspiration to all. I humbly request ma'am to please join us the occasion as the inaugurator. I heartily welcome you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am immensely pleased to welcome Honorable Dr. Kirantai Bharti, President, Shri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Arni. I request our beloved President ma'am to please join us as the guest of honor for today's ceremony. I extend my warm welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you. We are delighted to have Honorable Priyadarshanji Bharti, Treasurer, Shri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Arni. I request sir to please join us as the guest of honor. Welcome you, sir. Thank you. Accompanying on the dais with the warm words of welcome, I invite Dr. R.M. Tatad, Principal of our college, to come and occupy the chair on the dais. Welcome, sir. Thank you. I deem it a great privilege to welcome a person with great vision and mission for this institute. He is none other than Dr. S.V. Wankhede, Head, Department of Library and convener of this conference. I request sir to please grace the chair on the dais. Thank you, sir. With equal pleasure, I invite Professor S.N. Bore, Head, Department of English and co-convener of this conference, to take his seat on the dais. Thank you, sir. Last but not the least, I would like to invite Dr. M.R. Kakure, IQAC coordinator, to please join the dais. Thank you. We consider it a great honor, more than a pleasure, to welcome our delegates and guest speakers from all over. I feel very privileged and happy to announce that for today's conference, we have Professor Rajesh Rikhande, Head, Department of English Government Vidarbha Institute of Science and Humanities, Amravati, as the resource person for the first technical session. Welcome, sir. We also have Dr. Sonal Singh, Associate Professor and Head, School of Studies in Library Sciences, Vikram University, Ujjain. I welcome you, ma'am. We are pleased to have Dr. Preeti Khandare, Associate Professor, Hari Singh Gaur Central University, Sagar, as the resource person for the third technical session. Welcome, ma'am. For the next technical session, we are pleased to have Dr. J.H. Vyas, Director, RITE, Raipur, as the resource person. Welcome, sir. Last but not the least, we are blessed to have Dr. Sandeep Kare, Head, Department of Political Science, Yashwant Mahavidyalay, Selu, District Varda, as the resource person for the fifth technical session. Besides this, we are also honored to have Dr. Mamta Ingole, Chairperson and Chairman, Board of Studies in Marathi and Commerce Language, Santa Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati. She will be gracing the occasion as the chairperson for the first technical session. Welcome, ma'am. We also have Dr. Veena Kamre, Associate Professor, Vasantarao Naik College, Aurangabad, as the chairperson for this second technical session. Welcome, ma'am. We have Dr. Shrikant Gaikwad, Head, Department of Social Science, Mahatma Baseshwar Mahavidyalay, Latur, as the chairperson for the third technical session. Welcome, sir. We are honored to have Dr. Dinesh Lichit, Dean, Faculty of Commerce, Santa Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati, as the chairperson for the fourth technical session. We are also blessed to have Dr. Meenakshi Bhansali, Alliance University, Bangalore, as the chairperson for the last technical session. Once again, I welcome to you all the respected dignitaries, delegates, speakers who have joined us from their different walks of their life, and hope you will have the productive day, and sincerely wish that this conference will be a great success, not only as an opportunity to share the knowledge and experience, but also the beginning of long and fruitful cooperations. Once again, thank you. Moving ahead, to start with the ceremony, let's pay homage to Santa Gadge Baba by following the path and principle that he has shown to us in presence of a glowing lamp which symbolizes the victory over darkness. Today, in this modern era, the message given by him still works as the course to inspire and enlighten the young minds. As said earlier, this conference is dedicated to our beloved former president, Dr. Sanjay Ji Bharti, along with the unforgettable golden memories, of course, everlasting. Compilation of such memories in form of love, affection, care, and guidance to our beloved president who is no more with us, but will always remain in our mind. He was the man with his words who always worked for the betterment of the students and the other needy peoples. We'll always miss you, sir. Thank you. When all the endeavors are navigated in the right directions, then the destination comes easy. Our navigator, the captain of our conference, he is none other than Dr. S.V. Wankhede. May I take the opportunity to invite Dr. S.V. Wankhede, the convener of this conference, to present his introductory words about today's event.
Good morning, all of you. First of all, I humbly bow before the greatest social reformer, Vairagyamurti Santa Gadge Baba, dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, all the honorable chairpersons and resource persons of the various sessions joined for the National E-Conference, all the professors, research scholars, delegates, from across the country. I, Shashikant Wankhade, the convener of today's e-conference and representative of Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Arni, welcome you all in the Interdisciplinary National e-conference organized by Departments of Arts, Commerce, Humanities and IQAC of late Rajkamalji Bharti Arts, Commerce and Srimati Sushilabai Bharti Science College. I am glad to inform you that few days ago, our Department of Science also had organized international e-conference successfully. We had received a huge response from the professors, researchers, scholars across the world. We are thankful to all of them for showing faith in us. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, Dr. Dilip Malkhede sir, also appreciated our efforts to organize an international conference and also gave us responsibility to open the corridor of new opportunities to our students by connecting them to the research scholars of foreign universities. That day was very special to us. But friends, this day also equally important for us. Today, we have Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mrunalini Fadnavis, as an inaugurator of today's National E-Conference. Our college has cordial attachment with the Honorable Vice Chancellor. Mrunalini was present in Vidarbha Arthashastra Conference organized by Economics Department of our college few hours ago. She had accepted our hospitality by staying here for 2 days. Honorable Vice Chancellor also visited our college few months ago and also guided us about NAC. Today, she is an inaugurator of today's e-conference. Ma'am, I welcome you again on behalf of our institution. I here also express gratitude for the president of our institution, Honorable Dr. Kirantai Bharti, Secretary Advocate Sri Siddhartha Bharti, Treasurer Sri Priyadarshanji Bharti, Honorable Dr. R.M. Tated sir. I welcome them in this conference. Thank you, President ma'am and Secretary Sri Siddhartha sir, for standing firmly behind us and encouraging us to organize national and international conferences and seminars. We hope to receive same motivation from you in the future. The conference is dedicated to Honorable late Dr. Sanjayji Bharti, the former president of our institution. He also had motivated us to organize such conferences. I tribute to him on this occasion. Friends, nowadays, we see many new trends in education. UGC has decided to accept choice-based credit system. Due to this, students are able to select their subjects as per their interest and liking. I think such interdisciplinary conferences can be the beginning of CBCS pattern. In this interdisciplinary conference, many experts of various subjects are going to guide us. I appeal all delegates to be present in the various technical sessions and show active participation by expressing you valuable views and discuss the various issues. There are 5 technical sessions, chairpersons and resource persons from various colleges and universities across the country like Dr. Mamta Ingole, Rajesh Srikhande, Dr. Veena Kamble, Dr. Sonal Singh, Dr. Srikant Gayakwad, Dr. Preeti Khandare, Dr. Dinesh Nichit, Dr. J.S. Vyas, Dr. Meenakshi Bhansali, Dr. Sandeep Kale are going to guide us in this conference. We received a very good response from the research scholars and received 170 research papers from all over the country. We are very grateful for your response. Dr. R.M. Tate, principal of our college, co-convener Sri S.N. Boy sir, IQAC coordinator Dr. M.R. Kakpure, Dr. N.A. Pistulkar, NAC coordinator M.M. Pandey, Professor V.R. Mahure, the technical committee of the college, all the assistants and associate professors, non-teaching staff are taking hard efforts to make this conference successful. It was not possible for us to organize this conference without their efforts. I again welcome you all in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your introductory words. Let's now move forward. May I now request Dr. R.M. Tatat, principal of our college, to have his welcome remark on the occasion of this conference.
Good morning, friends. I am Dr. R.M. Tatat, the principal of late Rajkumar Bharti Art, Commerce and Saint Sushila R. Bharti Science College, Arni. Welcome you all in the one-day National Multidisciplinary E-Conference organized by Art, Commerce, Humanities and IQAC on recent trends in arts, commerce and humanities. Friends, our college was established in 1984 with two faculties, arts and commerce. Later in 2009, started science faculty under the leadership of our former president, Dr. Sanjay Ji Bharti. His purpose was to give girl students an opportunity to complete their graduation in all the faculties. The results of it is that majority of girls from the rural area are learning in the various streams. Today, we miss Dr. Sanjay Ji Bharti. He used to motivate us to organize conference, workshops, seminars in the college. This conference is decided to him. I am glad to tell you that our science department also had organized an international e-conference few days ago. We are planning to organize few workshops, seminars in the future. Our college also organize various health camps, blood donation camps, women empowerment programs, IPR workshops, and many other social awareness programs. I again welcome you all, the guests, delegates, participants, research scholar, resource persons, chairpersons, and all students all over the country, and wish you all the best and good day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome remark. Your each and every word give us the strength to work in a better way. Thank you once again. Now let's pay attention to listen to our esteemed guest and inaugurator, Honorable Dr. Mrunalini Fadnavis, Vice Chancellor, Punyashlok Ahilya Devi Holkar, Solapur University, Solapur. Before moving forward, let me take the privilege to introduce our today's inaugurator, Dr. Fadnavis ma'am. Dr. Mrunalini ma'am, she is working as the Vice Chancellor, Punyashlok Ahilya Devi Holkar, Solapur University, Solapur. Ma'am has total experience of 30 years to the teaching in graduate, postgraduate, MPhil and MBA classes. She has 30 years of the research experience. She has completed 24 major as well as minor projects successfully. She has guided 14 students for their PhD degree. Ma'am has published 19 different books. She has attended more than 100 seminars and conferences in India and out of India. She has received a research training patent in December 2015. Ma'am has published near about 250 research papers in national as well as international journals. Ma'am was appointed as the subject expert on Vidarbha Development Board from November 2011 with district planning body from Nagpur and Wardha by the Governor of Maharashtra. She has not only worked in the academic area, but also she has worked a lot for the women. She was the member of IGNU, sexual harassment body as the regional center Nagpur. She has conducted 22 full-day program for women's manager in higher education at Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, organized by training of trainers for Vidarbha women in higher education. It was the first capacity building program. She was the chairperson of sanctioning of new course under Continuing Education Department, Rashtrasanta Tukdoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur. She has started 25 career-oriented program in the institute sponsored by UGC. The interesting thing beside this academic and other activity is that Madam is very much interested in oil painting and filament painting done by the thread on the fabrics. The important thing is that Madam has kept the exhibition of paintings in Indore, Amravati, and Mumbai also. And it's very honor to tell you that 4 of her paintings were sold at China as well as America. So I am very privileged to have you, ma'am, such a dynamic lady. So before wasting time, it's over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you so much, madam, for your kind introduction. At the outset, I would say that this is a very important day from the point of view of understanding the recent trends in arts, commerce, and humanities, which is organized by LRB Arts and Commerce College, Arni. It has been very well said that I had very long association with your college, sir, and I'm happy to be the part of this particular function. The honorable all president secretaries of the organization, as well as Dr. Rajendra Tated, sir, the principal of this college, Dr. Pistulkar, all other dignitaries present over here. I thank you all for giving this opportunity to interact with you. First of all, I would like to say, I declare this particular one-day interdisciplinary webinar and seminar, both it is in the hybrid form, that it is declared inaugurated today. Thank you. Now, considering the 3 important areas which is chosen by your college, and when I was listening about the different activities as well as the ways you have chosen for the development of your college, it is very much appreciating. Along with your principal, I appreciate all the college members, teachers, non-teaching staff, students, that you have thought in a very proper way that how science, arts, commerce, humanities, whatever the webinars you have organized, they are very, very much necessary from the point of view of understanding the development of any college or any institution which is present over here in India for the better development of the students. And considering the new education policy, I feel your step ahead for all these things are very, very important and fruitful. Now, coming to the topic which has been decided by you, that's supposed to be the very essential part to understand what are the changes has been seen or can be observed in arts, commerce, and humanities. Let me talk about arts first. It has always been said that, or rather it's a notion that many students or many people are thinking like this: if you are not getting admission in particular area which is of your desire, take arts or go to for the humanities. So that is the concept, which is a very wrong concept, which has been clearly stated in new education policy, that every student, every teacher, every researcher supposed to have the likings related to arts, commerce, and other areas as well. And every person has that intention to study, to understand different areas in the arts. Let us take the virtual world, which is now very much we are talking from the Corona period, the 3D dimensions, the graphic design, the areas which is related to the motion system. These are all become a quality of our life. And this is nothing but this is a combination of arts and technology. You must be knowing the technology very well, but the finest thing which is related to the motion, graphics, or the dramatics or music, you take any example from these arts, they are related to the very core part of the your liking, which is in the arts faculty or arts system. So therefore, understanding all these areas, how arts can be a very important part in everyone's life, that is very necessary to understand. And I'm really happy that we are discussing today about the recent trends. So let me say about something which is related to the recent areas where we need to enhance the quality of the art students, where we can say the very small things which is coming from like advertisements, which is coming from like skill courses, MSME area is also coming up, entrepreneurship is also coming up. These are all related to the art system, and the core part which is coming from the arts, it is traditional as well as it is also modern. They are like music, dance, theater, as well as you can say contemporary art. These are very important areas where we can say we are having the vast scope for the development of the art students. Now let us understand when you are talking about the interdisciplinary, because a very important word which has been taken by you, that is, this is interdisciplinary one day this is workshop or this seminar. So this is not only interdisciplinary, I should say it is a multidisciplinary, as well as it's a transdisciplinary, because these words will also be coined in that, and we can understand that how it can work. Yes, if you are working for music, dance, and theaters, you need to understand how the computer system is being operated or being supported for all these things. Similarly, we need to understand that how particular the step of dance, a particular, you can say the part of the music can be useful for the different areas. Let me take the example of the COVID period, where many people, especially in Ayurveda and naturopathy, they have asked patients to listen to music, to understand what is the importance of the music in your life. Listening is also very important. You can say the therapy as well as it's a part of your life. If you have a full concentration in listening of a particular thing, maybe like music or maybe like your subject, your diversion, your health issues may be directly or indirectly connected with you. So let me say this is not only interdisciplinary, but this is also part of the multidisciplinary approach, where we have to integrate arts and various other activities with other sciences or as well as other commerce areas as well. Now, I would like to give you the example of one of the activity which we have taken in our university. We have taken online cultural program of the students. In that, we have 17 solo systems which we have identified. I would like to tell you that when we are doing it offline, we are hardly getting 120, 150 entries for solo. Here we got 360 entries. Why? Because that is a comfort level. They are sitting at the home and they are performing within the given time period, say 15 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever we have given. And they have a freedom to use their own art in that particular system. So sky is the limit, I should say. In particular, this art system, one more addition, which is of course known to us, but I would like to share with you, that digital system, then you can say the communication system as well as the journalism is also the part of that art area which is coming in force in a very good way. How journalism, anchoring is very important. The student should able to have the confidence, so their word power, their language, that is also the part of the arts section. And if your language is good and you can better speak, better communicate, better understand, better the flow you have in your language, that will definitely catch the audience. And like this, journalism has put long efforts, not only for speaking, but also for writing, for interacting, for like the cross-cutting edge between the different areas. And I think this is also the very important part in the development of the present trends or the present situation. So the importance of journalism is also associated with this stream. Now coming to the humanities. Humanities and recent trends, if we take this topic, humanities has a long list of the topics or the subjects or the disciplines, you can say. basically we should understand why we are saying it's humanities. It's a human science and arts. When you're talking about the human, it is a human science as well as it is arts. I would like to tell you that in recent days, some of the doctors are also saying that when we are about to treat the patient, we should able to know not only the medical history, but also able to know how the thought process, behavioral attitude of a patient. So that time we need a human element in that, and the humanities can give an important thinking towards this sector. So that is the area where we need to understand various types of issues which are related to the human science. Then all developments which has come into the force, they have come not only in India but also in abroad. One example I would like to give you, the example is CLAW, that is Center for Literature and Writing. So this is the unit which has been established not in the developed countries, but also it is coming in developing countries like India, the emerging countries like India. The meaning is that the particular center or the particular department, you can say, and in foreign countries and now also in India, we say it's a school of literature, school of humanities, or the school of, we can say, the literature and writing. Why this is necessary? Why we ask people to read the history, whatever our forefathers must have done for us, whatever their views regarding the development of literature. When we say that your university has also been named before a very legendary personality, Sant Gadge Baba. So why we need to study about this Sant Gadge Baba? My university is also being given name as a Punyashlok Ahilya Devi Holkar. Why we need to study Ahilya Devi Holkar? Because they have put a, you can say, the landmark. They have put their literatures, their thought-provoking system in such a way so that our students, our researchers should able to understand that that type of power, that type of understanding, and that type of hardcore tradition are present in India, and we were the part and parcel of that, and same should be carried out for the better understanding of the human development. So this human development is a very close to the humanities, and for human development you can have a series of disciplines like economics, sociology, political science, public administration, psychology, and so on and so forth. So these are the areas. Now they are also closely related with the development of the digital system. So digital humanism is the recent area where we can work. You can ask your teachers or researchers, or when you are submitting different type of projects to RUSA, Rashtriya Uच्चतर Shikshan Abhiyan, or like ICSSR, or even for UGC to some extent, they may give or may not, but that was the part of the system. So this particular area of the digital humanitarian system is supposed to be the very important part for the development of the society as such, community as such. So when we are talking about this area, we have to connect, reconnect, set us skills, or a different type of administrative and academic system to be have a good interaction with the subjects which we are talking in the humanities. So there is always interlinking between the humanities system as well as the other areas which is related to the social system and the communist system. Take an example of such type of areas which are very closely related with the community. Again, come to the COVID, because you're now talking in the pre-COVID, post-COVID as well. So what are the medical issues which has come in the COVID system? That is nothing but a part of medical humanities. So this is also the new word which has come, medical humanities. Now the medical doctors, they always say that we have the number of doctors which are less, but we will still go with that. But we'll need another type of support system for the doctors or the medico system, which is known as allied health science. And that is a part of the humanities. Those who are serving the people, those who are ailing, having some problem, they should give the proper treatment that is not all medical, but that is closely connected with the human system, what that particular patient wants. So this type of combination is also coming as a new trend or the new areas. And now when we are talking about the writing, as I have said, literature and writing. So writing is also an important part, as not only like that few people can write, everyone can write, but who can write better? Or who can have that inclination of better writing, that is also the part of the humanities. And therefore, the art and humanities, sometimes they can be blended, or they can have a system of a collaboration, where we can think that whatever the experience we have in the society, that should have the linkage with the literature and writing. So good literature, good writing will definitely encourage students and teachers and researchers to become a better human being, to become a better teacher, to become a better facilitator. Why I'm saying facilitator? Because that trend also we need to understand when we are talking about all these aspects. We cannot only become a chalk and talk type of person. We need to ask our students and researchers to participate in our day-to-day activities. That is also a part of art. That is also part of a behavior in our day-to-day classroom. So there are various issues which are coming in such a way, and that relates to our performance. If we are adopting all these such type of activities for our own understanding, for our students' understanding, for development of the proper issues, which is where the students are lacking behind, I think that is nothing but the best performance areas, or you can say the perfection which we need to have in our education. And when we are talking about the perfection, when we purchase a house, when we purchase a car, we always say that it should be the best car, it should be the best house. Then why we are not talking about that we should have the best education, where we should have the best degree or the best way of expression with us? That is the question behind us. And therefore, this recent trend should make the room or the availability for all of us to move from the traditional issues of the same type of courses, same type of thinking, typical type of engagement in different areas. We should move ahead with the recent trends, new trends, collection of different ideas from different pockets, and then putting into it in a very proper way. I think that is the most important issues which we can able to discuss today. Now coming to the rural development, because it has always been said, it has also been said in one of the sentences by you people, that this college is in the rural area. Let us discuss like this, that 70% people, we are living in rural areas. So we are also in rural area, but now rural area has become a strength. After COVID, we can say the rural area is, or the agro-based area is no more like, array, this is very old type of area and we cannot do. No, now we have a lot of opportunities to do in rural areas and agriculture areas. Rather, the urban areas saturation or the urban areas problems have developed in a different way. So these arts and humanities and commerce can do a lot in rural development. So this particular rural system has to be developed from the point of view of these combinations, what we can teach through the system of arts, what we can teach, what we can understand through the system of humanities, and similarly from the commerce in the area of the rural system. Take the example of rural labor, take the example of water system, take the example of agricultural cooperatives or the agricultural, you can say the farming and the marketing, finance, institutional finance, dry land agriculture. There are so many things are there. So if you are only concentrating on rural and agro development, considering that your college or some of the colleges like you, 70%, 75% colleges are in rural areas. Even the universities are also in rural areas. So we have to get the idea that what the recent most important, and the thing is again a very necessary issue, that how can we link with the employability. How can we link these type of trends with the employment? How can we give the entrepreneurship to the students? How we can provide the different jobs or the self-satisfaction to the students that yes, this is the area where I can work a lot, considering that all these new things should be adopted in a better way, and that can become very necessary part and parcel of our new education system. Now coming to the commerce. Commerce is playing a wonderful role, because everything which has taken a U-turn, that is the area of the commerce. Again, I'll go to the digital part. Consider the digital part, which is very necessary for all of us, that without this now we cannot move. So every decade, or every you can say the part and parcel of the planning, maybe Indian planning or maybe any other planning, always have to invest according to the new trends which is going on. So we have invested in IT sectors, we have invested in digital sectors, we have invested in artificial intelligence. Now we have also invested in machine learning. Why? Now the drone technology is important. So this is not only science, this is not only, you can say, the computer science, but it is also the part of the commerce and management. So how it is connected and how it is necessary to understand, because if we want a self-reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, if we want a self-reliant India, the commerce is playing a wonderful role, and we say it's a e-commerce. What is e-commerce? E-commerce is nothing, but we are connecting all electronic system to the commerce, as well as the humanities and the arts. Again, I am putting all those two areas and faculties in that, because suppose take the example of the production, which is going on somewhere. Now, what commerce plays a role? Production needs an advertisement, production need the sale, production need the marketing, production need the mobile commerce. So what we supposed to do in that? We definitely have to see that the economics and the commerce behind all these things is to support the product, the consumption area, as well as the promotional activities which supposed to be done in the system of the commerce, as well as the production is very important. So suppose an engineer is very highly qualified and able to have very good results in different areas. You can say the structural engineering, civil engineering, mechanical engineering. But what about the commerce? Commerce can play a role for him or her, that they can have the better marketing strategies, better understanding how to reach to the people, how it will reach to the community, various type of, you can say, the mouth publicity will be needed, and that can be the part of various activities, but it is the important part of the commerce at present. Considering the artificial intelligence, when we listen to this word, we always think, this is related to the nothing but the computer science. No, it has also become a part of the commerce right now, and also the combination of arts, because how to put this artificial intelligence to that machine, to that computer, that is an art. Because whatever you are going to put in that, that will be the outcome given by the that computer system. So how to put in a skillful way, that is an art. Then how to propagate it, how to make the, you can say, the advertisement and the publicity to it, that is a commerce. And that is a marketing part of it. And if it is can be done well, people will definitely be attracted. And therefore, this artificial intelligence can play a very important part in the different areas. The Facebook, the Google, these are the companies, they're highly relying upon the sale, marketing, commerce of such areas. Now come to the mobile commerce. This mobile commerce is, of course, related to the platform which we are using. the mobiles which we are using, the different areas which is related to the transport, communication, and so on and so forth. So this mobile commerce is a part and parcel of the, you can say, the product verification, and or the visualization, I should say. If the product is moving from one area to the different area, that should have the linkage between what exactly your idea to sell this product, how it will be useful for the consumer. We always say consumer is a king. Consumer is always supposed to be the most decisive part of the society. जो ग्राहक आहे तो इतका महत्वाचा आहे की तो म्हणेल ती दिशा चालते. So consumer gives the direction to the society, and therefore there it is said it is king. It is also said that whatever the production you are doing, that should have a liking or the disliking by the consumer or the customer, that can give you the different ideas of the future development or the future platform of understanding. So therefore, another word came, augmented reality. That is also the part of the commerce. That is known as the product visualization and augmented reality. What is this augmented reality? This is something future we are thinking. And on that basis, what I have said, what the consumer is giving to the line of thinking about your area, that you can visualize. Future में आपको क्या करना है? Whatever you're supposed to do in the future, there are a lot of statistical tools, methodologies which is given. We are studying in economics as well, in some of the part of the MBAs as well. So MBA is also having this consideration of new trend, that MBA is a part and parcel of commerce and management. So this trend, augmented reality, has become a part and parcel. IT sector has become a part and parcel of the commerce and management. And if the students from this area is projecting something that yes, consumer may like this type of things, so the correct projection, correct understanding can bring more and more profit, more and more sale, more and more, you can say, the good days for the different type of producers, which are the part and parcels of the this commerce or the marketing system. Now, a few more areas, just two to three areas I would like to highlight upon that. There is also social commerce, because now we are talking upon the recent trend. So social means again the humanities and the combination of commerce. So as you already said, it's an interdisciplinary seminar. So it is the combination of humanities and commerce. So social commerce. So what is social commerce? Social commerce, that the local things which is available at your place, the local system which is available at your area, and you want to sell it maybe at the nationwide or at the global area, you need to have the study of that. You need to have a project of this. And therefore, it is also said in new education policy that at least one semester has to be given to the student to work in such areas. Let them go to the companies, let them go to the such social commerce areas where they can understand how they will able to convert their ideas, theoretical ideas, into the practical ideas. Now the inventory advertisement. Inventory is a stock. You all must be knowing about that. Inventory is a stock. But that stock can be, the few stocks can have a big life for 5 to 10 years, but small, like the food grains and all that, how you can convert, how that inventory can have a shelf life for that. So advertisement for that, giving a proper, you can say the proper words for that particular selling of the products, that can give you a very bright future, and that commerce can do a wonderful thing. Then it is always said the vertical and horizontal marketplaces. So that is also the area which has come in the commerce from last, say, 5 to 10 years. In developed countries, it has developed a very, you can say, very beautifully they have developed. Vertical means the marketplace which is going in the uptrends. The new things are coming. Every day some changes are there. Everything that which has to be connected with the taste of the consumer, that is the vertical. Horizontal, which is all going throughout many years, but the expansion is always there, because you need various things, you have a choice of various things, even you have a taste of various things, whatever we are thinking about the human nature, that is a part and parcel of the commerce. So these are the few areas which I have tried to just bring to your notice, and you must be aware of this in one of the system which has been told by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, that is PURA, the provision of urban amenities in rural areas. So what is the meaning of that? That whatever is happening in urban areas, same has to be taken care in the rural area. For that, we will need arts, we will need humanities, we will need commerce and other areas as well, because this is confined to that, and that's why I'm saying all these things, but other areas are also involved in that, and that such type of amenities will help the development of the various issues which is related to our own development. And therefore, coming to the conclusion, I would like to say that these are the systems which are closely related, all these three areas which is now closely related with the computer vision. You should have a very good computer vision to understand and to take over to the betterment of the society. It is also related to artificial intelligence, where need to continue understand of how this machine learning can be important for that, and interest of thinking. It is known as IoT. This is also the new part which is coming. IoT is very commonly said by the people, those who are closely related with the marketing and commerce. And I think that area will definitely going to help not only to particular system, but to the all system which is related to the education as well as the areas which is needed for the human life. So in nutshell, I would like to say that the topic which has been chosen by your college, I again say it's an important thing to understand by the teachers and researchers and the students. But another important thing, that you have to move along with the different courses which is having the applied value, the research value. You have to ask your students to go out of your classrooms and understand how the humanities factor is working in the system, how the commerce is working in the system. You cannot teach them. You can teach, not an issue. You can teach them in a classroom, but they will understand better when they will move out of the classroom. So this out of box area is the new trend which is has to be adopted by all of us in the education system. And I hope this will give a different thinking, different light to understand where the education is going. And I heartily again congratulate you that along with this seminar, the applied part should also be taken care in future. And I hope this college will definitely take this applied form, how to give the better future to the students. I thanks a lot to all of you. I thank my old colleague, Dr. Pistulkar, who has called me for this, and very much thanks for taking my views into your consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your words of appreciation and wonderful guidance about arts, commerce, particularly e-commerce, literature, humanities, and life. Yes, ma'am, as said, India is a diverse country from all different aspects related to tradition, culture, race, etc. And that's why it is called as unity in diversity lies only in India. And the very important thing about the national education policy is that it is used for the universalization of education and making India global knowledge superpower. And I think it is mostly based on the 4 pillars, that is assess, equity, quality, and accountability. And definitely, I think by following this policy, definitely there won't be any stream as such as that is of science, commerce, and art for the students. I would say that ज्ञान सब तरफ बटेगा. Everywhere there is knowledge. Only the need is that students should collect it from anywhere. With this, we can definitely complete the main source or the aim of education, that then students will have the overall development by just breaking the typical framework. With these words, thank you, ma'am, once again. Like the rainwater brings life and prosperity to the land, so are your words that bring enthusiasm and strength in our heart. Thus, To ignite our soul and heart, may I request Honorable Dr. Siddharth Bharti, President of today's conference, to please deliver his presidential address.
First of all, a very good morning to Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, to all the esteemed resource person, all the dignitaries, and everyone on behalf of the management. I am very elated to hear, I am very happy to hear what Vice Chancellor Ma'am has said about digitalizing the education system, about pursuing policies in the new education system that will enable remote places like us to have access to the same quality of education and resources that people in the urban centers have. Ma'am, I totally agree with the views that you have taken regarding our education system. On behalf of management, I would like to say one thing, that I am of the opinion that education institutions should be run like businesses. That the education system should be run like businesses, but we should not make business out of education. Now, what does this mean? It very simply means that, for example, whenever a famous actress gets married, what the first thing that we'll find is that her lehenga or whatever she chooses to wear is available in almost every bridal wear shop that people choose to go. What this means is that people pick up on trends. People like to go with the trend. People like to be in fashion. Similarly, our education system for years and years has been slave to chalk and board. But finally, I can happily announce that our institution has decided to modernize these trends, and we are going ahead and have kept a plan that within 3 years we are going to modernize 80% of our institution, and 80% of the courses will be taught on projector, smart board, and other smart aids. And somehow this COVID has turned to be a blessing. It has turned to be a disaster for many people, but there is a silver lining. It is blessing to remote institutions like us, so that now finally we have access to resource person like Honorable Madam and other esteemed resource people. Few days back, we had taken an international conference. Now, why we are focusing on this international conference and why is it so dear to us is because people from around the world joined us. We cannot imagine that people from Saudi Arabia, Canada, and New York would, take a 25-hour, 26-hour flight. Then they would come to some place, urban center like Nagpur or Delhi. Then they would take another 8 or 10 hours to reach this place and deliver an address. So we were for years, for decades, aloof. We never had access, but now finally changes are being brought. Visionaries like ma'am are bringing changes, are supporting small institutions like us to gain the same quality of knowledge. And this has somehow been made possible due to this technology. But the very topic of this conference, that is emerging trend in art, humanities, and commerce also, is very important, because even this topic has to go hand in hand with the technology that is being brought. You see, technology is being updated every day. What was new trend yesterday is obsolete today. And let us take a very small example of commerce. See, commerce for years and for decades and for eons was supply demand. Were some stores where you used to go buy your daily things. But today you have giants like Amazon. You have giants like Walmart who are heavily relying on e-commerce. This very phone in our hand is instrument of their advertising. You go on your browser, you click on something, you search on something. The moment you click accept cookies, what you will find is that on every platform you will get recommendations or advertise for similar product. Now this is e-commerce. E-commerce enables small businessmen. E-commerce enables small wholesalers to market, to sell their product into larger market without having such large facilities, and it enables them to grow. Similarly, another benefit that I would like to pick up on in the e-commerce field is supply and demand regarding agriculture. In places like Vidarbha, where agriculture is in shambles, where farmer suicide is a huge problem, because farmers do not get value for their product. And perhaps one of the main reason for this is the fluctuating price of commodities, and accessibility of information is not available to those to those farmers, that what exactly will fetch a good price. Let's say we provide benefit of this technology to the farmers. Let's say we try to manage the supply and demand side of it, and let's say we inculcate, or rather enable, farmer to grow the crops that are rather large in demand, that are short on supply side. And let us say we enable them to fetch a good price by bringing all the prices of commodities in these APMCs on a mobile list. What will happen is that farmer will earn well. In a country where 55% to 60% of GDP is still given by the agriculture sectors, things like these and technological amalgamations like these can bring a major boon. Coming on to the point of arts. Arts in itself is a very diverse field. You have history, you have political science, you have geography, you have multiple things. But somehow a student's understanding is hindered when you try to teach him through books and chalk and board. The moment you show him India, the moment you show him map of India on a projector, he tries to understand, okay, this is exactly how it goes. The moment you try to show him the effect of El Nino or winds on a smart board and try to show how exactly these winds are going, the student understands these things better. Now, how exactly does this work? When the student tries to go for further studies, or when the student tries to go for exam like MPSC or UPSC, which are based on concept, he knows the concepts of El Nino. He knows how exactly states are bordering each other. He knows exactly where the drainage systems are, because he has learned it on these technological aids. And this is how relevance of technology is still there in arts, in fields like arts. Today we say that children are becoming addicted to technology. Children are constantly in front of their screens and phones. But you see, children aren't the ones who are addicted to technology. Children merely imitate and copy adults. If you sit in front of a child with Shakespeare, if you not exactly Shakespeare, but if you sit in front of a child with something from literature, a child is going to pick up a book. If you sit in front of a child with a mobile, a child is going to pick up a mobile. It is as simple as that. But in order to bring interest to this literature, in order to bring interest to understanding these things, it is important that technology should go hand in hand with these literature. There are many things, there are many trends that are emerging, and somehow things are becoming like many arts and form of arts are becoming things of past. For example, painting has been replaced by printing. Sculpture and potteries are being replaced by 3D printers. Similarly, there are many other things that are replaced. And to put it bluntly, see, that is how time works. As time progresses, things become obsolete. But then there are certain things that should not become obsolete. There are certain things that should always find their value in our human society. For example, culture. For example, literature, religion, morals, ethics. Now, somehow we should also find a way to inculcate these things into students by technological means. Now, madam, when Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam spoke, she spoke about artificial intelligence and how we are going to feed this how exactly we are going to enable that artificial intelligence to learn. And even I share a similar concern, ma'am. How does a robot decide when to run over a pedestrian or when to stop the car? That is something that a robot should know. That is something that an artificial intelligence should know. How does a robot decide that it is more important for its owner to reach the place early? And how exactly does a robot decide that whether in order to reach this place early, he needs to run over the pedestrian or traffic light? See, these are the things of ethics. These are the things of morals. And somehow a way also needs to be found so that such morals and such ethics are also converted into AI, or somehow we make them learn these things. Finally, I have this belief that everything academic, everything literary is completely worthless if we cannot find a way to inculcate these things into our students. If we cannot find a way, if we cannot find a way to give these things, to give benefits of these things, of these morals, ethics, literature, everything to the society at large. And that is why somehow we need to study these emerging trends. And that is exactly why institutions like us become beacons where knowledge such and multiple such utility courses in our college, but of these things cannot be given to society at large, then I suppose these things do not hold value for people at large. So that's all I had to say. Once again, welcome everyone, and thank you for gracing us with your presence. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your informative remark. Moving ahead, thanking is the great tradition of any function that is being organized in any form or event. It is simply to give a proper end to the celebration, where the dignitaries and other invited guests are thanked for their presence throughout. So, for this last session, but not the least, I would like to invite Professor S.N. Bore, co-convener of this conference, to offer thanking words. And I, Dr. Rupali Tekade, Department of Zoology, takes a leave from you, hoping to see you again. With this, thank you, take care, and be safe.
A very good morning, one and all. It's really a moment of an immense pleasure for me to be here amongst all these erudite and academicians. Dear all, I'm here on behalf of the organizers to express vote of thanks of this inaugural function. First of all, I render my sincere thanks to Honorable Dr. Mrunalini Fadnavis ma'am, the inaugurator of today's function and Vice Chancellor of Punyashlok Ahilya Devi Hodkar Solapur University, Solapur, who spared her most valuable time for us all. Once again, thank you very much, ma'am. Secondly, I extend my great gratitude and thanks to Honorable Dr. Kirantai Sanjayji Bharti, guest of honor of today's function, and the President of Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Arni, who spared her valuable time and graced this function. Once again, thank you very much, ma'am. In the same manner, I render my sincere thanks to Honorable Advocate Sri Siddharthaji Bharti, guest of honor of today's function and Secretary of Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Arni, who always encourage and supports us in all our academic activities. Thank you very much. I extend my sincere thanks to Honorable Sri Priyadarshanji Bharti, Treasurer Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasadak Mandal Arni, for gracing us all for this function. Thank you very much, sir. I also thanks a lot to all the executive members of our institution and the Honorable Principal, Dr. Rajendraji Tate, who always stand by us and supports us with a great moral strength and values. Thank you very, very much, sir. And now, at the fag end, I must thank from the bottom of heart to all the participants, delegates, and all those known and unknown hands of supporters and our technical team who strived hard for the success of this inaugural function. With these words of thanks, I sum up my vote of thanks, and with the prior permission of the chairperson of this inaugural function, I do declare that the inaugural function is over. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, I hand over the dais to Professor Milind Pandey sir for further conduct of program. Thank you very much. Once again, Professor Pandey sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bole sir. After the inauguration program, now we are heading towards the first technical session of this conference. Very good afternoon, all the guests, research scholars, resource persons, chairpersons of these or technical section, Honorable Principal Sir, Honorable Secretary of our institution, Advocate Siddharthaji Bharti, and all the dignitaries, delegates on online platform across the country. And dear students, I am Milind Pandey. Welcome you all in the first technical session of today's National E-Conference. For this session, we have Dr. Mamata Ingole, Chairman, Board of Studies in Marathi and Commerce Language, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati, as a chairperson, and Professor Rajesh Srikhande, Head, Department of English, Government Vidarbha Institution, Science and Humanities, Amravati, as a resource person for this technical session. I would like to request Dr. Mamata Ingole to join us and occupy the seat as a chairperson of the first technical session. Welcome you, madam. Thank you. May I now request Dr. Rajesh Srikhande to please take the distinguished chair as a resource person for this technical session. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Now
you.
I would give brief introduction of the today's resource person, Professor Rajesh Srikhande. He is currently working as assistant professor, Department of English, Government Vidarbha Institute of Science and Humanities, Amravati. He has a teaching experience of 18 years, both as undergraduate and postgraduate level, and also has teaching experience to teach MPhil for 5 years. He has attended 6 international, 17 national, and 7 state level and 3 university level conferences, and also has published 5 research papers at international journals, 7 research papers at national journals, 3 state level and 2 university level journals. With this brief introduction, I request Professor Srikhande, sir, to deliver his talk on recent trends in English language and literature. Over to you, sir. Are you there, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. You are audible, sir. You can continue.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Very good morning to all the dignitaries, participants, and all of the people who are present over here on this platform. At the outset, I congratulate all the office bearers of the management, principal, faculties, and all the staff of the college, LRB Arts, Commerce, and SSRB Science College, Arni, for organizing such a beautiful conference on trends, recent trends in art, commerce, humanities. Dear friends, before we enter into the discussion, I would like to start with the thing of my introduction that I am from the language and literature field. I teach English and therefore obviously when we are talking about trends, I was supposed to deal with language or literature, and I had chosen to speak on global trends in language teaching. Dear friends, presently the world is changing very fast. For long ago, you can see that world is continuously undergo changes. Change is the rule. The culture, society, in various ways, it undergoes changes. But for centuries, the change had been slow. When we enter in 20th century, the rate of change certainly was accelerated. Still in the beginning, you can see in the half of the century, 20th century, there had not been much more action as compared to the later part, which certainly can be divided again in two quarters. So as there is as the time passes, this rate of change certainly is at highest speed. And therefore, in last 2 decades, we can see that world is changing very fast. And therefore, what can have been the dream or fiction in 80s, it has come true when certainly we are in second decade of 21st century. And therefore, change brings in new trends in your living, in your fashion, your studies, in every walk of life. And therefore, the things go on changing, and what the current fashions are and what the things are prevalent, they certainly are the trends. Now, language acquisition or teaching language, whether it is English or other language as well, it has been a major concern to the teachers, language teachers, as well as all the teachers in education. Some blur screen is appearing before me, and therefore I am a bit suspicious whether I am audible.
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. And therefore, often when the specific discipline, specific subjects they are dealt in conference in the talk, particularly when the conferences are held in languages, often the methodology, the new method, the new trends, and to devise new methodology to teach English so that student can learn English better or student can learn language better, they are often discussed. But now, this is time that we must go beyond that. This blinking screen is some problem. Okay, I am getting a little bit disturbed. Is it my problem or is it a problem for all?
No, sir, actually no problem. You can continue.
Okay, let me check. Maybe it is on my part, on my system.
Yeah.
Okay, still it persists.
You are clearly audible to us, sir. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you very much. So language teaching is a challenge for a language teacher, particularly when it comes to foreign language. And English is the foreign language. Mother tongue acquisition certainly take place at the home in the society in informal way. But traditionally in formal way, we are treating the foreign languages, particularly English, that we are most concerned about. Because English has become the lingua franca for the world. Then English has become international language. English certainly has the knowledge of the world stored in it. And therefore, English is most important language in the world today. And in India, the language teaching, English language teaching, it started in pre-independent era, where Britishers, in the beginning, they taught English to the Indian. And therefore, we had the native teachers. Being native is the thing that language is acquired in natural way. And that flavor of the language certainly was taught, but post-independent language methodologies or availability of resources, they certainly differ, and therefore teaching language has become the challenge. Now, dear friends, when we say that it is a challenge, Firstly, what methodologies we are following, then what trends we still are following, and where the other nations, particularly European and the developed nations, they are going in teaching English, that is to be considered. And therefore, what earlier scenario it had been, mostly just if you go 25 years or 30 years back, the same methodologies and same trends still are being followed. And therefore, it is time to think when the world is changing. No doubt, some of the things are discussed here. They have given impetus for the change. Pandemic, which certainly has now maybe over, that can be called, it has changed the world. Again, some of the movements, some of the actions, some of the things are taking place in the world, which certainly promise change of the world again. And therefore, what is trending today, it is certainly in such a condition that we cannot predict that what is going to sustain, what is going to survive after 2 or 3 years. World is in transition. And from this transition, where we will be leading, whether it will be in brave new world or into the heart of darkness, that we do not know. And therefore, what scientific advent there has been, what scientific development there had been, where again it will be leading, and what things are going to be destructed, what things are going to be newly created, that certainly are not known to us. But looking into last decade, what things we are following in English teaching, what things certainly have fallen out of the fashion, and what things have newly come into the fashion, which certainly are trending. And particularly in Indian scenario, in language teaching, they need to be adopted and they need to be certainly given place in our curriculum, in our way of teaching, in our methodologies. So we shall look into those trends. I will be sharing here my presentation, and thereby this presentation is divided only in 2 parts. Actually, it is not dividation, but what earlier there had been. So what is out now and what is in. So what earlier trends, they are out of use, or rather you can say they are not that much useful for today, and what things they are in. That's why what they are to be used, that will be discussed in this presentation. Let me see how I can manage this thing. Just give me a minute.
Sir, you are clearly.
Yeah. That is not problem. Just let me handle with my computer. So I am sharing my PPT here.
Yes. It is okay. Your screen is visible, sir.
Okay, it's taking a little time. Please bear me.
No problem, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, so here we will be speaking about global trends in language teaching. So, as I told earlier, that what things they are fallen out of use. What was trending in earlier decades, in earlier time, rather not too early, but still you can find that those things are in Indian classroom still. Most of the things they are outdated, you can see when language acquisition is considered. We were discussed in other speeches as well. Particularly the presidential address, it also has highlighted the things that some of the things they are outdated and new things are to be incorporated in our teaching. Similarly, language acquisition for language adaptation, obviously most of the things that we are still doing in our classroom have fallen out of use, and therefore we need to have new strategies and new trends in our classroom. Firstly, we shall be going into the things which are out of use now, and therefore what is out. Firstly, see what there had been 2 or 3 decades earlier. We had see, we had here vague and hollow promises that can be proven. So teaching of language, particularly I am focusing on English language. So English language and its interest to the student, and it made some hollow promises. They are vague, they are not outcome based. So just speaking, even for the education also, the things were spoken earlier. Education often was detached from your career. Now the world has changed, and why? The students, they are pursuing education, they have objectives, they have expectations. When it was about the language, particularly English in India, it was the promise that language learning will get them better job. This is definitely a hollow promise. Another thing was learning a second language is ticket to higher level job or an international position. Now, the geographical and physical boundaries within the nations, they are breaking. As Advocate Bharti, he has spoken in his address, out of the recent advent of the science and technology, now Arni can be connected to the international destinations. And therefore, what journey there had been for the earlier participants or resource person for 25 to 26 hours, that certainly has been reduced on a click. And therefore, there is no promise that if you know only the language, on the basis of language, you can have better job, or you can have ticket to higher level of job, or you can have that international job. But the reality is what we promise as the teacher, as the mentor of the learning outcome, that once you have command over the language, once you learn the language no doubt is essential. In what sense? That we are going to discuss further. But apart from language, set of skill is needed to the student. And we presume, we as the teacher, this is my presumption that most of the teachers are the participant. And what topics we are teaching, what things we are teaching, they are readily in the hand of the student. They are techno-savvy. And they have the world of resources and information at their fingertips. When you are teaching particular topic in the classroom, your students, they are sitting with the smartphone. As in the introduction, in the beginning, we have spoken about the speed of change. So here, student earlier, they certainly were too much away from the resources. They had to visit the library, they had to hunt for the knowledge, they had to study the things, and therefore, teachers who were well-read, certainly, they only had the knowledge which students were lacking. But this smartphone generation, it is very smart generation. They have resources and information at their fingertips, and therefore what topic you are delivering, in what way and in what sense, these kind of information already they have in their fingertips. If you are speaking about the vocabulary, that they can certainly search for with a click. then they are techno-savvy students and therefore they cannot be deceived with these vague and hollow promises. Today's job market requires more than knowledge of another language. Language is not only sufficient. Language is the medium. And through language, they have to acquire some of the skills or at least knowledge of the other subjects. And therefore, this promise cannot be fulfilled unless and until you have other skills within you along with language. In 21st century, a comprehensive essential skill set is needed, what we have spoken about. If you want to compete in the areas, knowledge of language, particularly here when it is another language, that is English, it is one of the skill you have, but you need set of skill. A single skill, that is proficiency in language, it is not going to help student for their career, for their job opportunities, and therefore these vague and hollow promises certainly will not do in the classroom in the present scenario now. So they cannot attract the student. Then another thing that is out now is saying that learning is easy. If we go in market even, we have some of the banners. Learn English in 60 days or 90 days, get 100% of fees back. So the challenges there are, these are only the advertisement. They are just luring to the students. And students also are becoming intelligent these days. Not intelligent, they are becoming smart, or they are rather smart. And therefore, whatever claim is that language learning is easy, they can see right through it. They can understand that these are again the hollow statements, they are the vague statements. Because language learning is not the magic that in a single night or in 30 days you can learn the language. Learning the language, acquisition of language is the process. It is continuous process. Earlier, certainly there had been notion, there were suggestions. Those who are in 40s or above, they certainly can remember what their teachers, they used to suggest them that reading the newspaper or listening to the television, particularly English news and all, that is going to build your competencies in English. If you are a beginner in language learning, if you are dealing with the difficult text, with unknown vocabulary, if you are listening to the speeches where the vocabulary is completely unknown to you, that is certainly is not going to help you, and these ideas certainly are seductive. And therefore, they are nothing but the myth. In a single night or in the company of newspapers or television, it is not going to give you certainly good training in foreign language. No doubt it is of utmost help at the higher level, but as the beginner, when you are teaching language, certainly these things, they are fallen out of use. Then there are ways to make learning language fun or more enjoyable. No doubt they are there, but they are not wholesome approaches. Language competencies cannot be built with a fun or enjoyment only. No doubt some of the elements can be learned, or interest of the learner can be developed in language learning process. But that does not mitigate the need for continuous and dedicated practice. Not only the foreign language or the second language, but people certainly have various competencies in their mother tongue as well. And therefore, It is continuous dedication and continuous practice that one can build himself in the language area. The challenges of learning another language, no doubt, are immense. But secondly, you can see that millions of people, they have built their fluency at least in one other language. This situation certainly exists in India. Apart from your mother tongue, which is termed as language 1, apart from L1, everyone at least he knows other language as well. When coming to English, many people certainly are fluent in English. Coming to the students, certainly you can see that some of the students are very fluent in English. They are beyond their teachers as well. But our concern, it is of the average students and the students who are below average. Students, particularly in professional colleges, they have very good competencies in English language. But we are worried about our student who certainly is sitting at the last bench, and therefore he is shy, he is coy. There is quite disparity. On one side, the fluent speakers are there. Even though for the Indian, English is the foreign language, still you can see that many people, they have mastery over the language. And some of the people, they are lacking when they have same kind of atmosphere, same kind of learning facilities, same kind of learning resources available. Those who achieve true fluency, they certainly has dedicated and they had the consistent effort for long period of time. And therefore, language learning is easy task. And therefore, motivating or promoting the student in that way, no doubt it is needed to build their confidence. But that is the wholesome approach. This claim certainly is fraud. Authoritative teacher attitudes, it has fallen out of use and therefore it is out now. We are dealing with the points, what is out. In 1971, American scholar Robert Nisbet, he claimed regarding one of the person, the man of knowledge and his pursuit were sacred. The teachers were idealized. Teachers were considered sacred. In Oliver Goldsmith, for those who are not from the field of English literature, in his deserted village, Oliver Goldsmith, he has cut one beautiful picture of village schoolmaster. And his dedication towards his student, to the society even, it certainly was so that teachers in those days were considered to be sacred. Now this status of being teacher being sacred certainly does not exist. Teachers, no doubt, they are still regarded as knowledgeable, but they are no longer respected, revered as sacred people. And as we have been speaking earlier, the young people, the students now, they are much more competent with technology than the people who are over 40s. In recent decades, there had been certainly the technology grown at the very great speed. In 1990s, what certainly could have been dreamed, the mobile phone, smartphone, it has become the computer. It is not merely a telephone. It is not merely a mean of communication. It is not just to talk from one place to another. It is more than that. And therefore, the young people, the student, I mean, they know something more than their teachers. And therefore, you might have seen in houses as well. In college also, we come across such kind of situation. It is not about just recruited teachers. As compared to those who are middle-aged, the newly recruited teachers, they are more competent in technology. They can handle technology very fluently. But for the people who are above 40, we need to seek help from the students when there are some of the technical aspects, particularly ICT, information and communication technology. In this ICT, even your children, they are better than you many a times. And therefore, we are afraid of using some of the apps, some of the functions, some of the applications in these ICT tools, which the younger generation, they can use very fluently and very easily. So teachers' authority is being broken because teachers also need help of their students in some of the things which they do not know. So now teacher is not the person who knows everything, and therefore he can have that authority, and therefore his patriarchal attitudes have given the way away, it is out, and newly the collaborative approach certainly is trending. That is why old traditional hierarchical and patriarchal attitudes are giving way to more collaborative approaches. So learning has become the collaborative process. Teachers and students, they learn here and they are at the equal footing. It is not that the teacher is at the higher level and just from his level, he is putting something at the downward. It is not the thing. Rather, the scenario has completely been changed, and therefore authoritative teacher attitudes, it is out of use these days. So the system or the trends, they are not teacher centered, they are not expert centered. When going to the teacher and certainly getting all the knowledge, if I go to the teacher, obviously my life, it is going to, he is going to have welfare of my life. Such things does not exist. And teacher, the authoritative teacher center or expert center approaches to the teaching are out as black and white televisions. These are not the things of antiquity. Black and white televisions you had in your home just before the generation, then color TV, they are also out of use, and now you have the new version of everything. So we need new version of teaching methodologies as well. New trends there are, and what we are applying, whether we are applying these things in our colleges, in our classroom, certainly these things have fallen out of use. And therefore, we need to correct our approach, we need to correct our attitude as well. Language laboratories. Still many people, including us, we are trying to set the language labs. Language laboratory, it went out with 20th century itself. Because what language labs had, when the language programs, they were designed, particularly modern language programs were designed in Europe. This concept had come in existence in 1940s and 1950s. When people could not easily come in contact with the foreigners. If you are to learn foreign language, then the exposure to the foreign language, exposure to the sound of the language was not possible in those days. And therefore, to listen that sound, audios were used and audio exposure was given to the students through the language lab to the foreign languages. Going beyond that, some of the technical innovations there had been, but still what we do in language lab, certainly, obviously, the audios, that is the sound, phonetics, then the vocabulary, These things only are done in language laboratories, which certainly has sunk into your mobile phone. And therefore, today in the digital world, audio exposure to foreign language is readily available at little to no cost. Therefore, what has happened in 21st century, constructing audio language lab is not wise use. It is just wastage of school and college resources, particularly the monetary resources. When vocabulary or sound, they are easily available, you can listen to the pronunciation, number of sites there are, number of applications there are. Nowadays, dictionaries, they are inbuilt in many devices of mobile devices. You can listen to the pronunciation. You can have pronunciation of various nations for single word. How it is pronounced in UK, how it is pronounced in America, US, how it is pronounced in India. When this exposure, it is at the no cost or at a little cost, investing too much money in infrastructure and building the language lab, which are out of fashion these days, because whatever things you get in language laboratory, all of them, they are built in your mobiles. And therefore, language lab, it is also outdated concept. If these things are out, then what is in? What trends they are prevailing in this decade or in these days? As there was vague promises earlier we had discussed, in contrast to that, in opposition, clear, provable demonstration of learning. So what is being taught when it comes to language? It is not only the evaluation in your examination. It is not only submission of the assignments, but the learning outcome, which is provable, which does have evidence that yes, this is clearly learned by the learner. And therefore, demonstration of the impact language learning has on student. So it should be provable. It should be demonstrated. It should come forth that these are the outcomes. Yes, this is the impact of language learning on the students. When he came to the college, with what capacities, what abilities, language abilities he had entered, and afterwards, when he is out, what skill he has learned at what level the language acquisition has come into existence. So what is the impact of language learning? That is to be demonstrated. It should be provable. And for that, even evaluation system, assessment system, that also need to be corrected. Through demonstrations, how it is going to come out, projects that challenge students to reflect and ask how they themselves have grown and changed in positive ways. We need to assign them the project that challenge the student to reflect and ask themselves how they have grown in positive ways. He will be thinking over that. He will be reflecting over that. And therefore, through these projects, he will come to know what he has achieved and what things are not achieved. And therefore, where he has to move to the fixed objective, to the fixed goal, not just securing the mark and just passing and getting the mark sheet. It should be provable. It should be demonstratable. It should be demonstrated, sharing the result of those projects in public, parents, and community members. These are the stakeholders in education. When it comes to language learning, what their word has learned, or as the member of community, where the teaching exactly, what kind of teaching is taking place. Even we have the responsibility to assure the community that we are moving in the right direction. And therefore, the result of the project, the outcome of the project, it should be clear and it should be presentable in public before the parents and before community members. For this, for building the portfolios, student portfolios, it is proving useful, and that is trending today. The use of student portfolios when it comes to demonstration of learning, student portfolios are gaining popularity at a right pace. What these portfolios are? This word particularly is used in economics, in commerce. It is trending there. Obviously, whenever you have some of the investments, though you know the word or not, when through ICT, the things are communicated to you from the companies, they use the word portfolio. Portfolio, what asset you do have, what you have developed. In investment, what I have in SIPs, what I have in securities, and to my account, how much accumulation is there, what I have collected to my account, that is my portfolio. Students, they should have portfolio for their learning. Portfolio may include their written work, digital and multimedia projects as the evidence of their oral and listening competencies. If they are evaluated on these grounds, no doubt written work includes, but if they are given the projects to produce some of the videos, some of the multimedia projects, and learning language through the context, whatever they want to learn, what concept they are learning, language will be serving as the medium. And that medium, it will be acquired through the context. And so, such kind of projects, digital and multimedia, another skill also will be developing. And the evaluation, the traditional evaluation, in the next slide I have dealt with, it is deficient in that context, and therefore, these should be the ways. Thereby, he should build his portfolio. So, written work, digital and multimedia projects. So, how many projects he has to do, and what he has done, what was the outcome, and accordingly, his portfolio will be built. Portfolios are an excellent tool to teach learners how to self-monitor and evaluate. They themselves will come to know what they have achieved, what they have accumulated, what they have gained. And therefore, they will come to know what they have gained, and they will evaluate themselves. What is their standing? And therefore, they will come to know what they are lacking and where they have to reach. It will be goal-oriented. It will be self-evaluation. And for this, we need some of the framework, some of the benchmarks to assess them. And when we had been speaking about portfolios, what they have gained, what they have accumulated, their assessment, what asset they have, what they have gained, that is their asset. What they have learned, that is their asset. So this asset-based assessment is replacing the traditional assessment now. Traditional assessment, it is deficit-based model of evaluation. But traditionally we have the fill in the blanks. We have match the pairs. We have transformation of grammar. And what they are deficit at, what they do not know, what they are lacking, what they have not learned, that is evaluated. And therefore, what the student is lacking in, that is evaluated, and that evaluation is not certainly trending these days, but what they have gained, what they have learned, and therefore, what is their asset, what is to their portfolio, what they have added. These traditional ways, deficit-based models of evaluation, of assessing language acquisition are inadequate. They are not adequate. Even our traditional form of assessment, it certainly have various elements beyond that. The examination that we conduct, thereby the theory papers, even the health aspect, even the environmental aspect and various aspects, they are at work when they are appearing for the examination. And throughout the year, throughout the degree program, what the student certainly has gained, what he has learned, maybe it cannot be expressed within 3 hours. And therefore, our assessment system is not foolproof. It is not certainly competent, you can say, at least for assessing language acquisition. For that purpose, it is inadequate. Because language acquisition is a complex process. It is non-linear and communicative endeavor. Non-linear, it does not move in single direction. It is not that you are learning one of the concept and then other and you know something. Language skills, they are interrelated and therefore it does not move in linear direction. Therefore, language acquisition is a complex process. But we told earlier that teaching the language is easy or learning the language is easy. In 90 days, in 60 days, you can learn the language. No, it is a process. And it is non-linear, it is interrelated. And it reflects itself in communication. It does not reflect itself in writing a paper. And therefore, old assessment system, traditional assessment system does not work for assessing language acquisition. So, some of the European nations, even Canada, they have designed asset-based evaluation system or assessment system. There is worldwide movement toward development and implementation of benchmark system and frameworks that take an asset-based approach to language assessment. So benchmark, what the benchmark the student have achieved, to fix the benchmarks. If you reach up to this, certainly you have achieved something. And for that, the gradings and grade, they will be accumulated. They will be collecting the grades. Some benchmark and some frameworks, they will be asset-based assessment in language acquisition. These have already been started before 10 years or more. Canadian language benchmark, which is called as CLB, it is being implemented in Canada to assess language acquisition in 2 official languages, that is English and French. In Canada, it has been started. In Europe, over 40 countries have adopted common European framework of reference for language. It is developed by Council of Europe. When the geographical boundaries are breaking, when the world certainly has sunk into a device, and thereby world certainly has become narrow, at such juncture, it will be no wonder that this Council of Europe and their building of common European framework of reference for languages will be applied to other nations as well. And certainly we will be adhering to that, but still we are in traditional phase, and that traditional phase definitely for language assessment, for assessment of language acquisition, it is definitely inadequate. It is deficit-based model. What is trending again? Individualized, customizable, learner-centered approaches. They are in trends these days. When we speak about methodologies, when we speak about difficulties, obviously in Indian scenario, we speak about strength in our classrooms. Now, how to implement these features that I do not know, but these are certainly trending in the developed nations, and it certainly has good outcome. In fact, the approaches are built on outcome basis, and it is working well. And therefore, we have to be outcome based. We have to come over our difficulties. Whoever the stakeholders are, from government, policymakers, management, teachers, students, and society, along with parents. All of them together will have to work for that. And these things needs to be incorporated in our methodologies to teach languages. So individualized, customizable learning center approaches, they are trending. They are trending these days. They are student-centered, whereas earlier approaches, they were teacher-centered. Individualized instruction is becoming the norm. In traditional courses, certainly the classes are overcrowded. All of us are going through same experience. But in some of the professional courses as well as in universities, student-teacher ratio is greater as compared to affiliated colleges. When we are in proportionate ratio, or wherever in Indian education system also the ratio is proportionated, the teacher-mentor system can be incorporated very successfully. No doubt, these words, these terms are used in affiliated colleges as well. That is imitation of the institutes which are very much reputed. But when this proportion is disturbed, so managing students individually or individualized instruction may not be possible, but we have to overcome the difficulties. And now individualized instruction, it is becoming the norm, because every student is different. He certainly has different abilities. Each one need to be directed in different way. Needs of every individual students, they are different and they need to be addressed by the teacher. Teacher as the mentor, teacher as the facilitator. But what need an individual student is having, that can be realized, that can be understood if individualized instruction or instructions are imparted, and if that ratio is maintained. In this approach, students' individual talent, aptitude, and skills, they are celebrated. He does not feel that he is somewhat away from the mainstream. When the mentee-mentor, that system exists, and thereby individual attention is given to each student and individual instructions are imparted, each and every student feel himself to be in mainstream, and thereby his talents, his aptitude, and his skills certainly are celebrated, and therefore he builds his confidence. Therefore, he built interest in language acquisition as well. Therefore, student-centered approach, it is prevalent, it is trending. Not only learning become more student-centered, but even student participation. It is important, it is trending. Student participation does not mean that in traditional way, we as a teacher, we deliver the lecture and thereby question answers there are, and that is only the participation. Through this approach, There are the benchmarks which are fixed. To achieve that benchmarks within that framework, to achieve the goal, that participation, that is expected and that is trending. So teacher-centered approach, it is out of use now, and student-centered approach, it is prevalent, it is trending. Then activity-based curriculum can be designed, where certainly the outcome again can be registered, it can be realized. What is the outcome? That is most important. And therefore proving the value of language learning through stories and speech. Because you have to build competent students. You have to build competencies of the students. And if they cannot be demonstrated, your whole process of teaching and learning, it is worthless. Public speaking and presentation skill, they are enjoying new level of prestige these days. Whether it is corporate world, whether it is politics, whether it is in the school or in the colleges as well. If you have presentation skill, if you have public speaking skill, they certainly get prestige for you, prestige for the student. He can have his own identity, he can create his own world. Even in interviews, even in job opportunities, speaking and presentation, they are most important. So clear and demonstration of your skills, of your language acquisition, that is important. There is an ever increasing focus on articulate communication, spoken communication. Language acquisition, it is basically for your presentation. You may be very good at the writing, you may be very good in the paper, but each time, every time, it is not possible that you will be communicating through written communication. Most of the communication take place orally. And therefore, whenever you come across some of the situation, whenever you come across interviews, some of the job opportunities, when politics, or there are the opportunities, you have to present yourself through the language. And that is articulate communication. Then, for this, you can build in your curriculum some of the activities. Curriculum can be activity-based. Some benchmark should be achieved. Some framework there should be. And what student can do that electronically these days, it can be easily preserved. And therefore, you have demonstration of the language acquisition that you certainly have. So in second language, speech contest, debates, role playing, poetry reading, storytelling, these things are trendy. These are trending these days. So just learning some of the story, just learning some of the poem and thereby preparing through the notes and then reproducing it in examination paper, that was the trend which is out of use nowadays. But we are still following that because we do not have, you may say, other strategies. During this pandemic, particularly for conducting examination, for evaluation, what our conditions there were, not our teachers only, but even the university, even the university bodies, university authorities. We had no other form of evaluation. And therefore, in pandemic, whole of the examination system certainly has collapsed. We have come through some of the alternate arrangements, but all of them, including student, authorities, parents, society, all of them, they know that alternate arrangement was not equal to earlier one. But the earlier also is not competent to evaluate it properly, and therefore to build such kind of assessment which is asset-based, particularly in language, this can be done. And this is trending. This is certainly implemented by many European nations. In example, we have dealt with Canada as well. Then now you can use technology for language use, language learning. No doubt these days, every subject, it is being imparted through technology. In inauguration also, Honorable President of the program, he certainly has some of the resolution for the coming 3 years.
Dear sir, sorry for the interruption,
Yes.
but it's a humble request to you. Please sum up the lecture.
Okay,
Since
okay, I'm
other-
running out of time.
Okay,
I didn't know exactly at what time inauguration is. I am leading towards the end itself. So technology, already we have seen that students, they have in mobiles in their hand. So the smart devices, they are working these days. They are very smart at that, and mobile technology for learning is definitely trending. They have various things inbuilt in that, where they certainly may not need teacher directly. No doubt, for directions, for mentoring, for supervision, teacher is needed. So teacher's role is more as the facilitator these days. Mobile technology learning is called as MAL, Mobile Assisted Language Learning, and it is buzz of the day. It is similar to computer assisted language learning, which was the concept in 80s and 90s. It is possible that in future apps and some variation of mobile application may replace textbook. Now we have Kindle edition of the books. So technology-based learning in all the walks of life, in all the disciplines, in all the subjects, it is trending these days. And for language acquisition, it is more significant, they are more useful. Then linking language learning to leadership skill. Leadership does not mean that coming on the way and you are leading the public. Leading yourself, your venture, the student, whenever he goes, he can present himself. So whatever endeavor he does have, whatever project he is undertaking, maybe it is of the interaction, there he can present himself well. That also can be linked with leadership. So leadership skill, that is to be developed through language acquisition, that also is trending. In conclusion, to cut my story short, what we have spoken about, the world is changing at rapid pace. Learning is also changing. So old authoritarian models, they are giving way for new collaborative models. Collaboration of the teacher, collaboration of the student. So on equal footing they will be, and thereby learning process is to be carried out. Today, classroom is vastly different from mid to late 20th century. In those days, focus was on grammar, memorization, and learning from repetition. Nowadays, it has been replaced. Rather, language and cultural knowledge is the mean to connect to one another in the globe. And therefore, that grammar, memorization, repetition, reproduction, that is not trending these days. Geographical and physical boundaries, they are breaking. And therefore, students are transcended by technology. They are trying to reach beyond the boundaries of the nation. There are collaboration between various people of the various nations. They work on same project. So these boundaries are being broken, and therefore the trends in language learning are moving us forward in such a way as to empower our students to communicate with others across the globe in real time. So it is moving them forward, and we must adopt these changes, these new trends, and thereby We means not only teacher, but it is humble request to all the stakeholders that to think over the new issues, new trends, and thereby to incorporate them in our Indian classroom as well. Finally, I thank you for lending me your ears, listening me very with patience. I thank the management of the college, Principal Tated sir, all the organizers, convener, my friend Bode sir, and all those who certainly have organized the conference and given me the opportunity to present some of my knowledge to the student. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajesh Sikande sir, for your informative speech and for your guidance, especially on global trends in English language and literature. It was really a great pleasure to listen to you, sir. Now, I request the chairperson of this technical session, Dr. Mamta Ingole, to share her valuable remark on this occasion. Over to you, madam. Madam, can you listen me?
Yes, sir.
Are you there?
Hello. I am audible?
Yes, continue. Yeah, madam. You are audible. Please continue.
या राष्ट्रीय चर्चासत्राच्या निमित्ताने सर्वच मान्यवरांना मी मानाचा मुजरा अर्पण करते. आतापर्यंत आपण एक चांगला विषय सरांकडून ऐकत होतो आणि त्यांनी लँग्वेजच्या बाबतीमध्ये जेवढे काय प्रश्न असतील त्या सगळ्याच प्रश्नांना हात घातलेला आहे. जसे सगळेच प्रवाह आज वेगवेगळे होत आहेत, त्याच्यामध्ये आपलं साहित्याच्या दृष्टिकोनातून जर विचार केला तर जे साहित्याचे विविध प्रवाह आहेत त्याच्यामध्ये सुद्धा आज बदल घडताना आपल्याला दिसून येत आहे. मी आता इथे ग्रामीण कथा वास्तव या विषयावर थोडंसं माझं मत मांडणार आहे की हे जे समाज जीवनाचं वैशिष्ट्य निर्देशित करणाऱ्या ग्रामीण कथा हा कलाविष्कार आहे आणि ग्रामीणता हे जर मूल्य मानले तर ते त्या कथांमधून कशा रीतीने अवतरल्या जातं हे आपण ग्रामीण परिसर आहे, निसर्ग आहे, शेती व्यवसाय आहे, धार्मिक आणि त्या सगळ्यात ज्या समस्या आहेत त्या सगळ्यांचाच विचार या ग्रामीणत्वाच्या मूल्यामध्ये करावा लागतो. विचार जर केला तर ग्रामीणता हे तत्व व्यक्त करणारा कथात्म असा हा प्रकार आहे. ग्रामीणत्व हे ग्रामीण साहित्याचे मूल्य मानले की ग्रामीण साहित्याच्या आकलनाची दिशाही स्पष्ट होते. आनंद यादव आहेत, नागनाथ कोतापल्ले आहेत, यांनी आपल्या ग्रामीणता हे वैशिष्ट्य आणि विशेषण त्याला मानलं आहे. त्यामुळे ग्रामीण साहित्याचे मराठी स्वतंत्र अस्तित्व सिद्ध करता येणार नाही. कोणत्याही प्रवाही साहित्य मागे तत्वज्ञानाचे अधिष्ठान आहे. ग्रामीणता हे मूल्य मानले की ग्रामीण साहित्याचे स्वतंत्र अस्तित्व त्यामुळे सिद्ध होते. काही समीक्षकांनी, काही लेखकांनी ग्रामीण जीवन आणि संस्कृती ही स्थितीशील मानली आहे. नागनाथ कोतापल्ले सरांनी सुद्धा बदलत्या ग्रामीण जीवनाचा ग्रामीण संस्कृतीवर होणारा परिणाम कसा आहे आणि ते विभक्त होऊ शकत नाही या संदर्भात मान्य केला आहे. एकूणच गतिशीलता हे मानवी जीवनाच्या परिवर्तनाचं सूत्र आहे. ग्रामीण जीवनही त्यापासून वेगळं असू शकत नाही. जे समाजात घडतं त्याचं वास्तव चित्रण साहित्यातून येत असतं आणि ग्रामीण कथाही त्याला अपवाद नाहीये. मराठीतील ग्रामीण साहित्याचा विचार केल्यास आपल्याला मुख्य 3 कालखंड दिसत आहेत. प्रारंभ ते 1960, 1960 ते 1980 आणि 1980 पासून ते आजतागायत. याच्यामध्ये जसे नवीन प्रवाह कसे येत गेले त्याचाही अभ्यास या निमित्तानं आपण करणार आहोत. 1960 पर्यंतचं जे ग्रामीण साहित्य आहे ते सरंजामशाहीने केलेल्या गोरगरिबांच्या मागास जातींच्या शोषणाचे केंद्र मानले जाणारे आणि काहीसे कलावादी आणि रंजनवादी होते. बोली, खेडूतांचे व्यक्तिचित्रण, ग्रामजीवनातील अज्ञान, रूढी, परंपरा यांनी तयार झालेल्या संस्कृतीचे चित्रण लोकांना हसवण्यासाठी केले जात होते. ग्रामीण साहित्य विनोदी साहित्य बनते की काय अशी ही शंका यायला लागली होती. परंतु 1960 नंतर मात्र ग्रामीण कथेचा हा जो प्रांत आहे तो खऱ्या अर्थाने विकसित झाला. कारण नवीन पिढी इथे आता जी पिढी गावात होती ती शिकून सवरून शहरात आलेली आहे. आणि मग त्यांनी खेडूतांचं व्यक्तिचित्रण आहे, ग्रामजीवनातील अज्ञान आहे, रूढी आहे, परंपरा आहे आणि यांनी तयार झालेल्या संस्कृती चित्रण करायला सुरुवात केली आहे. त्यानंतर जाणीवपूर्वक गंभीर लेखन करणारी लेखक मंडळी याच्यामुळे यामध्ये आपल्याला दिसते. ग्रामीण कथेचा चेहरा मोहरा थोडासा त्यांनी बदलून टाकायचा प्रयत्न केलेला आहे. आणि ही जी नवीन पिढी आहे या नवीन पिढीला जे लेखन जे करता आहेत ते ग्रामीणता हे मूल्य अंगी रुजवून घेणारे लेखक आहेत आणि म्हणून मग त्यातून बरेचसं ग्रामीण जीवनाचं दर्शन होत जात आहे. आणि ही जी नवीन पिढी आहे ही नवीन मध्यमवर्गीय जाणीवांचं कवच भेदून ग्रामीण जीवनानुभवाला भेटणारी पिढी आहे. या काळातील जी कथा आहे ती स्थूल प्रादेशिकतेऐवजी प्रदेश विशिष्ट ग्रामीणतेकडे जास्त झुकली. ग्रामीण वास्तवाची विविध अंग आकळण्याचा प्रयत्नही या कथांनी केलाय. भाषेच्या बाबतीतही आता ही कथा अधिक सजग झालेली आपल्याला दिसते. कथेची आविष्कार शैली घडवताना बोली भाषेचा उपयोग केला गेला. ती बोली भाषेची ताकद पचवल्या गेली आणि आपल्या समोर एक चांगल्या कथा समोर आल्या. 1970 नंतर मराठी ग्रामीण कथेचं स्वरूप आणि आशय रूपबंधाच्या अंगाने बरेचसे बदल झालेले आपल्याला दिसतात. आणि या काळात ग्रामीण कथा आपल्या ग्राम बोलीसह ग्राम जीवनातील अस्सलतेचं प्रकटन करू लागली आहे. 1980-90 नंतर मात्र ग्रामीण कथा आणि ग्रामीण बोली यांच्यात वाद रंगत राहिला. 1990 नंतर मात्र ग्रामीण कथाकारांनी खऱ्या अर्थाने स्वानुभवातून आपल्या कथेला ग्रामीण वास्तवाचे परिणाम प्राप्त करून दिले आहे असं आपल्याला दिसतं. 60 कालखंडात ज्या आघाडीच्या लेखकांनी वाचकांच्या मनावर मोहिनी घातली होती त्याच्यापैकी बरेच जण नवोत्तर नंतर इतर लेखन साहित्याकडे सुद्धा वळताना आपल्याला दिसतात. अपवाद रार बोराडे यांचं कडबा आणि कंस, मनोहर तल्लारांचं कॅन्सल, शेतीचं बदलतं स्वरूप, उत्पन्नाची
मॅडम यू आर म्यूट, यू आर नॉट ऑडिबल. मॅडम आपला आवाज येत नाहीये. बहुतेक तुम्ही प्रवासात असल्यामुळे नेटवर्क इश्यू आहे.
चित्रण
मॅडम हॅलो मॅडम, आपला आवाज डिस्टर्ब होतोय. बहुतेक आपण प्रवासामध्ये असल्यामुळे नेटवर्क इश्यू येतोय.
प्रवासात आहे मी, प्रवासात.
ओके सर. सो ओके मॅम, हे खूप जास्त डिस्टर्ब होते मॅडम ते नेटवर्क. सो शाल बी मूव्ह अहेड. आम्ही समोर जाऊ शकतो.
हो सर, नक्की जाऊ समोर जा. कारण कसं आहे की मी प्रवासातच आहे आणि
सॉरी मॅडम फॉर द इंटरप्शन. मी पांडे सरांना अशी विनंती करतो की त्यांनी टेक्निकल सेशन समोर घ्यावं.
शुभेच्छा देते आहे, शुभेच्छा देते आणि थांबतो.
Thank you, madam, for your valuable remark in the first technical session of today's national conference. Now I request each one, sir, head of the Marathi department of our college, to present vote of thanks on the behalf of organizing committee. Over to you, teacher one, sir.
धन्यवाद पांडे सर. संत गाडगे बाबा अमरावती विद्यापीठ अमरावती अंतर्गत श्री दत्त प्रासादिक शिक्षण प्रसारक मंडळ आर्नी द्वारा संचालित स्वर्गीय राजकमलजी भारती कला वाणिज्य व श्रीमती सुशीलाबाई राजकमलजी भारती विज्ञान महाविद्यालयात आज दिनांक 21 एप्रिल 2022 ला आर्ट, कॉमर्स, ह्युमॅनिटी आणि IQAC विभागातर्फे एक दिवसीय आंतरविद्याशाखीय राष्ट्रीय ई परिषदेचे आयोजन करण्यात आले आहे. आजच्या या उद्घाटनीय सत्रानंतर सुरू झालेल्या इंग्रजी व मराठी विभागाच्या पहिल्या सत्राकरिता लाभलेले प्रमुख वक्ते प्रोफेसर राजेश श्रीखंडे हे ऑनलाईन उपस्थित राहून आपणास मोलाचे मार्गदर्शन केल्याबद्दल मी त्यांचे इंग्रजी, मराठी विभाग व महाविद्यालयाच्या वतीने मनपूर्वक आभार मानतो. तसेच आजच्या पहिल्या सत्राच्या अध्यक्षा डॉक्टर ममता इंगोले, मराठी विभाग प्रमुख पातूर, मराठी व वाणिज्य भाषा अभ्यास मंडळ संत गाडगेबाबा अमरावती विद्यापीठ अमरावती यांनी साठोत्तरी मराठी साहित्यातील नवप्रवाह या विषयावर अत्यंत मौलिक असे मार्गदर्शन केल्याबद्दल मी त्यांचे मराठी विभाग, इंग्रजी विभाग व महाविद्यालयाच्या वतीने मनपूर्वक आभार मानतो. तसेच ऑनलाईन कार्यक्रमाला उपस्थित आमच्या महाविद्यालयाचे ग्रंथालय विभाग प्रमुख डॉक्टर शशिकांत वानकडे सर यांचेही मी आभार मानतो व उपस्थित सर्व माझ्या बंधू भगिनींचे आभार मानून पुढील सूत्रसंचालन प्राध्यापक पांडे सर करतील अशी मी त्यांना विनंती करतो.
With this vote of thanks from UD Chavan sir, we conclude the technical session first. Now I immediately start the second technical session. Very good afternoon, everybody. The dignitaries, resource persons, the chairman of this technical session, the resource person, all the delegates, participants, research scholars, and dear students. I welcome you all in the second technical session of today's one-day National In Conference on recent trends in arts, commerce, and humanities, organized by Departments of Arts, Commerce, and IQAC. For this session, we have Dr. Veena Kamble, Vasantrao Naik College, Aurangabad, as a chairman, and Dr. Sonal Singh, associate professor and head school of studies in library science, Vikram University, Ujjain, Madhya Pradesh, as a resource person for this technical session. I would like to request Dr. Veena Kamble to join us and occupy as the chairperson of this second technical session. Thank you, madam. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thanks, madam. Stay with us. First, we will give an opportunity to our resource person, and then we will ask you to talk about your subject. May I now request Dr. Sonal Singh to please take distinguished chair as a resource person for this technical session. Welcome you to this one day national e-conference, madam. Thank you.
Yes.
Now I would like to give you a brief introduction of Dr. Sonal Singh. She is the resource person of today's conference. Dr. Sonal Singh is currently working as associate professor and head of School of Studies in Library and Information Science, Vikram University, Ujjain, Madhya Pradesh. She has achieved her PhD in Library Science from Vikram University, Ujjain. She has 32 years of teaching experience and is 13 years of an administrative experience for heading the department. She has authored 4 books and edited 8 books. She has contributed more than 90 papers in various journals and conferences. She has also written many articles in newspapers too. She is a good orator and a course writer, editor for open universities. She is a member of expert committee at NCERT to develop a training manual for school libraries. She is the expert member of Board of Studies and Research Degree Committee of different universities. With this brief introduction, I request Dr. Sonal Singh to deliver her speech. Over to you, madam.
वीडियो को देखो, देखो तो क्या करें. Hello.
Yes, madam, you are audible.
Yeah, yeah, sir. 1 minute, I'm sharing my PPTs. Good morning to one and all. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah. Good morning to one and all. My PPTs are visible, sir?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, visible.
Okay. So before starting my presentation, I would like to thank all the organizing committee, organizers, patrons, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, and
Excuse me, ma'am,
everyone.
your video is off.
Okay. CP. Video
If you
is
want
on.
to go ahead with without video, then please, madam, continue.
No, sir.
Yeah. Now you are visible.
Sir, PPT is visible?
Yes, PPT is visible, ma'am, but you are not visible. Your video, I think, is off. Now you are visible now.
Okay. And PPT?
No, now PPT is not visible. I think one of them is visible only. Go ahead, ma'am. Don't worry.
Okay. Okay. So I will share the PPT, sir, then.
Okay, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. Today I'll speak on innovation in library science in new era. So I would like to start my presentation by highlighting on the change. On the change. Change, as you know, change is the only constant. One who is ready to change can survive in any of the conflicting situations. Change becomes necessary to overcome various physical, physiological, psychological, economic, political, managerial, environmental, behavioral, and societal problems. Change is the essential ingredient for leading a better and comfortable life. Change is required to make the society peaceful, happy, and satisfied. Through changing attitude, efforts are made to fulfill the basic needs of everyone by creating a nascent thought, nascent idea, new skills, new machinery, modifications in old theories, discovering substitute to natural resources through creativity and research so as to stay ahead in overpopulated world. George Bernard Shaw has rightly said, progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. So, nothing is permanent in the world, but only the change. The world is changing in all the ways. We can see that society is changing, shape, technology, techniques, and mode of publications are also changing. Educational development is the main pillar of any country, and information is also generating in various formats and flowing very fast. Learning is also shifting from traditional classrooms to e-learning platforms. Now, libraries are the reservoir of knowledge, and knowledge is the power. Knowledge is the key. Knowledge is the key to success. Knowledge and libraries are the storehouse of knowledge. Knowledge is infinite, continuum, dynamic, and multidimensional, and it grows through research. The knowledge is the common term for all whatever is known to man. When we divide this knowledge into bits, then every bit is known as subject. Similarly, library science is also a branch of knowledge. So today we will see what are the developments in the field of library science. One minute, sorry, it is not changing. My slide is not moving. Yeah.
Madam, your slide are moving. You continue.
Okay, sir. Okay. So let us see the development of library science from library. We all know that library is a social institution charged with the work of information, inspiration, and creation and recreation. Library is today is not merely a storehouse of books, but it is the indispensable part, essential part, most meaningful part of its parent body, parent institution. The aim is to achieve the goal of parent institution, to fulfill the objectives of parent institution, and to prove its existence for the community, for the society, and to establish itself as a successful institution through satisfactory services. Today, libraries have different names, but if we see that since the time immemorial, libraries are the indispensable part of society. If we go to the manuscript age, we find that in manuscript age, knowledge was handwritten and books or knowledge was stored on some other material, and it was handwritten, and it was very rare and valuable, because if the knowledge is lost, then whatever is written is lost, because multiple copies was not possible to prepare. So at that time, libraries were devoted to the preservation of knowledge. Library was functioning as the storehouse of knowledge, and librarian functioned as the caretaker and custodian of knowledge. Now, after it, then the next step is the printing age. In the mid of 15th century, there was invention of printing, and as a result of printing, it was possible to prepare multiple copies of books. Hence, the knowledge was not supposed to be the rare, as there was not any threat for knowledge loss. So the libraries, which is the indispensable part of society and is supposed to fulfill the aims of society. The society desired that knowledge should be distributed to one and all, and libraries started serving towards the use of knowledge to different persons according to their need. And accordingly, for keeping knowledge in an organized manner in the library, different techniques were started, like acquisition, classification, cataloging, and circulation. Then, after the printing age, the next age was documentation age. It was the printing age, but due to population pressure, the number of researches was increased. The research became the primary aim to fulfill the basic needs of the society, and research was started in each and every field. Accordingly, the research results were to publish in a small documents or micro documents, and in addition to books, periodicals, journals started publishing. So in the documentation age, we moved from macro documents or macro thoughts or books to micro documents or periodicals. The periodicals were having nascent thought, the new thought, which was the result of the research, and it was giving the result of latest researches. All the issues, the book was a complete complete item in itself, but if it is a journal, then issues come, and when all the issues are published, then it is bound into a volume, and it is the one complete volume. So it was of continuous nature. Whatever techniques we applied for acquisition of books were not possible here, and again the library changed its techniques to fulfill the objectives of society. So in documentation age, we started indexing to provide the list of latest articles published, abstracting to provide a short abstract with the abstract, so that users or readers can be aware of whatever has been published and which article will be useful for them and which article they should read in complete. Then translation services, knowledge started publishing in various languages, and every reader cannot know all the languages, but he has to know what researches are going on in his research field, so as to avoid the duplication of research. So ultimately, translation services started. The abstract of articles published in different languages was published in English, and accordingly, by reading the abstract, if it is found useful for the user, he can demand for the translation. And then reprography, as it is of the latest nature, it cannot be issued. But if anyone is in need of the any article, we can provide him the photocopy of it, keeping in mind the plagiarism and copyright. So whole book or whole periodical should not be copied, but the required thing is to be given. Now, after printing age, we moved towards the information age. Then in information age, users demanded not the books, not the complete only article, but only the exact information. So the aim of library was to provide right information to right user at the right time. In this way, information, exact information was provided, information and was given in the electronic format, and it was given to the users. In electronic format, the information was stored in the form of CDs and DVDs in the library. Then came the digital age. In digital age, the information is digitized. It was accessed through internet and computer. It was in the digital format, and it was very useful, as the users were able to access the information 24/7 days. There was no foundation, no physical boundaries, no geographical boundaries. Library developed in the structure of libraries without wall and tried to give the users access to all the available resources through internet. So today's world, The libraries are digitized, and in digital world, we have to provide digital information for which librarian should be the high-tech, he should be the techno friendly, and he should be able to provide the digital face to the library. The libraries today are given digital face through library website, and to deal with online users, to inform them about the latest events and resources, to get their feedback for further improvement. And today's librarian need an intensive training program to become techno-friendly, to play multi-dimensional roles as website developer, end user trainer, interface designer, and a round-the-clock researcher to develop innovative ideas for improving global education. So new technologies are added to library science to make the future librarians yeah. So now we move towards the smart library. A smart library where the libraries are, as we know, libraries are the early adopter of every technology which is emerged and are constantly updating their services through ICTs. So modern libraries are rightly known as smart libraries, devoted towards providing ICT-based specialized services. Due to rapid transformation of libraries, all the emerging technologies are to be added in LIS syllabus to produce well competent future library professionals. So today the academic libraries are growing into transforming into smart libraries, and the aim is to fulfill the changing needs of the society. And the main place of library devoted to service and consumer, not the infrastructure. And a smart library is a set of various electronic resources accompanied by specialized services which are provided by the use of information and communication technologies. A smart library is a new quality of a library in which the expert uses of hardware, services, and internet leads to quality changes in the user-librarian interaction, allowing acquisition of new effects for better service. A smart library organizes the smart work based on the smart infrastructure, taking into account the needs of users who play an important role in the development of library smart culture. Technology in the smart library, previously based on information and knowledge, is transformed into technologies based on interaction and exchange of experience. A smart technology, smart library using technological innovation and the internet provides user with the opportunity to acquire knowledge on the basis of the system multidimensional vision of knowledge. So if we see the today's librarian, he is techno-friendly and trying his best to provide the required right information to right user at right time in the required format, and that too in an affordable way. So innovation is done in each and every field, and also in the field of library. If we define library science is a branch of knowledge which deals with the systematic study of reservoir of knowledge for keeping the recorded knowledge safe through various organizing techniques for its fast and easy retrieval to one and all. Now, innovation. Library needs to provide more interactive services to their users. With the advancement of information and communication technology, there has been a paradigm shift in the library services and the roles of librarians. Now today, library is no longer the storehouse of books. Internet with modern technology changed the whole scenario. Now almost every educational institute, public library, special library upgraded their library services for the betterment of the users. There are many innovative services which are provided in the libraries, and whatever new technique is coming, it is applied to the library, and whatever new technology is coming is to be uh, taught to the users for uh, is to be taught to the users for making them better librarians. So the library science syllabus is regularly to be updated to incorporate the latest tools and technologies. A library science is always ready to adopt an ever emerging new technologies. It is shifting towards digital world and includes information policy, information literacy, information society, social media, equity to access, sustainability and ICTs, information explosion, intellectual property rights, intellectual freedom, digital divide, open access, scanning technologies, various softwares, and etc. There are many developments in the field of library and information science, which are to be incorporated in the syllabus so as to teach the future librarians. So some of them are, if we go, these are MOOCs to provide distance education in online mode, mobile learning, which can be provided anytime, anywhere, QR codes to deliver messages to end users, RFID applications for quick circulations and security purposes, Internet of Things as an expansion of Internet, giving facility of connecting any device to Internet and communicating with other devices, having IP address, digital literacy to develop ability of a person to use a range of technological tools for various purposes, big data to handle larger sets of data, then instant messaging, automated branch library, recommender system, website promoting tools, mobile apps, web opaque, RFID, repository, online chat, social media platform, library discovery services, virtual reference services, consortium services, RSS feeds, mashups, digital media lab. So there are a lot of updation in the syllabus, and these all techniques, not only the theoretical but practical techniques, are also taught in the library science course to make the libraries highly technical. Now modern library is called the Learning Resource Center, as here that learning for different subjects is provided. Librarian is supposed to be the master of universe of knowledge. He is supposed to be the teacher of teachers. He solves the problems of not only the students, but also of the teachers. And ultimately, library is known as Learning Resource Center, where everyone is welcomed and can get whatever is required for him. Library is called the laboratory of learning. Learning means acquiring of knowledge. Learning is relatively permanent change in behavior. Learning is the ability to apply knowledge across a variety of instances or circumstances. Learning is the act of acquiring new or modifying existing knowledge, behaviors, skills, values, or preferences, and may involve synthesizing different types of information. Learning new things is very important for our self-esteem. Learning new gets us access to new and different opportunities. So in short, learning across our various lives is essential for staying up to date and in ever changing world. So library is the laboratory of learning devoted towards creation of thinking people, cultivated men and women gifted with disciplined mind, high intellect and moral caliber. Library is a part and parcel of its parent institution, devoted to satisfy the curiosity of readers, to know the unknown, to see the unseen, and to explore the unexplored. Library helps in transforming passive learners to active learners by providing right information to right user at right time and in the required format. Because of these qualities, library is called the temple of learning and is essential for human welfare. It makes human society familiar with past intellectual contributions, make familiar with growing and ever-adding knowledge. Library is the product of our cultural maturation. It is essentially a response to total communication patterns of modern society. The advent and advance of democracy, the extension of horizons of education, the intensification of research, and the virtual explosion of knowledge and information have necessitated the services of a well-stocked, well-staffed, well-organized, and up-to-date library. Library is the live depository of the cultural past that anticipates the future. The collection must be used by the largest possible extent and with least trouble. So library is essentially a part of learned society. Now, whatever we will see the different areas of syllabus in detail, like MOOCs. So MOOC, as we all know, is the massive open online course. It is a free and web-based learning platform for providing formal education to learners. It provides virtual opportunity to each and every person to opt any course without any cost or attendance requirement. It just needs internet connection and a device to access the internet so as to participate in the course. These courses are attractive and easily understandable through short videos, quizzes, discussion forum, assessment, etc. MOOC is a revolutionary step and is very popular among students, teachers, librarians, publishers, etc. It provides distance education. It provides distance education in online mode and is very helpful for those who are unable to join the course in physical mode because of financial constraints or time mismatch. In addition, it also provides facility for interaction with subject experts. Thus, it is the boon for the learners to learn. Thus, it is the boon for the learners to learn in spare time without disturbing their routine work. The LIS faculty and librarians can increase their technical skills and help the user community through their academic development. Now, in a country like India, it is very useful because of financial constraints, and many can join it without disturbing their routine work. So it is very beneficial for faculty also. It promotes to faculty to move towards the latest technology. Hence, they are getting improvement in their technical skills. It provides global visibility to the faculty, and it also offers them to get courses for their own academic development regardless of age or any criteria. It is also beneficial for the learners. Learners get benefited as MOOC provide them opportunity of interaction with the people of different society, country, and various profession. With the help of these platforms, They are able to get the courses of international level at their doorstep. There is no geographical foundation. Here the learners get opportunity to complete the course of their own at their own convenience. It offers learning at their own pace. MOOCs are open for everyone regardless of age, experience or status. So it provides an environment of a real classroom. So MOOCs are the web-based educational platforms, and the goals of MOOCs are very diverse. It ranges from teaching, and it provides knowledge from the basic skills to professional development to offering certificates when completed, or serving just as a platform for content and materials to be picked up as needed. They have emerged as a valuable educational and learning forum. MOOCs provide platform to libraries in building reputation and prove their importance in this digital age. Now, the next, which is very important for libraries and the library science syllabus, is the mobile learning. We all know that mobile learning is very useful uh, these days. It represents learning anytime, anywhere. Mobiles are handheld, user-friendly device. It is very useful for libraries to provide digital library content on mobile devices. Libraries can provide opaque online public access catalog services, text messages, SMS alert services, current awareness services, RSS feed services, reference services, social networking, library database browsing, e-resources browsing, etc. Library can provide text-a librarian service to answer various queries. So the mobile technology is very useful for the libraries. Mobile technology has now thought of libraries in hand trained. Our administrators are in move to decide how these gadgets are influencing data, get to and guarantee that they are speaking with benefactors and giving web content in the most proper and successful ways. Our librarians must be set up to take this test and put their endeavors to build the market and interest of versatile access to customized realities and data wherever, any place, all alone handheld gadget. Since mobile took care of gadgets genuinely, are close to the home gadgets, seek accounts and physical areas can be trackled to deliver, move, accept. Now, mobile can be applied to the library, and there are various services which need to be implemented in the future, like notification via mobile. Libraries may give the alarm or or the most recent news, occasion and notification by means of SMS and MMS to clients wherever they may be, there may be go. The clients can be informed in a split second with C cautions, for example, alarms on conveying new books to the notice of clients for recommendation, implication of lending of indented reports by clients, illuminating accessibility of saved records of gathering, accessing about late books, remarkable find, suggestions to return, library things, recharge books, library handouts, e-diaries bought in, change in timings, data about vital occasions, advance asks for, and so forth. Now, during education, it is very common for students to utilize their cell phones and different versatile applications. Scholastic libraries can saddle the favorable position to lead the execution of library benefits through cell phones to help separate learning, formal instruction, and research exercises in e-learning condition by making the data assets pervasive. Library administrations ought to likewise mix with instructing and research routing with regards to school, college, academic group, or different supporters from whom they serve. Now, mobile can provide opaque services, that is online public access catalog. Library provide access to a variety of its resources and databases. The users can just enter search terms and see results that are designed specifically for mobile performance. This service incorporates opaque online community index, coordinated pursuit, and unique archive seeks OCLC's WorldCat mobile application pilot enables clients to scan for and discover books and different materials accessible in their nearby libraries through a web application and can access from. Mobile databases can also be possible. Libraries give access to an assortment of its assets and databases. The clients can simply enter look terms and get comes about that are planned particularly for portable review. This service includes opaque, coordinated hunt, and unique record seek OCLC records. OCLC's WorldCat mobile application pilot enables clients to look for and discover books and different materials accessible to their neighborhood libraries through a web application they can access from a PDA or an advanced mobile phone. It is not just libraries that
Excuse
have
me,
seen
ma'am.
the written
Excuse me,
work
ma'am.
on the divider with respect to the mobile web.
Excuse
However,
me, ma'am.
scholastic programming and database suppliers have begun appreciating compactness. Numerous academic
Excuse me,
database
ma'am.
administration applications are giving interfaces,
List
mobile collections. Hello? Yes, I'm audible, na, sir?
Yes, madam, you are audible.
Okay.
Continue.
Yeah. So, libraries can likewise offer their benefactors computerized media accumulations, and they can take and go, empowering them to profit by library benefits remotely. They can incorporate books, book recordings, accumulations, e-books, and video and music documents. Then mobile-based library lending service is also possible. As in managing an account and financial parts, libraries can detail control for utilizing mobiles for the flow of pursuing materials and support of clients' accounts. The cell phones make interlibrary loan record conveniently benefited, and they can use it on mobiles. Then current awareness service is also possible through mobile phones. They can access and pursue the same over their mobiles. The reference service in libraries today are ending up progressively virtual as an ever increasing number of specialists are working remotely. Innovation, for example, texting, email, and SMS content informing are making it simple, or then again libraries to keep up their performance as data center points by offering advantageous administrations to occupied clients. E-resources in mobile interference are also possible. A few distributors are, as of now, conveying e-books that are available by means of cell phones. It offers access to an assortment of databases and computerized assets. For example, e-books, e-journals, web databases, thesis, book recordings, gushing music, movies, pictures, and article databases, which can be utilized on portable. These accumulations can either be downloaded from the library sites without anyone else's cell phones, or libraries loan cell phones with the accumulations as of now on them. A substantial gathering of book recordings, both free and membership-based administrators, are accessible for download and furthermore transferable to cell phones. Libraries can make utilization of sight and sound informing administration on cell phones to share photographs, recordings, and sounds. A large portion of the digital book distributors give 24/7 access to the library membership from any web terminal inside the grounds. Also on cell phones, for example, iPads, Android gadgets, and Kindle. Now, it is very advantageous. The mobile access for academics is very advantageous for increasing interactive capabilities, for having the ability to access information. It is time saving and it is the personalized service. Portable library benefits is a particular and customized benefit that collaborate library experts and increase particular reference. Now, library staff has to develop some skills for which in-service training courses may be organized, and they should be sent, that they should be, the administrator should be ready to depute them for having this training in-service training. And the future librarians or the students who are taking the course of library science should be given training for about these new skills. So it requires learning of equipment and programming of cell phones, familiarity with web, internet administrations like utilizing emails, SMS, and spam for styling, and so on. Develop a skill in ensuring protection and security levels, as additional customized data is associated with utilizing mobiles for library administrations. Skills identified with looking and exploring through cell phones, portable web applications like push emails, and so on. Skills for interfacing with clients by means of advanced cell phones, versatile cordial website pages, and outside middle person customers. Skills are identifying with preparing and client introduction to advertise their administration to clients. So these are the some of the developments in the library fields. Now the next is QR codes. QR, as it stands for quick response. Quick response code is a type of matrix barcode and can hold much more information than regular barcode. Libraries are using QR codes as a medium to deliver a message to end user. It helps libraries in promoting their services. It provides quick access to library resources. It can be used on bookshelves, library posters, and many other places to bring a wealth of knowledge to the scanner of the QR code. QR codes can link unlimited information. A QR code can link to songs, videos, websites, surveys, and also library exhibitions. It can link to library audio tours for orientation. It is very important to train the students for generating QR codes. Now, the next is RFID application. Libraries are always busy in circulation and shelving of reading materials. RFID stands for radio frequency identification. It provides a solution to solve problems through quick circulation operations, inventory and security of library collection. By tagging books and other returnable library assets, RFID enables efficient tracking and monitoring of these items. It has solved the problem of theft detection in libraries and is very useful for the libraries to keep them safe and devote their time in library management. Now, the next innovation is Internet of Things. Internet is rapidly growing and has become the need of an hour. Internet of Things is expansion of internet in which any device can be connected to the internet and allows communication with other devices which are having IP address. It can play a vital role in various fields of library like accessing library resources, location-based services, collection management, library electronic equipment management, identification of members of library, overdue fine payment, library orientation program, etc. It helps in providing better services to users and can bring revolutionary changes in the library. So Internet of Things is a combination of electronic devices, software, sensors, and network connectivity which collect and exchange the information. Every object is connected through the sensors and can easily be controlled by remote access without human interaction. It is a combination of computer-based system and physical world to improve economic benefits, accuracy, and efficiency. The Internet of Things has a unique identifier for each object to transmit a data over a network without human to human or human to computer interaction. It is a micro electromechanical system or wireless technology. It works as intelligence based. These days, companies' consumer electronic item has a facility to sense the consumer performances, its needs and wants because of the sensors based technology. Also take a feedback from the user and give him some advice and benefits to improve the efficiency of the particular product which is taken by the users. So social networking sites have the latest feature to track the nearby location to increase the social activities. GPS tracking system can easily track the object to know the current location of the particular object. That information can make easy to take the decision for delivery of product. It is totally based on the Internet of Things technology, which makes easier in the decision making. So Internet of Things can be applied to the library. A library is an organization where any user interact for access the information, and the object to object interaction is possible, and it plays a vital role in accessing information. A user can easily access the available library resources without human interaction. It reduces users' time and provides the exact information as per users' requirement. So it also provides inventory control. All the information available in the library like books, journals, magazines, connected through the sensors through RFID tags. It easily controls by the Internet of Things and find the accurate information. Stock verification is also easy due to this technology. The movement of every item can also measure through Internet of Things technology. Then theft management is also possible as all the items in the libraries are connected with the RFID tag. The entry gate enables with sensors and transponders with loud alarms when any user passes through it. The alarm starts ringing and can block the theft of the inventory. It can also be useful for automatically closing the door when someone is taking the book outside. Now, circulation desks, which is one of the important sections of libraries where users come and interact, issue return of books, maintain records, issuing library cards, overdues, etc. is done. RFID technology can make easy to issue return of books and user needs not to follow the queue, which generally occurs in the library. Through Internet of Things, the user easily finds the information, issue return information, overdue information, reminders, etc. provide on his mobile technology, the application automatically. So Internet of Things reduces human efforts and save times of the users and also of the staff. Even if no manpower is present at the circulation desk, a user can easily perform the task, whatever is needed. User identification is also possible as sensors at the library gate verify the user by the face recognition system matching the database. The gate allows those users which has an authorized user. If any user not match the database, the electronic mail will generated and automatically sent to the librarian. The librarian has the authority to give the permission of those kinds of users. It also accesses by the remotely. The Internet of Things has become the made easier for the user identification. Then reservation of books is also possible through Internet of Things, as it provides facility for the book reservation. A user can search the book by using web opaque and reserve the book for issue. Through the web opaque, the user can find the exact location of book. User can easily pick up from the rack without human interaction. The Internet of Things provides a facility through beep sound and flashlight of book location. The user can easily find the book. Then fire detection and prevention is also possible. It is an important factor for any library to prevent the fire by fire sensors. If any fire cause arises in the library, the sensors automatically send the message to the fire officer and inform to concerned officer at any time, anywhere. Then mobile reference is also possible. Through the mobile application, you can touch with the library and all the library facility access through the mobile application. By using the Internet of Things tools, a user can access all the resources of the library. All the services which is available at the online user can access through his mobile application. Then tracking movement of resources and inventory is also possible. And virtual library and book tracking is also possible. So Internet of Things is a boon for the libraries. Then next is information literacy or digital literacy. Information literacy is the ability to find, evaluate, organize, use, and communicate information in its various formats. It is much required for the decision making, problem solving, knowledge acquisition, etc. Digital literacy means ability of a person to use a range of technological tools for various purposes, and it also means awareness of limitations of technologies and the dangers and precautions in using these technologies. True digital literacy means using technology to create something new. At educational level, the role of librarian and the teachers is to teach the students to become digitally literate. Digital literacy empowers the users as well as the library professionals to access the information available on digital platforms. Digitally literate librarians can assist the users in searching the information from web-based resources using various technologies. So information literacy is very important in the modern technological world to teach the students about the how to become digitally literate. Next is big data. Big data is a new method. Big data is a new method. It is used to handle large set of data in the technology industry. The data that is available in the largest set and which cannot be stored, accessed, captured, and analyzed by traditional methods is called big data. Big data analysis is very important to find some useful information. Big data has several approaches in libraries, such as meeting with end user needs, enhancing users' growth, weeding out useless collection, etc. So there are many electronic resources. Learning Resource Center is now known as the local gateway for national and global electronic resources. LRC or Learning Resource Center provides remote access facility to registered users. Paid resources can be accessed by username and password, and when these are freely available, there are many open access resources are also available. Now, if anyone wants scholarly literatures, these are the web search engines for scholarly literatures like Google Scholar, Microsoft Academic, Base, Core, Science Government. Now, you can go here and search the documents. The open door is the open access directory of open access repositories. It aims to provide support for the academic and research activity to global community, and it allows widest use of all repository globally. By clicking on this link, we can use it. Then JSTOR, it is the digital library of academic content. It runs more than 2,600 top scholarly journals in humanities, social sciences, and sciences. It provides access to more than 6,500 open access books from more than 85 publishers at no cost for all over the world without any registration. So this is also very useful for the libraries. Then Government of India has also initiated many e-resources, and these e-resources are available like NDLI. This is a National Digital Library. It is the virtual repository of learning resources. It provides, it is 24/7 access with a single window search, and access to modules or learning materials can be filtered as according to need. So it is also very useful. Then InflibNet, Information and Library Network Center. It is devoted towards the promoting of scholarly communication among academicians and researchers in India. It completely automation of libraries of academic institutions, and it provides access to scholarly peer-reviewed electronic resources to universities. InflibNet has major activities like e-consortium, which includes e-Shod Sindhu, Shod Shuddhi, N-List, and InFeed. Open access initiatives, Shodh Ganga, Shodh Gangotri, library automation like Indicate, Union Catalog, and Soul, ranking and accreditation through NIRF, ARINA, e-India, NAC, e-content development and services, scholarly network, Vidwan expert databases. These all is available on InflibNet. Then e-consortium, it is bridging digital divide and move towards an information-rich society, moving towards developing the National Electronic Library, and Shuddhi to enhance research quality, and N-List is for the colleges. Then NESDOC, this is the National Social Science Documentation Center. It provides support services to researchers in social sciences through web OPIC, online databases, or e-resources. It also maintains collection of unpublished doctoral dissertations, research project reports, current and old volumes of social science journals of Indian and foreign origin. It also provides access to ICSSR social science e-resources remotely. That means, of course, these are the links through which we can access NASDOC. Then NISCARE, this is the National Institute for Science, Communication and Information Resources, and it is the largest portfolio for scholarly peer-reviewed research journals in the area of science, and through this link we can access it. Then SERA, it is the consortium of e-resources in agriculture. In agriculture, we can find full text open access journals to the members. Then DRDO e-journal consortium, this is Defense Research and Development Organization. It's e-resource e-journal consortium. It facilitates sharing of resources and improve access to information. Then National Medical Library Armed Consortium, electronic resources in medical consortium. These are for medical science. Then HELNET, this is for health science. It is in the state of Karnataka, and it was started with a vision to improve the quality of education and research in the colleges affiliated to Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences. It provides access to world-class health science literature and information resources to students, teachers, and researchers. Then DELCON Consortium, it is the major project of Department of Biotechnology. It aims to provide quality change in research and availability of large spectrum of journals in the institutions with least cost. Then UGC DAE Consortium.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Since we are running late, it's a humble request to please sum up the lecture.
Okay, sir. 1 minute. So we come to the conclusion of today's lecture, that to sum up, I will say that knowledge is infinite. It is continuously growing through research. Every subject is growing to benefit the society, and so also the library science. The aim is to properly organize the information for its fast retrieval. The aim is to use the technology for the repetitive jobs to make the librarians free from routine work and to devote time for better management. The LIS teachers have to be aware of emerging technologies and should always try to implement these technologies to libraries to make the digital society well informed and updated with latest innovations. So at last, I will say that librarians should be the continuous readers, as reading is always fruitful. If you read, you will come to know the latest techniques, and you should be a continuous learner to learn all these. So if there are any questions, you are please welcomed. And at last, I will thank you for patience listening. Thank you very much. CP?
Thank you, madam.
Ji, sir.
For your informative speech as well as guidance. Now, I request Dr. Veena Kamble to share her valuable remark, being the chairperson of this technical session. Over to you, madam. Madam, can you hear me? Are you there, madam? Veena Kamble,
Am I
madam.
audible, sir? Yes, sir.
Okay. Please continue, madam.
Namaskar and very good afternoon, one and all. Honorable dignitaries of one-day interdisciplinary national e-conference on recent trends in arts, commerce, and humanities on modern era. Honorable Secretary, Advocate Siddharth Bharti sir, Honorable Priyadarshan Bharti sir, all executive members, Principal of the college, Dr. Rajendra Tated sir, IQAC coordinator, Honorable Dr. Sonal Singh madam, Honorable Dr. Daya Patil madam from Aurangabad, Dr. Shashikant sir, and all people who has presented online. First of all, I'm very much thankful to respected higher authority of the college, principal of the college, IQSC coordinator, for giving me an opportunity as a chairperson. Secondly, I would like to express my gratitude to Honorable Dr. Mohan Kherde sir. He suggested me this for this session. Honorable Dr. Sonal Singh madam has presented very important trends of LIS. She quoted, library is a branch of knowledge. Madam, differentiate the role of librarians from manuscript age to today's information age. Madam elaborated how to make the library smart library with the help of technology innovations. She very nicely defined role of librarians. Librarians are techno-friendly. He's a website developer, interface designer. He's a round the clock of researcher, and he developed the Improve Global Education. Madam has discussed in detail some recent trends of LIS, that is MOOC, mobile learning, QR code, RFID, internet examples, IP addresses, big data, virtual information resources. She elaborated very nicely scholarly journals and e-consortia in details for e-resources. Madam has covered many of things in her presentation, but lastly, I'm going to add some few more innovations and best practices for college libraries. NAC has given the guideline in various aspects, and they focused in detail on library and information services. They mainly divided best practices into 4 categories, that is management and administration of library, collection and services, extent of the user of services, use of information technology in college libraries, and they elaborated with 14 main components, that is computerization of library with standard digital software, inclusion of sufficient information about the library in the college prospectus, compiling student teacher attendance statistics and locating the same on the notice board, displaying newspaper clipping on the notice board periodically, career and employment information services, internet facilities to different user group, information literacy program, suggestion box and timely responses, displaying new arrivals and circulating a list of those academic departments, conducting book exhibition on different occasion, organizing book talks, instituting annual best user award for students, organizing competition annually, conducting user survey periodically. And presently, every college librarian and library are adopted these practices regularly. Apart from these 14 components, every college library can introduce some best practices through using their innovative ideas. Here, I am discussing some few different type of best practices which I introduced and adopted in my college library. Firstly, I discussed with library audit. We introduced this innovative idea since 2018-19 regularly. The practice and library audit based on 4 main parts. First part is library collection. Secondly, library services, library ICT based services, librarians research activity, student feedback, human resources. And we get the B+ grade. We get 149 points out of 200. Our director, Dr. D.K. Vees, director of KRC, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, he quoted Vasantrao Naik College Library is the first college out of affiliated colleges. They adopting these best practices, and he appreciated. Secondly, I discuss my college library blog and library portal. Through the VNM library blog, we have made available information on occasion of birth anniversary and days of national leaders. Even we made available online book exhibition on the occasion of National Reading Day. Due to time limit, I am not elaborating all, but following few important best practices we introducing in my colleges. That is, we created a class-wise WhatsApp group for student and made available library databases to student, departmental quality circle, and we invited LIS experts in this committee for get their expertise for develop library quality. MOU interlinkages, we interlinked with three colleges, one of the SB Science College and secondly Devgiri College, and we continuously exchanging our resources to each other. Induction program for student, online book exhibition, just I told, competitive guidance cells through library, online newspaper clippings, links, PDF we providing to students student development program, induction program, digital library we have developed through with the help of Dist. These are the asset of our college library. With this, I'm concluding this second session. I am once again I'm expressing my deep gratitude to college authority, principal, IQAC coordinator, and Dr. Shashikant sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you, madam. Now I request Dr. S.B. Wankade sir, the convener of today's National E-Conference, to present the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. It has been such an honor to be a part of this interdisciplinary national conference. On behalf of LRB Arts, Commerce and SSR Bharti College and our parent institution, Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guest. Sincere thanks to Chairperson of the Technical Session 2, Professor Dr. Veena Kamble from Aurangabad, to take out time for her busy schedule to grace the event. Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable remarks. A special thanks to our resource person, Associate Professor Dr. Sonal Singh from Vikram University, Ujjain, for accepting our invitation and for being here online with us today. Ma'am, your PowerPoint presentation have truly inspired us. I may like to express our sincere thanks to you for giving an excellent coverage and elaborate the topic, recent trends in library science. I would like to express my gratitude to all esteemed delegates of the conference for their online presence and contribution to make this conference a great success. I would also like to thank each and every one of you for being here and making this day a wonderful and memorable one for our delegates. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Sonal madam.
Very good afternoon to the president of the program, guest of honor, principal sir, delegates on the online platform across the country, research scholars, and my dear student. I am Vijay Ramkrishna Tokse. Welcome you all to the technical session 3rd. For this session, we are graced to the Dr. Shrikant Wankade sir, Head of the Department Sociology, Mahatma Basveshwar College, Latur, as a chairperson. We have Dr. Preeti Khandare Madam, Associate Professor, Sri Hari Singh Gaur Central University, Sagar, as a resource person. I would like to request Dr. Shrikant Gaikwad sir to join us and occupy his chair as a chairperson. Welcome you, sir. Thank you. May I now request Dr. Preeti Khandare Madam to please take the distinguished chair as a resource person for this 3rd technical session. Welcome you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Preeti Anil Khandare ma'am. Ma'am is currently working as an associate professor in Department of History at Hari Singh Gaur Central University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. She has completed PhD in 2007 from Vikram University, Ujjain. Ma'am has 13 years experience of teaching. She has published more than 16 papers in reputed national international journals. Currently, 10 students are working for doctorate under Madam guidance in Madam. Ma'am is also national player of volleyball. With this brief introduction, I would like to request respected Dr. Preeti Anil Khandare Madam to deliver her talk on new trends in humanity, art and commerce. Dr. Preeti Khandare Madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I am thankful to Dr. Tokse, sir. He has invited me. One day interdisciplinary national e-conference on recent trend in arts, commerce, and humanities in modern era, organized by Department of Arts, Commerce, Humanities, and IQAC, late Rajkumari Bharti Arts, Commerce, and Shrimati Sushila Bai R. Bharti Science College, Arni, District, Yavatmal, Maharashtra. I am thankful, sir. Thank you very much. You have invited me. मैं आप लोगों का बहुत हृदय से धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करती हूँ कि आप लोगों ने मुझे इस योग्य समझा और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ई-कॉन्फ्रेंस में आमंत्रित किया। इसके पहले मैं आप लोगों को बता दूं, सोनल सिंह मैडम का जो हमने व्याख्यान सुना लाइब्रेरी साइंस में, मेरा विक्रम यूनिवर्सिटी से ही पीएचडी हुआ है, वहीं से मेरा पोस्ट डॉक्टरल फेलोशिप भी हुआ है। 9 साल के बाद मैंने सोनल सिंह मैडम को सुना, एक सुखद अनुभव रहा। टोक्से सर और सभी पैटर्न्स को मैं धन्यवाद देती हूँ कि एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे आप लोगों ने टीचर और गाइड को, टीचर्स को, दोनों को देखने को मौका मिला है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ज्यादा टाइम न लेते हुए मैं अपने सब्जेक्ट पर आना चाहूंगी क्योंकि टाइम बहुत हो चुका है। आज जो रिसेंट ट्रेंड्स की अपन बात करते हैं, आज के वर्तमान युग की हम जब बात करेंगे, रिसेंट ट्रेंड्स क्या चल रहा है ह्यूमैनिटीज में, अभी वर्तमान में जो सबॉल्टन्स हिस्ट्री है और न्यू इरा पर इसमें क्या काम हुआ है, तो मैं सबॉल्टन्स हिस्ट्री पर आप लोगों का कुछ ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगी कि क्या है सबॉल्टन्स और इस सबॉल्टन्स हिस्ट्री के बारे में हम लोग क्या सोचते हैं, कैसे उपाश्रही शब्द का चयन किया गया, अवर कहा गया, इसे एक निचला दर्जे का जो इतिहास नहीं लिखा गया उस रूप में प्रस्तुत करने की बात की गई है। इटली के ग्रामशी, हम जब यदि ग्रामशी की बात करते हैं, एंटोनी ग्रामशी, इन्होंने ही जो है सबॉल्टन्स के बारे में जानकारी दी और बताते हैं। इसके पहले यदि हम अमेरिकन रिवॉल्यूशन की बात करें, फ्रेंच रिवॉल्यूशन की बात करें, दूसरी भी बात करें, तो वहां पर भी हमें कहीं ना कहीं जो है सबॉल्टन वर्ड आता है, लेकिन ग्रामशी ने इसको पूर्ण रूप से परिभाषित करने का प्रयास किया है, जिसमें उन्होंने वो सभी वर्गों के, जिसमें किसान हो, मजदूर हो, कारीगर हो, महिलाएं हैं, जिनके पास किसी भी प्रकार के अधिकार नहीं है, अधिकार नहीं दिए गए उन्हें, उनके बारे में अभिजात वर्गों द्वारा जिन्हें अभी तक लिखा नहीं गया, उसके बारे में जानकारी उपलब्ध कराने का जो प्रयास है, सर्वप्रथम ग्रामशी महोदय ने किया है। सबॉल्टन हिस्ट्री पर बहुत से वॉल्यूम्स आ चुके हैं, 10 से अधिक वॉल्यूम्स की बात की जाती है, लेकिन हम यदि 10 वॉल्यूम की बात करेंगे तो सबसे पहले मैं आप लोगों का ध्यान इस ओर आकर्षित करना चाहूंगी कि यदि हम 1793 की बात करते हैं, जब कॉर्नवालिस का परमानेंट सेटलमेंट आता है, उसके बाद परमानेंट सेटलमेंट के बाद जो किसानों की स्थिति हुई जो लैंड लॉर्ड्स के द्वारा, जमींदारों के द्वारा की गई, तो वहां से यदि लेने का प्रयास किया जाए तो डेविड अर्नाल्ड की हम यदि बात करें, डेविड अर्नाल्ड जो है 1839 से लेकर 1924 के बीच की जो बात, ये वही समय है जब हमारे यहाँ लैंड होल्डर सोसाइटियां एस्टैब्लिश हो चुकी थी। तो यहाँ डेविड अर्नाल्ड ने सबसे पहले आंध्र प्रदेश के जो ट्राइब्स लोग हैं, उस ट्राइब्स के बीच में जो किसानों ने विद्रोह की बात करी है, ये सबसे पहले उन्होंने सामने लाने का किया कि जनजातियों ने, ट्राइब्स ने क्यों विद्रोह किया, किसानों का क्या विद्रोह था, किसके विरुद्ध था, ये अभिजात वर्ग के विरुद्ध था कि ये उन लोगों के विरुद्ध था जिन्होंने उनकी खेती उन्हें नहीं दी थी, उनको बेगार बना के रखा था, किसी भी प्रकार के उनके पास अधिकार नहीं थे, और वो सारे अधिकार जो वो कर रहे थे फिर भी उनको छीनने का प्रयास किया। डेविड अर्नाल्ड ये भी कहते हैं कि किसानों की जो स्थिति है, किसान, भारत में जो किसान है वो सबसे ज्यादा पराक्रमी व्यक्ति के रूप में आते, लेकिन उनके पास वो अधिकार नहीं है, जबकि हमें खाने के लिए भी किसान ही देते हैं। यदि किसान नहीं रहेंगे तो भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था चौपट हो जाएगी। परंतु किसानों की जो स्थिति है इसका आकलन करना हमें जरूरी है। सबसे पहले उन्होंने डेविड अर्नाल्ड यहाँ पर हमें जानकारी देते हैं। इसके बाद हम ज्ञान पांडे की बात यदि करेंगे, सबॉल्टन हिस्ट्री में यदि हम ज्ञान पांडे का नाम नहीं लेंगे तो एक बेमानी बात हो जाएगी। मद्रास पर ट्राइब्स के बारे में भी उन्होंने जानकारी दी। ये भी बताते हमें कि किस प्रकार से मद्रास में उस समय हम फेमाइन की बात करते, किस अंग्रेजों के समय किस प्रकार से अकाल पड़ रहे थे, अकाल पीड़ितों के लिए बहुत सारे आयोग लाए गए, और इन अकाल के समय जो स्थिति रही, किसानों की रही, दूसरे जो वर्गों की रही, मजदूरों की रही, आगे चलकर हमने जो दलित शब्द का यूज किया, तो इनकी जो पूरी समाज में समुदाय के रूप में जो स्थिति रही, इस स्थिति के बारे में हम यदि देखें तो यहाँ ज्ञान पांडे ने इनको प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास किया, और स्पेशली उन्होंने जो सबॉल्टन हिस्ट्री का जो वॉल्यूम फर्स्ट जो लिखा गया, वॉल्यूम खंड में उन्होंने इस बात को मेंशन करने का प्रयास किया कि कैसे मद्रास में फेमाइन्स आए, अकाल आए, और इसकी स्थिति को निपटने के लिए क्या प्रयास किया गया, कहाँ यहाँ पर गरीबों की स्थिति थी, क्यों इनके लिए अधिकार नहीं दिए गए, कैसे हमने इनको हाशिए के रूप में प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास किया। तो एक इनका हमें इतिहास होना चाहिए। अभी तक तो जो अभिजात वर्ग के बारे में ही इतिहास लिखा गया, क्यों नहीं जो है उच्च वर्ग के द्वारा निम्न वर्ग का इतिहास लिखा गया, क्योंकि सत्ता पर जो बैठा वर्ग है, सत्ता हस्तांतरण में इनकी ही महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। जब तक सत्ता में बैठा हुआ वर्ग नहीं सोचेगा दलित, शोषित, पिछड़े, किसान, मजदूर, कारीगर, स्त्रियों के बारे में, तब तक उनके बारे में नहीं लिखा जाएगा। ये बात जब सोची गई हमारे 19th सेंचुरी में, जब ग्रामशी के द्वारा जब आई गई, तब जाके अलग अलग सोर्सेस के आधार पर इसको प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास किया गया। ज्ञान पांडे ने भी जो मद्रास के किसानों के बारे में जानकारी दी, अकालों के बारे में जानकारी दी, तो वहां हमको एक बात के बारे में पता चलता है कि कैसी स्थिति थी यहाँ पर, क्योंकि हम उस वर्ग का प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहे हैं जिस वर्ग के पास अधिकार नहीं है। यदि हम स्टीफन की बात करेंगे, यदि हम सबॉल्टन हिस्ट्री में, जिसको हैनिंग मैंग के रूप में भी कहा जाता है, अवध के किसानों के बारे में बात करते हैं, अवध के, बिहार के, यदि हम बात करें अवध जो कि उत्तर प्रदेश का क्षेत्र है, बिहार जो कि पहले जिसमें बिहार और झारखंड भी था, हम दामिने कोहो की बात करते हैं, संथाल परगने की बात करते हैं, उन सारे चीजों की आगे चलकर जहां सिद्धू और कान्हू जैसे लोगों ने विद्रोह किया, बिरसा मुंडा जैसे लोगों ने विद्रोह किया, तो उनके हिस्टोरिकल एस्पेक्ट के बारे में बताया नहीं गया है। यही उन्होंने सबसे पहले, यहाँ जब बात आती है तो हम देखते हैं हैनिंग मैंग स्टीफन कहते हैं कि हम यदि भारत छोड़ो आंदोलन की बात करते हैं, 1942 में जो भारत छोड़ो आंदोलन हुआ, उस भारत छोड़ो आंदोलन में कहीं भी हमने इन वर्ग का, सबॉल्टन्स का, उपाश्रयी वर्ग का या अवर लोगों का, जिसमें सभी अधिकार विहीन लोग थे, जिनका हमने डिस्कशन नहीं किया, उनका महत्वपूर्ण योगदान था। इसीलिए इस इसको वो कहते हैं ये एक दोहरा आंदोलन है। ये एक ऐसा आंदोलन था जिसने उन लोगों पक्षों को उजागर नहीं किया जिसने अपना काम किया है। यहाँ पर वही वर्गों के पास अधिकार की बात आई जो उच्च वर्गीय था, अधिकार संपन्न था, जिनके पास अधिकार थे। यदि भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस की भी यहाँ पर उन्होंने बोला, यदि हम भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस में भी बात करें तो वहां पर कहाँ हमें ऐसा कोई सबॉल्टन्स, कहाँ ऐसा हमें कोई व्यक्ति मिला जिसने भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस की अध्यक्षता की हो। यहाँ पर भी वही लोग थे, हम चाहे बंबई अधिवेशन की बात कर ले, मद्रास की बात कर ले, कलकत्ता की बात कर ले, या फिर इलाहाबाद की बात कर ले, नागपुर की बात कर ले, फिर कलकत्ता की बात, जिसकी भी हम यदि बात करेंगे यहाँ सभी हम देखेंगे तो हमें यहाँ कहीं भी इन लोगों का प्रतिनिधित्व नहीं मिला। तो ये बात सोचने के लिए सबॉल्टन्स आए कि क्यों नहीं इनको दिया गया वो अधिकार, क्यों नहीं इनके पास वो चीज आई। तो वर्तमान समय में यही रिसेंट जो है इन पर काम चल रहा है और इसी पर काम करने की बहुत अधिक आवश्यकता है। भारत छोड़ो आंदोलन के परिप्रेक्ष्य में भी उस रूप से प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास जो है हेमिंगहैम ने, स्टीफन ने किया है। आगे हम यदि बहुत ज्यादा न बोलते हुए मैं थोड़ा थोड़ा बोलूंगी क्योंकि पहले के जो जितने भी रिसोर्स पर्सन थे बहुत टाइम वैसे ही हो गया है, तो मैं अपनी बात को थोड़ा ही बोलूंगी। जैसे हम अरविंद दास की बात करते हैं, सबॉल्टन्स हिस्ट्री में यदि हम अरविंद दास को देखेंगे तो ये भारत छोड़ो आंदोलन के बाद की स्थिति का वर्णन करते हैं। 1947 से लेकर 48 की बात करते हैं, जब एग्रीकल्चर में चेंजेस आने लगे, कृषि में जब सुधार हुए, जब परिवर्तन आया, उस परिवर्तन ने क्या किया, किसानों की स्थिति में थोड़ा सुधार की बात आई। ये सुधार जमींदारी उन्मूलन के कारण, जमींदारों का जब उन्मूलन किया गया, इसी परिप्रेक्ष्य में आगे चलकर एक भूदान आंदोलन आया। आप लोगों ने भूदान आंदोलन सुना होगा, स्वामी सहजानंद का नाम सुना होगा। तो इस भूदान आंदोलन के रूप में एक नया वर्ग जो है हमको देखने को मिलता है जो सबॉल्टन्स के रूप में काम करते हैं, और यहीं पर एक ऐसी अवधारणा प्रस्तुत होती है जिसमें किसानों के पास जो अधिकार नहीं थे, अब वो अपने अधिकार के प्रति जागरूक होने लगे। क्यों इन्हें अधिकार नहीं दिए गए? जो कि काम कर रहा था, यही वर्ग था जो पूरा काम कर रहा था। इसे बंगाल के अरविंद दास ने प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास किया और अपने निबंध के माध्यम से उन्होंने कहा कि 1942 से लेकर 1948 में जो बिहार की जो कृषि परिवर्तन हुए, जिसमें जमींदारों का उन्मूलन किया गया और भूदान आंदोलन के परिप्रेक्ष्य में ये बात रखने का प्रयास किया। यदि हम यहाँ पर एग्रीकल्चर रिफॉर्म के रूप में यदि हम सबॉल्टनिस्ट की बात करेंगे, कृषकों की बात करेंगे, किसान विद्रोह की यदि हम बात करते हैं, मजदूरों की स्थिति की बात करेंगे, और यदि हम एस.के. चंद्रा का नाम नहीं लेंगे जिन्होंने एग्रीकल्चर वर्क इन बर्धमान, जो कि बंगाल का क्षेत्र है, यहाँ पर काम करने वाले जो दिहाड़ी मजदूर थे, यहाँ पर कमाई, जिनकी गरीबी थे, पावर्टी थी इनके पास, और मजदूर थे, इनकी स्थिति, और जो जूट में काम करने वाले लोग थे, जूट की मिल में काम करने वाले मजदूर थे, उनकी स्थिति का भी इन्होंने अवलोकन किया और बताया कि क्यों नहीं हम ये भीड़ को लेते हैं, भीड़ को इतिहास में शामिल करने का प्रयास करते हैं, क्योंकि भारत में अधिकतर जनता जो है वो इसी किसान है, मजदूर है, कारीगर है, महिलाएं हैं। क्यों हम इनको प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास नहीं करते? क्यों हम उन वर्गों को प्रस्तुत करते हैं जिसके बारे में लोग जानते हैं? क्यों हम उन लोगों के बारे में नहीं बताते जिन्होंने युद्धों में भाग लिया है, जिनके कारण ही हम जीते हैं? तो इन सब चीजों को प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास यहाँ पर एस.के. चंद्रा ने एग्रीकल्चर वर्कर्स इन वर्धमान में जो है वो बताते हैं कि किस प्रकार से इन लोगों ने काम किया है। और परंतु यहाँ पर हमको दो विचारधाराओं की बात आती है, एक समाजवादी विचारधारा के रूप में और एक साम्यवादी विचारधारा के रूप में बात आती है कि किस रूप में ये जो है साम्यवादी विचारधारा और समाजवादी विचारधारा के रूप में यहाँ पर काम आ रहा था, क्योंकि बंगाल का एक बड़ा क्षेत्र जो था वो इस ओर भी आकृष्ट हो रहा था, साम्राज्यवादी गतिविधियों से जो है वो अलग हो गया था, क्योंकि साम्राज्यवादी गतिविधियों ने इन्हें किसी भी प्रकार के अधिकार नहीं दिए थे। ये विपन्न हो गए थे, संपन्न नहीं थे, सिर्फ अपनी रोटी, कपड़े और मकान के लिए काम कर रहे थे, पेट की अपना उदर पूर्ति के लिए ही काम कर रहे थे। तो ये सारी चीजों को उन्होंने, चंद्रा ने प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास किया। हम यदि दीपेश चक्रवर्ती की बात करते हैं, दीपेश चक्रवर्ती जिन्होंने 1890 जब हम मुंडा विद्रोह की बात करते हैं, बिरसा मुंडा की भी तो काफी पहले हो गया था, लेकिन हम 1890 की बात करते हैं जब भारतीय राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन का समय था, भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस की स्थापना हो गई थी, हम लिबरलिज्म की बात करते हैं। तो यहाँ पर जब उदारवादियों के बीच में बात आई है, 1890 से लेकर 1940 की जो गतिविधियों को जोड़ने का काम किया है, तो वहां उन्होंने इन सब चीजों को बताने का प्रयास किया है कि कैसे यहाँ पर बंगालों की स्थिति थी, बंगाल की क्या स्थिति थी, किस रूप में उन्होंने इसको प्रस्तुत किया, कैसे लैंड होल्डर्स सोसाइटी आई, जबकि बंगाल इतना संपन्न क्षेत्र था, बंगाल, बिहार, उड़ीसा, आसाम, ये पूरा ऐसा क्षेत्र था जिसने ही पहले स्थायी बंदोबस्त को लाया, जहां पर हम परमानेंट सेटलमेंट की बात करते हैं, फिर बाद में हम महालवाड़ी की बात करते हैं और रैयतवाड़ी की बात करते हैं। लेकिन कैसी स्थिति रही जो 10-10 साल के लिए जमींदारों को ही के पास अधिकार दे दिए गए और किसान जो था, जो मजरूम रहा, उसके पास कुछ भी अधिकार नहीं दिए गए और वो और जो है मजदूर बंधुआ होता गया, बेगार की स्थिति होती गई और स्थिति बहुत ज्यादा खराब हो गई। यहाँ पर एक चीज की ओर मैं आपका ध्यान देना चाहूंगी, गांधी पर एक शाहीन अमीन का यदि आपने सबाल्टर्न से हिस्ट्री में नाम दिया होगा, तो यहाँ शाहीन अमीन एक ये बात कहते हैं कि यदि जो नेता रहता है, जो नेतृत्व करता है, नेतृत्वकर्ता का जो संदेश रहता है, वो संदेश जनता के बीच में बहुत प्रभावकारी होता है। तो महात्मा ने जो अपना निबंध लिखा वो उस रूप में प्रस्तुत करने की बात करते हैं। यहाँ शाहीन अमीन कहते हैं, उन्होंने सबाल्टर्न हिस्ट्री के पार्ट 3 में, खंड 3 में, या हम पार्ट 3 बोलेंगे, उसमें वो गांधी के निबंध पर एक कहते हैं कि गांधी के निबंधों ने या महात्मा के करिश्मे से किसानों में चेतना आई है, चेतना की बात हुई है। वो कहते हैं किसान जो है एक तरह से क्रांतिकारी हो गए, क्योंकि महात्मा ने भी साउथ अफ्रीका में जो काम किया है और साउथ अफ्रीका में आने के बाद जो अपनी बात को यहाँ प्रस्तुत करने की बात करते हैं, तो ये जो संदेश है, ये संदेश किस रूप में देने का प्रयास करते हैं कि एक नेता यदि रहे और वो सभी वर्गों का यदि प्रतिनिधित्व करता है, सभी के लिए अधिकार देता है, उसको अमीन ने लिखा है, शाहीन अमीन लिखते हैं कि नेता को एक ऐसा संबोधन देना चाहिए, इस प्रकार से संबोधन देना चाहिए कि सामने सुनने वाला व्यक्ति जो है वो उससे प्रभावित हो और प्रभावित होकर वो उससे काम करे। तो यहाँ जितने भी किसानों के द्वारा जो विप्लव किए गए हैं, शाहीन अमीन अपने आर्टिकल में लिखते हैं, वो उसी रूप में सामने आते हैं। और आगे चलकर यही बात कही गई कि इसी रूप में देवी आंदोलन के रूप में भी सामने आया है। हम दक्षिण गुजरात की बात करते हैं, यदि साउथ गुजरात को देखेंगे तो साउथ गुजरात के जो ट्राइब्स लोग हैं, उन ट्राइब्सों में हम देवी सुधारवादी आंदोलन की बात करते हैं। इन्होंने रिफॉर्मेशन मूवमेंट के आधार पर काम किया है। एक ऐसा रिफॉर्मेशन मूवमेंट आया है जिसमें आगे चलकर डेविड हार्मिंगमैन ने अपना एक निबंध लिखा कि ये साउथ गुजरात में देवी सुधारवादी आंदोलन आ रहा है, ये वुमन के रूप में आ रहा है। तो उसमें एक अपना कि क्या ट्राइब्स लोग क्या भाषणों को सुनकर उनमें चेतना जागृत हो रही है कि उनके अंदर अभी तक वो कुछ करने की इच्छा नहीं थी। इसका मतलब ये है कि हमको यदि उठने की, जागने की, सोचने की हम यदि बात करते हैं, हम कहते हैं यदि डॉक्टर अंबेडकर को हम सबाल्टर्न हिस्ट्री के रूप में यदि प्रस्तुत करने की कोशिश करते हैं, वर्तमान में बहुत रेलेवेंस के रूप में सामने आ रहा है। जो डॉक्टर अंबेडकर ने 370 की बात करी थी, थॉट्स ऑफ पाकिस्तान की बात करी थी, तो उसी रूप को आज बहुत तरीके से प्रस्तुत किया जा रहा है हमारे यहाँ कि 370 की बात उन्होंने तब करी थी, जो अब यहाँ पर कश्मीर को एक स्वतंत्र राज्य देना चाहिए, तब उन्होंने उसका किया था, जो अभी समाप्त की गई। थॉट्स ऑफ पाकिस्तान की बात करते हैं कि उन्होंने थॉट्स ऑफ पाकिस्तान में बोला था कि जो लोग जो है मुस्लिम यदि जनता जाना चाहती है तो हमको एक अलग क्षेत्र में उनको दे देना चाहिए, सभी को एक अलग राज्य के रूप में देना चाहिए। तो आज जो है इस चीज पर बहुत सारे जो है आर्टिकल्स और सेमिनार हमको देखने को मिलते हैं। आज जगह जगह इस बात की बातचीत हो रही है। तो जो मैं बाद में डिस्कस करूंगी, पहले तो मैं आपको ये बता दूं कि किस रूप में शाहीन अमीन महात्मा गांधी को प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास करते हैं। और साउथ गुजरात में भी हमने देखा कि कैसे जो है देवी रिफॉर्मेशन आंदोलन की जब बात की गई तो इस पर डेविड हार्मिंगमैन ने अपना एक ऐसे लिखा कि हमें ऐसे संबोधन देना चाहिए, हमें बोल के भी अच्छा बोलना चाहिए, क्योंकि बंदूक से निकली हुई गोली और मुंह से निकले हुए शब्द कभी वापस नहीं आते। इसीलिए ऐसी वाणी बोलिए मन का आपा खोए, ओरन को शीतल करे आपो ही शीतल होए। गुड़ मत दो लेकिन गुड़ जैसी बातें करना चाहिए। हमेशा अच्छा ऐसा बोलो कि सामने वाला अपनी बातों से प्रभावित हो और वो उसके लिए कुछ करने की उसमें इच्छा हो और कुछ कर गुजर जाए और एक नए समाज का, एक नए राष्ट्र का यहाँ निर्माण हो जाए। यदि हम सुमित सरकार की बात करते हैं, सुमित सरकार को सबल्टन हिस्ट्री के रूप में यदि हम देखेंगे तो सुमित सरकार यदि बंगाल विभाजन की बात करते हैं, यहाँ पर बंगाल विभाजन के रूप में यदि हम सुमित सरकार को प्रस्तुत करने की कोशिश करते हैं तो सुमित सरकार कहते हैं कि बंगाल विभाजन जो था वो हिंदू उच्च वर्गीय भद्र लोक का, उसके सुमित सरकार ने जिस शब्द का प्रयोग किया है वो कहते हैं बंगाल विभाजन जो है वो हिंदू उच्च वर्गीय भद्र लोक के समूह के दायरे का एक आंदोलन था। बंगाल विभाजन में किसी भी प्रकार से कोई यहाँ मजदूर, किसान, कारीगर ये लोग शामिल नहीं थे। ये एक उच्च वर्गीय भद्र समूह का, भद्र समूह शब्द उन्होंने यूज किया है कि भद्र लोक के समूह के दायरे का एक आंदोलन था और ये इससे कभी बाहर नहीं निकल पाया और वहीं पर ये रहा। और उस समय जो विचारधारा थी और प्रभाव जो अभिजात वर्ग का था, इसीलिए उन पर प्रभाव बना रहा। लेकिन आगे ये वही बात करते कि पर आगे हम यदि देखेंगे, असहयोग की हम यदि बात करते हैं, नॉन कोऑपरेशन की बात करते हैं, जो 1920 के केस में आता है, नॉन कोऑपरेशन जो नागपुर अधिवेशन में पूर्ण रूप से आया है, तो हम यदि यहाँ की बात करेंगे और यदि खिलाफत की बात करते हैं तो यहाँ पर हमें उन सभी लोगों को, किसानों को, मजदूरों को, कारीगर को हमने भाग लेते हुए देखा है। तो यहाँ वो इस रूप में प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास करते हैं। लेकिन खिलाफत में भी यहाँ क्यों भाग लेने की बात की? खिलाफत के रूप में हम देखते हैं तो टर्की की बात आ जाती है कि टर्की में जितना भी उले वर्ग जो था, खलीफा की पदवी का अंत कर दिया गया था। तो वहां के लोग जो है इसका समर्थन कर रहे थे कि क्यों खलीफा की पदवी का अंत किया गया, खलीफा का पद बना ही रहना चाहिए। भारत में चूंकि मुस्लिम जो कम्युनिटी के लोग थे, वो जो मानने वाले थे, वो चाह रहे थे कि हमारे यहाँ भी जो है खिलाफत जो कमेटी के आधार पर जो है हम खलीफा के पद के आधार पर ही काम करते हैं, इसको बने रहना चाहिए। तो उन्होंने भी यहाँ पर विरोध करना शुरू किया, भारतीय मुस्लिमों ने इसका विरोध किया, जिसमें सभी लोग थे। और इसीलिए इसको यहाँ हम देखते हैं, सुमित सरकार कहते हैं कि बंगाल विभाजन जो था वो उच्च वर्गीय लोगों के द्वारा किया गया एक ऐसा प्रयास था जिसमें किसी भी प्रकार से किसानों को, मजदूरों को, किसानों के पास कोई अधिकार नहीं था। लेकिन असहयोग आंदोलन को यदि हम देखेंगे, यदि हम खिलाफत को देखेंगे, तो यहाँ पर उनके पास उन लोगों ने भी आवाज उठाने का काम किया, क्योंकि इसमें वो सभी लोग शामिल हो रहे थे। भाषण की बात, जो कि एक बार फिर मैं बोलूंगी, जो कि अमीन कहता है, अमीन ने अपने ऐसे में कहा है कि संदेश इस प्रकार से देना है। तो आप समझ गए थे कि किसके संदेश के आधार पर लोग जागरूक हो रहे थे। अब लोग जागरूक भी होने का काम किया, लेकिन आगे चलकर लोगों ने अपने पक्ष को प्रस्तुत करने का जो काम किया, तो उस रूप में सुमित सरकार का जो एक कोटेशन भी आता है कि भारत में अभी तक जितना भी वर्ग जो है, वर्ग संघर्ष की हम यदि बात करते हैं, जो कार्ल मार्क्स का उच्च और निम्न वर्ग की जो बात करता है, उत्पादक वर्ग और उत्पादन वर्ग की, लेकिन यहाँ वर्ग संघर्ष किसके पीछे? ऊंचे और नीचे के, उच्च वर्ग और निम्न वर्ग के पीछे, एलिट क्लास और जो उनके पीछे। ऐसा नहीं है कि कभी भी जो किसानों ने, मजदूर ने, कृषकों ने, कारीगरों ने, स्त्रियों ने, जो निम्न वर्ग की बात की जा रही है सबाल्टर्न में, इन्होंने शासन नहीं किया। इन्होंने भी शासन किया, लेकिन इनको कभी शासित बताया ही नहीं गया। इनको क्यों शासित नहीं बताया गया, ये सब चीजों को बताने की हमें आवश्यकता है। इन सब चीजों को हम बताएंगे तभी हमारा एक नया इतिहास लिखेगा, जो इतिहास के नए मानदंड को तैयार करेगा। लिखा हुआ चीज, भरे हुए पेट, व्यक्ति का पेट भरने से कोई फायदा नहीं है। जिसका पेट खाली है उसको हम यदि भोजन देंगे तो उससे ही समाज का राष्ट्र का निर्माण होगा। लेकिन यहाँ पर इसी रूप में सुमित सरकार प्रस्तुत करते हैं कि हमें उन सभी लोगों के अधिकार देना चाहिए जिनके पास अधिकार नहीं, उनको हमें लिखना चाहिए, क्यों नहीं लिखा गया उनके बारे में, और ये सब चीजों को उन्होंने प्रस्तुत किया है। रामचंद्र गुहा की हम बात करते हैं, रामचंद्र गुहा को हम देखते हैं यदि, तो रामचंद्र गुहा भी जो है उन्होंने अपने ऐसे के माध्यम से वो जब बात करते हैं, कहते हैं कि फॉरेस्ट्री एंड द सोशल प्रोटेस्ट की बात करते हैं, प्रोटेस्ट इन ब्रिटिश कुमाऊं में, जब इन्होंने अपना ऐसे लिखा है फॉरेस्ट्री एंड सोशल प्रोटेस्ट इन ब्रिटिश कुमाऊं, ये वही जो कुमाऊं का क्षेत्र है, टोहरी गढ़वाल और टिहरी गढ़वाल उत्तराखंड का जो क्षेत्र है, यहाँ पर उन्होंने 1893 से लेकर 1921 ये सबाल्टर्न हिस्ट्री का पार्ट 4 खंड 4 में इन्होंने लिखा है रामचंद्र गुहा ने कि किस प्रकार से पहाड़ कट रहे थे और वहां की जलवायु नष्ट हो रही थी, वहां के जो किसान थे, वनों में काम करने वाले जो लोग थे, इतनी सुंदर सुंदर संपदा थी, उन पर किसी भी प्रकार से अधिकार नहीं दिया गया, पेड़ों को काटा जा रहा था, सारी चीजें काटी जा रही थी, संपदा नष्ट हो रही थी, लेकिन इस ओर कोई ध्यान नहीं दिया गया। इस ओर ध्यान देने का काम सबसे पहले आगे चलकर जो आया वो हम चिपको आंदोलन के रूप में देखते हैं। चिपको आंदोलन ने इस रूप में काम करने का प्रयास किया, और चिपको आंदोलन का जो प्रयास है वो उन्होंने ही जो है पेड़ बचाने का, वनस्पति को जीवित रखने का, पर्यावरण संरक्षण के रूप में जो बात की वो यहाँ जो आती है, इसको प्रस्तुत करने का काम रामचंद्र गुहा ने किया। यदि हम रंजीत गुहा की बात करेंगे, सबाल्टर्न हिस्ट्री की बात करते हैं, रंजीत गुहा जिस रूप में प्रस्तुत करते हैं कि कैसा जो है वर्ग है, कैसा उच्च और निम्न वर्ग की हम बात करते हैं, हम किस वर्ग की बात करते हैं, किस समाज में हम रह रहे हैं, हमें एक ऐसे समाज की बात करना चाहिए ऑन सम एस्पेक्ट ऑफ द हिस्टोरियोग्राफी ऑफ द कॉलोनियल इंडिया में वो लिखते हैं कि हमें भारत में एक ऐसे, जो हम औपनिवेशिक शासन की बात कर रहे हैं, जबकि सबाल्टर्न हम पोस्ट मॉडर्निज्म की बात करते हैं, पोस्ट कॉलोनाइजेशन की बात करते हैं, तो वो कहते हैं कि एक ऐसा समाज आना चाहिए जहां पर किसान, मजदूर, कारीगर जो है उनके पास अधिकार होना चाहिए, राजनीतिक की सीमाएं भी बंधी होनी चाहिए, हर सीमाओं के आधार पर प्रतिनिधित्व दिया जाना चाहिए। जब तक इनको प्रतिनिधित्व नहीं मिलेगा तब तक इनके पास अधिकार नहीं होंगे। बंगाल के ऐसे बहुत सारे हम देखते हैं, जीतू संथाल की बात करते हैं, उन्होंने भी आंदोलन किया था। जब हम 1924-34 की बात करते हैं, हम ट्राइब्स के द्वारा जो आंदोलन किए गए, और ट्राइब्स लोगों ने ही इन सब आंदोलन को पर जोर दिया। आगे इन्हीं के द्वारा, ट्राइब्स के द्वारा जीतू संथाल की जब हत्या कर दी गई, और फिर फॉर हम रिबेल्स की यदि बात करें, रिबेल्स के रूप में हम यदि देखें 1857 के रिबेल्स की बात करते हैं हम, तो यहाँ 1857 का रिबेल्स को हम यदि देखेंगे, इसको भी सबाल्टर्न से हिस्ट्री के जो खंड लिखे गए हैं पार्ट 4 में बताया गया। यहाँ पर गौतम भद्र की हम बात करेंगे, वो बताते हैं कि 1857 रिवोल्ट जो है वो सबके अपने अपने अधिकार थे, सबके अपने अपने स्वार्थ सिद्धि के रूप में किया गया ये आंदोलन था, यहाँ पर किसी भी रूप को नहीं लिया गया। लेकिन यहाँ ऐसे 4 लोगों के नाम छोड़ दिए गए जिनका महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। हम यदि उन लोगों के नाम देंगे तो सबाल्टर्न्स के लिए ये हमारी एक सच्ची श्रद्धा होगी। गौतम भद्रा इनके नाम बताते हैं कि इस रूप में उन्होंने श्यामल देवी का नाम लेते हैं वो, और देवी सिंह का नाम लेते हैं, गोनू का नाम लेते हैं, और मौलवी अहमदुल्ला का नाम लेते हैं। हमने श्यामल देवी का तो नाम इतना ज्यादा आप लोगों ने सुना नहीं होगा, देवी सिंह का नाम भी आप लोगों को ज्यादा जानकारी में नहीं आता होगा, ना ही गोनू का नाम सुना होगा। हाँ, आप लोगों ने इसका मौलवी अहमदुल्ला का नाम सुना होगा, जिन्होंने उत्तर क्षेत्र से 1857 के विद्रोह में भाग लिया। क्यों नहीं इन लोगों को जोड़ा गया? ये भी जो है एक वर्ग विशेष का प्रतिनिधित्व करते थे, और इन्होंने ही उस समय का जो इतिहास लिखा, एक श्रेष्ठ इतिहास के बारे में जानकारी देते हैं। हाशिए में आ गया जो वर्ग, उसको ऊपर लाने की जो बात ग्रामशी ने कही है, इसीलिए ग्रामशी भी कहता है कि हमें इन सब लोगों को नेतृत्व प्रदान करना चाहिए। यदि हम इनको नेतृत्व नहीं देंगे तो आज भी समाज हमारा इसी रूप में रह जाएगा, आगे नहीं बढ़ पाएगा। विपिन चंद्रा की यदि हम बात करते हैं, विपिन चंद्रा को जिसको आप लोगों ने पढ़ा ही होगा, नाम ही उनका काफी है, विपिन चंद्रा का। तो ये कहते हैं एक नकली समाज की अवधारणा अभिजात वर्ग ने जो प्रस्तुत की है, वो एक नकली समाज की अवधारणा प्रस्तुत करते हैं। और ये जो अभिजात वर्ग का जो आंदोलन है, जो राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन की बात करते हैं, ये कोई राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन नहीं है, ये एक नकली राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन है। ये एक ऐसा सत्ता पर काबिज लोगों के द्वारा दिया गया आंदोलन है। ये दलित शासन का आंदोलन नहीं है, दलित ज्ञान शासित, क्योंकि दलित जो है वो शासित था, पर कभी इसको शासित बताया नहीं गया। क्यों नहीं बताया गया? हम क्यों परंपरागत इतिहास लेखन की ओर बढ़ रहे? परंपरागत इतिहास लेखन से हमको आगे बढ़ना है, आगे उठकर हमको उन सभी पक्षों को प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास करना चाहिए जिसकी वर्तमान में आवश्यकता है। यदि हम इन चीजों को प्रस्तुत करेंगे तो एक नए राष्ट्र का, नए समाज का निर्माण करने का प्रयास करेंगे। आम जन को, यहाँ तक कि ये बात भी कही है विपिन चंद्रा ने, जो परंपरागत, आप सुनिएगा ध्यान से, कि परंपरागत इतिहास लेखन ने आम जन को, वो कठपुतली की बात करते हैं, आम जनता को कठपुतली बना दिया या फिर ढोर गवार की संज्ञा दी है, जिसको हम बोलते भी है ढोर गवार, शूद्र प्रशु नारी, ये सब ताड़न के अधिकारी बताए, जबकि ये ताड़न के अधिकारी नहीं, जबकि ये पालन के अधिकारी, ये ताड़ने का काम नहीं करते, ये निकालने का काम करते हैं। तो यहाँ जो है विपिन चंद्रा कहते हैं कि इन सब चीजों को प्रस्तुत करना चाहिए, उनके परंपरागत इतिहास लेखन से निकलकर हमें आगे की ओर पढ़ना चाहिए। और हिस्ट्री जो बिलो की बात करती है, हम हिस्ट्री फ्रॉम द बिलो, हिस्ट्री जो नीचे की रूप से प्रस्तुत करने का किया है, तो इतिहास का एक ऐसा पक्ष है जो ऐसा नहीं है कि हमें नीचे के ऊपर, जमीन से उठकर हमें ऊपर आना चाहिए। एक ऐसा डिवाइडेशन नहीं होना चाहिए जिसको डॉक्टर अंबेडकर कहते हैं। डॉक्टर अंबेडकर कास्ट के बारे में यदि हम बात करेंगे, डॉक्टर अंबेडकर की कास्ट की यदि हम बात करते हैं, तो वो कहते हैं कि एक ऐसी स्टेप्स बना दी गई है, फर्स्ट फ्लोर, सेकंड फ्लोर, थर्ड फ्लोर, फोर्थ फ्लोर, एक ऐसा फ्लोर बना दिया गया है कि जो व्यक्ति जिस फ्लोर में रहा है वो उस फ्लोर में ही रह गया है। उस फ्लोर से ना उसको ऊपर जाने की आज्ञा है, ना उसको नीचे आने की आज्ञा है। वो नीचे है तो यदि वो उसी फ्लोर पे रहेगा, वो ऊपर नहीं चढ़ सकता। और ऊपर वाला व्यक्ति यदि नीचे नहीं आएगा, क्योंकि वो अपने आप को नीचे आने में सोचता है कि वो क्यों, उसका अंग भंग और पूरा तन जो है वो विक्षिप्त हो जाएगा, वो पूरा समाप्त हो जाएगा यदि इधर टच में आ जाएगा। तो इसीलिए वो इधर आना नहीं चाहता है। हम यदि अम्बेडकर के हिस्ट्री के बारे में पढ़ेंगे तो अम्बेडकर पूरा रूप से हु वर द शूद्रास जो लिखते हैं, तो उसमें पूरा बताते हैं कि किस रूप में यहाँ की स्थिति है। और सबॉल्टन्स के बारे में समाज शास्त्रीय आधार पर हम यदि सोशियोलॉजिकल एस्पेक्ट के आधार पर हम यदि अम्बेडकर स्टडीज का यदि अध्ययन करेंगे तो हमको पूरा पता चलेगा कि क्या अम्बेडकर जो लिखा उन्होंने, किस रूप को वो प्रस्तुत करने की बात करते हैं। वेटिंग फॉर वीजा की बात करते हैं, वेटिंग फॉर वीजा में वो बता रहे, यहाँ अभिजात वर्ग के रूप में यदि बताया गया, तो वेटिंग फॉर वीजा में यदि हम अंबेडकर की यात्रा की बात करेंगे, ट्रेन की यदि हम बात करेंगे, तो यहाँ तो वो बहुत सुंदर लग रहे थे, उनके कपड़े भी बहुत सुंदर थे, उनको तो देखकर ऐसा लग ही नहीं रहा था कि वो किसी ऐसे वर्ग के हैं। लेकिन बाद में जब वर्ग का पता चलने के कारण उसको उनको नीचे किया गया। तो ये कैसा एक वर्ग है जो इस रूप की ऊंच नीच भावना को प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास करता है। डॉक्टर अंबेडकर ने इन सब चीजों को प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास किया। और आज जो भारत के एक निर्माण की, श्रेष्ठ निर्माण की हम बात करते हैं, यदि सबॉल्टन्स हिस्ट्री की बात करते हैं, तो उस सबॉल्टन्स हिस्ट्री में यदि हम देखेंगे तो डॉक्टर अंबेडकर के कार्यों की अपनी प्रासंगिकता है, क्योंकि उन्होंने जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया लिखा है, उस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन इंडिया में हम देखते हैं सारी, भले ही सत्ता पर काबिज वर्ग उसको हटाने का प्रयास करे, लेकिन उसको हटा नहीं कर सकता, क्योंकि उसमें इतने सारे उपबंध दिए हैं, इतनी सारी चीजें हैं उसमें कि उसको हटाने के लिए उन सब चीजों के भी के लिए हमको आना पड़ेगा। तो ये सारी चीजें हम यदि प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास करते हैं, डॉक्टर अंबेडकर के लेटर्स देखते हैं, है। तो इन सब लेटर्स के बारे में भी हमको जानकारी मिलती है कि कैसा जो है समाज है, कैसी व्यवस्था है, किस रूप में उसको प्रस्तुत किया जा रहा है और क्या वर्तमान में क्या तथ्य उसके दिखाए जा रहे हैं। यदि ये हम रिसेंट ट्रेंड्स की यदि बात करते हैं ह्यूमैनिटीज में, भारतीय समाज को ह्यूमैनिटीज एंड सोशल साइंस की यदि हम बात करेंगे, तो इन ह्यूमैनिटीज एंड सोशल साइंस समाज में हमको समाज के उन वर्गों का अध्ययन करना है जिन पर अभी तक काम नहीं हुआ है, जिन पर कोई काम नहीं करना चाहता, लेकिन हमें उन सब पर काम करना है, एक नए तथ्यों को सामने लाना है। इन सब नए तथ्यों को जब हम सामने लाएंगे तो एक नए समाज का, नए राष्ट्रों का निर्माण करेंगे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देती हूँ। धन्यवाद आप लोगों ने मुझे जो आमंत्रित किया। मैं गायकवाड़ सर को भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ जो चेयरपर्सन के रूप में है और मेरे सीनियर है सब। मैं आप लोगों के सामने प्रस्तुत हुई, इसमें आप लोगों का ममता इंगोले मैडम को भी धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करती, वीणा मैडम को भी। वीणा मैडम ने भी अभी बहुत अच्छा किया। इसके पहले जो सातखंडे सर थे, शायद नाम में गलत बोल रही हूँ, फर्स्ट टेक्निकल सेशन में जिनका, उनका भी जो है प्रबोधन बहुत ही अच्छा रहा। थैंक यू ऑल। थैंक यू सर। थैंक यू।
Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the informative talk, especially subaltern history. Now I request chairperson of this third session, Dr. Srikant Gaikwad sir, बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडी सोशियोलॉजी के रामानंद तीर्थ मराठवाड़ा यूनिवर्सिटी के चेयरमैन है। मैं उसे विनती करता हूं कि वो इस सेशन का कंक्लूडिंग सेशन करे। डॉक्टर श्रीकांत गायकवाड़ सर।
यस, अभी डॉक्टर प्रीति खंदारे मैडम ने बहुत ही अच्छा तरीके से सबल्टर्न पर्सपेक्टिव का विश्लेषण कर दिया है। मुझे डॉक्टर बबन शिल्कर सर ने सूचित किया है कि आप इस सबल्टर्न पर्सपेक्टिव लेकर महिला और हिंसा के बारे में अपने विचार रखें। टाइम बहुत ही हो गया है, मैं एक 10 मिनट में आपके सामने महिला और हिंसा के बारे में मेरे विचार रख देता हूं। नारी सुरक्षा के अभाव में राष्ट्रीय प्रगति असंभव होती है। देश की आधी आबादी का सुरक्षा प्रश्न एक गंभीर मुद्दा के रूप में अभी आप सबके सामने आ रहा है। आजादी के इस अमृत महोत्सव में पदार्पण कर चुकी व्यवस्था कितनी संजीदा है, इसका सहज अनुमान मीडिया के अक्सर सुर्खियां बनकर उभरने वाले दुष्कर्म के प्रकरणों से लगाया जा सकता है। थॉमसन राइटर्स फाउंडेशन की रिपोर्ट्स में 26 जून 2018 में ऐसा प्रकाशित किया गया है कि भारत के महिलाओं के लिए अपना देश अच्छी तरह से सुरक्षित नहीं है। बीते 10 वर्ष के दौरान महिलाओं के अत्याचार के जो मामले हैं वो बहुत ही गंभीरता से विचार करने के लिए प्रवृत्त करने वाले हैं। बीते 10 साल में शील भंग के मामले 4,70,556, अपहरण के मामले 3,15,074, बलात्कार के मामले 2,43,051, दुर्व्यवहार के मामले 1,04,151 दर्ज किए गए हैं। यानी पिछले 10 वर्ष में इतनी बड़ी मात्रा में महिलाओं के ऊपर अत्याचार होते आ रहे हैं। प्रत्येक मिनट कोई ना कोई महिला यौन हिंसा की शिकार बनती जा रही है। नारी गरिमा का किसी भी स्तर पर हनन अमानवीय स्वरूप का होता है। इस संदर्भ में अनेक कानून बनाए गए हैं तो भी हिंसक घटनाएं होती ही रहती है। इसे रोक लगाने के लिए जन चेतना, नैतिक मूल्यों का प्रभाव बढ़ाना आवश्यक है। हमारे पुलिस व्यवस्था, हमारी न्याय प्रणाली में जो त्रुटियां हैं उसे दूर करना होगा। यह समाज, प्रशासन, पुलिस व्यवस्था, न्यायपालिका सभी का संयुक्त दायित्व है। 1990 में महिला हिंसा का प्रश्न अंतरराष्ट्रीय रूप से ध्यान और चिंता का केंद्र बिंदु बन गया। 1993 में संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ की महासभा ने महिला हिंसा समाप्ति की घोषणा पारित की। 1994 में आईसीपीडी जनसंख्या तथा विकास पर अंतरराष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन में जेंडर आधारित हिंसा महिलाओं के प्रजनन तथा यौन स्वास्थ्य के रास्ते में एक अड़चन है, ऐसा माना गया। 1995 में चौथे विश्व महिला सम्मेलन में बेजिंग घोषणा पत्र में महिला हिंसा का मुद्दा मानवीय दृष्टिकोण के आधार पर प्रभावशाली तरीके से उठाया गया। 1996 में 46वीं विश्व स्वास्थ्य सभा ने महिला हिंसा को जन स्वास्थ्य प्राथमिकता घोषित करने वाला प्रस्ताव पारित किया। 1998 में यूनिफेम ने जो आंदोलन चलाया उसका उद्देश्य सारे विश्व में महिला हिंसा के मुद्दे की तरफ ध्यान खींचना था। 1999 में संयुक्त राष्ट्र जनसंख्या कोष ने महिला विरुद्ध हिंसा को जन स्वास्थ्य प्राथमिकता घोषित किया। इस प्रमुख घटना से महिला की हिंसा का प्रश्न अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तर पर महत्वपूर्ण माना गया। महिला हिंसा को विभिन्न भागों में बांटा जा सकता है। शारीरिक प्रताड़ना में मुक्के मारना, पीटना, गला दबाना, जलाना, चोट लगाने के लिए भिन्न हथियार का इस्तेमाल करना, इस घटनाएं शामिल होती है। मनोवैज्ञानिक तथा भावनात्मक प्रताड़ना में आलोचना, धमकी, बेइज्जती, नीचा दिखाने वाली टिप्पणियां करना, इस रूप में प्रताड़ना की जाती है। यौन और जोर जबरदस्ती में महिला को उसकी इच्छा के विरुद्ध यौन संबंध के लिए मजबूर किया जाता है। इसमें बलात्कार, जबरदस्ती शादी, जबरन यौन संबंध के लिए महिला को डराना, धमकाना, इसका समावेश होता है। इस घटनाओं को रोकने के लिए इस संबंध में अनेक महत्वपूर्ण कानून बनाए गए हैं। 1961 में दहेज प्रतिबंधक अधिनियम, 1990 में राष्ट्रीय महिला आयोग अधिनियम, 2005 में घरेलू हिंसा महिलाओं का संरक्षण अधिनियम, 2013 में महिलाओं का कार्यस्थल पर लैंगिक उत्पीड़न अधिनियम। ये अधिनियम महत्वपूर्ण माने जाते हैं। महिलाओं से होने वाली हिंसा निपटने के लिए अपराधियों के व्यवहार में बदलाव लाने के लिए गंभीर प्रयास होना चाहिए। व्यक्तिगत बेहतरी के लिए और संपूर्ण समाज की भलाई के लिए महिलाओं के अधिकार स्थापित होना आवश्यक है। जीने का अधिकार का आशय यह है कि प्रत्येक व्यक्ति का शरीर पर पूर्ण अधिकार स्थापित होना चाहिए। स्वतंत्रता का अधिकार का अर्थ है कि एक व्यक्ति को अपनी इच्छा के अनुसार व्यवहार करना आना चाहिए। व्यक्तिगत रक्षा का अधिकार महिला और पुरुष दोनों को सभी प्रकार की हिंसा से मुक्त रहने का अधिकार प्रदान करता है। शोषण के विरुद्ध का अधिकार शारीरिक, मानसिक, लैंगिक शोषण, अवैध व्यापार को निषिद्ध मानता है। महिलाओं के साथ होने वाली हर तरह की हिंसा के पीछे एक ही तरह की दास्तान है, उनका जन्म समाज में हुआ है। इसलिए समाज को ही उनके सुधार लाने के लिए दिशा में काम करना चाहिए। हिंसा करने वाले अपराधियों को बचपन से ही उस तरह का व्यवहार करने के लिए मानसिक तौर पर संस्कारित किया जाता है। वो अपने पालन पोषण और सोच के कारण हिंसा के लिए प्रवृत्त होते हैं। महिलाओं के साथ होने वाली हिंसा को रोकने के लिए पुरुषों और लड़कों को शामिल करना महत्वपूर्ण है। छोटी उम्र से ही युवाओं में विषाक्त मर्दानगी की भावनाएं बैठा दी जाती है। उनको ऐसा संस्कारित किया जाता है कि लड़कियों और महिलाओं के प्रति प्रभुत्व का व्यवहार करना ही उनकी मर्दानगी है। घिसी पिटी बातों के परिणाम स्वरूप महिलाओं और पुरुषों दोनों का नुकसान हो जाता है और इसलिए संतोषजनक, परस्पर सम्मानजनक संबंध स्थापित करने की संभावनाएं धूमित हो जाती है। पितृसत्ताक व्यवस्था असमान सत्ता संबंधों पर आधारित है, जिसके जिससे महिलाओं के साथ भेदभाव का चक्र उनके जन्म से पहले ही शुरू हो जाता है। जहां लड़कियों के मुकाबले लड़कों को ज्यादा महत्व दिया जाता है, जिसके कारण हम भ्रूण हत्या के मामले देखते हैं। भेदभाव और असमान सामाजिक दर्जा महिलाओं पर होने वाली हिंसा का प्रमुख कारण है। पितृसत्ताक वाली सोच की महिलाओं द्वारा भी हिंसा का शिकार महिला को होना पड़ता है। इसकी जड़ें सामाजिक ढांचा, अपनी सांस्कृतिक परंपरा, पुरुष सत्ताकवादी परिप्रेक्ष्य में है। लड़कियों की उपेक्षा विभिन्न रूपों में दिखाई देती है, जैसे उन्हें स्तनपान से वंचित रखना, भाइयों के मुकाबले कम खाना देना, लड़कों के खाने के बाद खाना खाने की परमिशन देना, बीमार पड़ जाने पर अस्पताल न ले जाना, स्कूल जाने के लिए बंदी करना अथवा ज्यादा पढ़ाई करने के लिए बंदी करना। ये सब तरीके महिलाओं को भेदभावजनक वागणूक देने के हैं। हिंसा का सामना लड़कियां और युवतियों को ही करना पड़ता है, ऐसा नहीं। बुजुर्ग महिलाएं भी अक्सर हिंसा की शिकार होती है। घरेलू हिंसा महिलाओं के खिलाफ होने वाली हिंसा का सबसे सामान्य रूप है। यह ऐसा हर तरह के जो अलग अलग मामले होते हैं, इसके लिए सबको आवाज उठाना पड़ेगा। सब हिंसा के विरुद्ध आवाज उठाने पर महिला को समुदाय के हर घटक ने इसमें शामिल होकर प्रयत्न करना अनिवार्य लगता है। महिलाओं के खिलाफ हिंसा उनके पूरे जीवन चक्र में विभिन्न चरणों में अलग अलग रूप से दिखाई देती है। हिंसा किसी भी महिला के साथ हो सकती है, परंतु जो महिलाएं कमजोर स्थिति में होती है, विशेषतः आसानी से उनका शिकार हो जाती है। गरीबी में जी रही महिलाएं, अनाथ महिलाएं, परिवार की मुखिया महिलाएं, विकलांग महिलाएं आसानी से हिंसा की शिकार होती है। महिलाओं के साथ होने वाली हिंसा रोकने के लिए सामुदायिक स्तर पर जागरूकता पैदा करना जरूरी है। हिंसा के मामलों में हस्तक्षेप करना भी अभिप्रेत है। आपके सामने कोई गंभीर हिंसा का मामला आ जाता है तो महिला को तत्काल किसी सुरक्षित जगह पर स्थानांतरित करना चाहिए, भावनात्मक सहयोग देना चाहिए। उनका डर, उनका गुस्सा, उनकी निराशा, उससे उबरने के लिए मदद करना चाहिए। और महिला के बारे में जो कानूनी उपाय है, उसके बारे में उनको जानकारी देना चाहिए। भारतीय महिलाओं के खिलाफ हिंसा राष्ट्र और समाज पर एक धब्बा है। जब तक भारतीय महिलाओं को हिंसा का शिकार होना पड़ता है, तब तक भारत की अंतर्राष्ट्रीय छवि को भी नुकसान झेलना पड़ता है। इसलिए भारतीय महिलाओं के खिलाफ किसी भी प्रकार की हिंसा को कम करने के लिए कड़े जवाबी कदम उठाना अनिवार्य है। महिलाओं के खिलाफ हिंसा रोकने के लिए एकांत और भीड़भाड़ वाले स्थानों पर पुलिस चौकसी बढ़ाई जानी चाहिए। बसों, रेलवे सुरक्षा, इसके बारे में इंतजाम करना चाहिए। लिंग भेदभाव, पितृसत्ताक दृष्टिकोण में बदलाव लाना चाहिए। संयुक्त प्रयास निश्चित रूप से उन स्थितियों के खिलाफ करना चाहिए कि महिला की हिंसा कम होते जाए। इसलिए सभी समाज घटकों के लिए इसके बारे में प्रयत्न करना चाहिए। स्वतंत्र मनुष्य के रूप में रहना है तो समाज में एक मानवीयतावादी, समतावादी परिवर्तन आवश्यक है। इसलिए समाज घटक के अलग अलग संस्थाएं और व्यक्ति ने क्रियाशील रहना अनिवार्य है, ऐसा लगता है। इस बारे में सजगता निर्माण करना, जागरूकता निर्माण करने के लिए सब तरह के उपाय और प्रयत्न होना चाहिए। ऐसा कहकर मैं मेरे विचार को यहाँ पूर्ण विराम देता हूँ। आपने मुझे निमंत्रित किया, इसलिए आप सबको धन्यवाद देता हूँ।
थैंक यू सर।
Thank you, sir, for your valuable guidance. Now, we are heading towards the end of the session. Now, I request Dr. B.S. Selkar, Head Department of Sociology, to present vote of thanks of this third technical session.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. I, B.S. Selkar, HOD, Sociology Department, expressing here vote of thanks. Friend, in this third technical season, we had Dr. Srikant Gaikwad, Mahatma Basveshwar Mahavidyalaya, Latur, as a chairperson of the third technical session. I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Srikant Gaikwad, sir, to be here and giving his valuable time and special remark. We had another guest for this technical session, Dr. Preeti Khandare, who was the resource person for this technical session. I am grateful to Dr. Preeti Khandare, Madam, Associate Professor Hari Singh Gaur, Central University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh, for her informative speech. I am also thankful to all the participants who are present online, and also thankful to the research scholars who sent their research papers for this e-conference. I am also thankful to all who directly and indirectly help us to make this technical session successful. Thank you very much.
Now I request Professor V.R. Mavre, sir, Head Department of Commerce, to conduct fourth technical session. Professor Mavre, sir, please conduct the fourth technical session.
Very good afternoon, all of the guests, resource person, chairperson of this technical session, Honorable Principal of our college, Dr. R.M. Tate, delegates, online platform across the country, research scholar, and dear students. I, Vinit Mahure, welcome all of you in the fourth technical session of today's National E-Conference. For this session, we have Dr. Dinesh Nichit, sir, Dean, Faculty of Commerce, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, and Principal of Sant Gadge Maharaj Arts, Commerce, and Science College, Valgaon, Amravati. We have also resource person for this technical session, Honorable Dr. J.H. Vyas, sir, Principal and Research Director, RITEE, Raipur, Chhattisgarh, Institute of Technology, Raipur. आज के इस टेक्निकल सेशन के चेयरपर्सन और रिसोर्स पर्सन के लिए दो लाइनें कहना चाहूंगा दोस्तों। हमारी आंखों को जब इन दोनों का दीदार हो जाता है, हमारी आंखों को इन दोनों का जब दीदार हो जाता है, दिन कोई भी हो, हमारे लिए त्योहार बन जाता है। I would like to request Dr. Dinesh Nichit, sir, to join us and occupy the seat as chairperson of this session. Welcome, sir. May I now request Professor Dr. J.S. Vyas occupy his seat as a resource person of this fourth technical session. Now, I would like to give a brief introduction of our resource person. Dr. Honorable Judge Vyas sir is currently working as a professor and Head Management Department and Research Director, RITEE, Raipur, Institute of Technology, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. He has 30 years experience in academic and 10-year experience in industry area. He has delivered many lectures of management and administration in higher education on as a resource person. 6 candidates have been awarded PhD under his supervision. Sir, 3 candidates are pursuing PhD under his supervision. He is a research guide with Chhattisgarh, Swami Vivekananda Technical University, Bhilai, and Dr. C.V. Raman University, Bilaspur. He has published many research papers in the international and national journal. मैं क्या कहूँ? एक लाइन में क्या तुम्हारी तारीफ लिखूं सर? एक लाइन में क्या तुम्हारी तारीफ लिखूं? पानी भी जो देखे तुझे तो प्यासा हो जाए, प्यास लग जाए. ऐसे आप को हम यहाँ प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं. With his brief introduction, I request Honorable Dr. J.S. Vyas sir to deliver his speech on innovation in e-commerce. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahore sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please continue.
Thank you. First of all, I thank Dr. Mahore for giving my very nice introduction to all of you. A very good afternoon to all of you. Dr. Kirantai Bharti, President, SDPSP Mandal, Secretary, Honorable Advocate Siddharth Bharti, Treasurer, Honorable Priyadarshan Bharti, Dr. Rajendra Tatit, Principal of the College, Dr. Dinesh Nichit, Dean and Chairperson of today's session, fellow delegates, participants, and my dear friends. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the management, the organizers, and the staff members of this college. We have arranged this one-day international e-commerce conference very successfully. Friends, I feel extremely happy to be associated with this institution for the second time. My topic of today's deliberation is on innovation in e-commerce. No doubt, the IT technology has created a revolution in human beings' life. It has totally converted our life into the virtual concepts. Everything is going virtual, virtual, and virtual. I am scared that in the coming time, perhaps the relations may also be converted into virtual. The father and son virtual, the husband and wife virtual, the sister and brother virtual, and so on. Of course, that may be the part of the technology. We do not know at the present what will happen in future. But still, as it is said, the change is the prime requirement of the life, of the time. One has to perhaps change as per the requirement of the time. Now, before I start my deliberation, I will just quote certain things. Friends, O is the alphabet which is available in opportunity, but absent in yesterday, present in today, and thrice available in tomorrow. That means never get nervous. There are abundant opportunities in the life. Perhaps we don't know, but one day, if you try, if you make the efforts, definitely the opportunities will come in your way. In relation to this, as we know, the life is a total, in life we have to face so many challenges. It's a drama of challenges. One has to face, one has to play the drama accordingly. I remember one incident where the two friends were declared the death punishment by the king. As the day came near and near, the king thought that let us ask the last desire of this, the last wish of those persons, those youngsters. Now he called him and asked him, what is your wish? One of the youngsters came forward and he said, oh Lord, please give me 6 months time. I will try to apply the wings to your horse so that you can fly all over the universe and you can see this entire world. The king was mesmerized. He was very happy that something new is going to happen in my life. And perhaps after 6 months, I may see this entire world by flying here and there. Now in the night, the king promised, okay, you proceed. In the night when both the friends met together, they discussed. The other friend said that, why you made a lie, or you can say the untruth fact with the king? Why you made this type of commitment, which is not possible? He said very nicely. He said, my dear friend, the life is full of opportunities. He said, how? Now, perhaps in the coming time, there are 4 possibilities. He expressed that there are 4 possibilities. My friend, the first possibility is that either within 6 months, the horse may die. This is one possibility. The second possibility is that within 6 months, perhaps I may die. This is second possibility. The third is that within 6 months, either some miracle may happen and something will happen. And the fourth possibility is that perhaps the king may die. So my dear friend, I have availed opportunities wherein I find something positive so that at least for 6 months, coming 6 months, I can enjoy my life journey. So friends, the life is totally full of challenges where you should not give up. What I mean to say that always try to find out the solutions for that. Because as it is said, if the God closes one door, the 100 doors are always open. But the only thing is that you have to tap, you have to find. Friends, Shakespeare has at one place said that when I had no shoes in my foot, I cried, I wept. But when I saw a man without foot, I stopped crying. And I myself thought that the life is full of blessings of God and we have to behave accordingly. So anyway, with this opening, I will start my deliberation. Next. So friends, my topic of deliberation is, as you know, the innovation in e-commerce. Now see the first definition of research. The research is to be conducted in systematic process and impact of research is innovation. Because the first step for innovation is research and then we go for innovation. The process of innovation is the research output of the final result of its innovation. The science of innovation could be referred to as research, while the innovation refers to the effective use of this knowledge. Because the innovation ultimately converts into practical aspects of the life, into practicability so that the human race is benefited. Then what is research and innovation? The research is the transformation of money into the knowledge, whereas innovation is the transformation of knowledge into money. Then this is a figure which indicates what is research and what is innovation. The ultimate target, the ultimate end is knowledge, the conversion of knowledge. Research converts into knowledge, again innovation also converts into the knowledge, and through this knowledge we are largely benefited. Then what is commerce? The commerce is a division of trade or production which deals with the exchange of goods and services from producer to final consumer. Definitely, as you know, the whatever the produce are produced, they are being consumed by the final consumers, the people like us. Then it comprises the trading of something of economic value such as goods, services, information or money between two or more entities. Now see, nowadays the services and information, they also gain a great importance in terms of commerce. Perhaps before 20, 30 years, the information was never a part of the commerce, but nowadays it is a very much integral part of the commerce. Without e-commerce, you cannot go anywhere. The definition of commerce: the exchange of goods and services for money consists of buyers. Now, buyers are the people with money who want to purchase a good or service. Then sellers. These are the people who offer goods and services to the buyers. Now, producers. These are the people who create the products and services that sellers offers to the buyers. Now, what is e-commerce? Commonly known as electronic marketing. It consists of buying and selling goods and services over an electronic systems such as the internet and other computer networks. E-commerce is the purchasing, selling and exchanging goods and services over computer networks through which the transaction or terms of sales are performed electronically. Now the definition says that e-commerce is the exchange of information across electronic networks at any stage in the supply chain, whether within an organization, between businesses and consumers, or between the public and private sector, whether paid or unpaid. Now we find that even the government is also boosting up for the e-commerce everywhere. E-transactions are taking and largely they are increasing day by day. Now, organizations have now been applying the technologies based on the internet, the World Wide Web and the wireless communications to transform their businesses for over 29 years since the creation of the first website. This is the address of the website by Sir Tim Berners-Lee in 1991. So see friends, since 1991, the innovations are continuously going on in the field of e-commerce. Deploying these technologies has offered many opportunities for innovative e-businesses to be created based on new approaches to the businesses. Now, e-business and e-commerce is an exciting area to be involved with since many new opportunities and challenges arise yearly, monthly, and even daily basis. The innovation has given with the continuous introduction of new technologies, new businesses models, and new communications approaches. For example, the Google innovates relentlessly. Its services have developed a long way since 1998 with billions of pages now indexed and other services such as webmail, pay-per-click adverts, analytics, and social networks, all the parts of its offering. Now see, the Google has created an entire revolution all over the world in the various fields of the technologies. And nowadays, more or less, we all are dependent on the technologies only. No doubt, there are certain benefits, but they are in some way we are also losing the social contacts or the conversation, the live conversation with the people. But as per the time, we have to behave and we have to work accordingly. The internet refers to the physical network that links the computers across the globe. It consists of the infrastructure of network services and communication links between them that are used to hold and transport the information between the client, PCs, and web servers. Now, www, as we see the address, the most common technique for publishing the information on the internet, it is the access through the web browsers which display web pages of embedded graphics and HTML hypertext markup language of the XML extensible encoded text. Everybody knows about this. Now, wireless communication. The electronic transactions and communications conducted using the mobile devices such as laptops, personal digital assistants, and mobile phones with different forms of wireless connections. Now see how the innovations have taken place from 1994, the timeline of websites indicating innovation in business model or marketing communication approaches. Now this is a list of the innovations which are taken all over the world from 1994 to 2001. So I need not go in detail, but this is a list where you can find how the innovations are being carried out in the business model. This is up to 2007. Now, e-commerce transactions between organizations can be considered from two perspectives. One is sell side from the perspective of selling organization, and the buy side from the perspective of buying the organizations. Now, sell side e-commerce. First is buy side e-commerce. E-commerce transactions between a purchasing organization and its suppliers. Sell side e-commerce. E-commerce transactions between a supplier organization and its customers. Now, brief history of e-commerce. It starts from 1970. The e-commerce meant the facilitation of commercial transactions electronically using technologies such as electronic data interchange (EDI) and electronic funds transfer (ETF), which is mostly used in the banking sector, allowing the businesses to send commercial documents like purchase orders or invoices electronically. Now, this is more or less used in the banking sector by the commercial people. Now, the brief history of e-commerce in 1980. As I have told you, the bank by phone anywhere at any time. In 1980, the growth and acceptance of credit cards has taken place. Automated teller machines, ATM machines, as everybody is experiencing nowadays, telephone banking and airline reservation systems, and so on. So many other transactions are being nowadays carried out.
Excuse me, sir.
I
think your PowerPoint presentation is freeze because those screen is share, but PPT are not going next.
Are not showing.
शायद आपका पीपीटी फ्रीज हुआ है, वो आगे नहीं जा रहा है. स्क्रीन पे एक फ्रंट पीपीटी की स्लाइड दिख रही है.
अरे देख तो फ्रंट पीपीटी. इसके बाद अभी दिख रहा है, दिखाई दे रहा है अभी. हेलो,
इट्स प्रोसेसिंग. वेट,
दिख रहा है अभी. सो शुड आई प्रोसीड? 1980 दिख रहा है क्या?
नो नो सर, नो.
Sorry, just bear with me 1 minute. Second. Next. Sir.
Yes, yes. Now it's 1980.
Now it is okay.
Okay.
Then next. Now 1990, is it visible? 1990s?
Zoom out कीजिए. ये जो पीपीटी का है ना स्लाइड शो, zoom out कीजिए.
Zoom out.
हाँ बस. Okay. Continue.
Now in 1990s, the internet commercialized and the users flocked to participate in the form of .coms or internet startups. Innovative applications ranging from the online direct sales to e-learning experiences. Definitely, as you know, the e-learning business, even in our education, is on high, and many organizations, they are giving the e-learning educations in different fields in different areas of the education. Next. Next. Now in 2000 is visible, sir? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Many European and American businesses companies offered their services through World Wide Web, that is WWW. Now, since then, the people began to associate a word e-commerce. So this was very much prominent in use since 2000 and onwards. Now, e-commerce and e-business, we'll see what is the difference or what is the differentiation between these two. E-business, it is a superset of the e-commerce, whereas e-commerce, it is a subset of e-business. Then e-business, it is a broader term. In e-commerce, it is a narrower term. Third, there are many things besides selling, including marketing, procurement of raw materials and goods, etc. Here in e-commerce, it essentially involves the monetary transactions that lead to transfer of ownership or rights to use the goods and services. Fourth, e-business is to bring and retain the customer and educate them online about the product or the services. E-commerce is to sell online. Fifth, its strategies are more complex. Sorry, 1 minute. Fifth, its strategies are more complex. Its strategies are a part of business strategies. Now, sixth, it bears a higher risk of failure, whereas e-commerce, it bears a low risk. Because unless and until you transfer the money or you do the things, the e-commerce will not do anything. Next. Now, what is e-business? You'll find so many entities, so many elements are surrounded by e-business, like the online store setup, marketing, drop shopping, payment options, shipping, invoicing and packaging, pricing manipulates, order management, global training, and digitized products stores. So these are the various elements which are around it. Then last is customer management. So these are the various elements through which the e-businesses are being carried out all over the world. The only thing is that you must have the knowledge how to operate all these entities so that the process can be carried out. Now the next slide. Now, different types of e-commerce. You'll find the business in the business organization B2B, that is business to business, then customer individual, that is business to customers, again here customer to business, then here customer to customer. So these are the different types of e-commerce. Then next, business to business, that is B2B. It stands for business to business, obviously. It consists of the largest form of e-commerce. This model defines that the buyer and seller are the two different entities. Third, it is similar to manufacturer issuing the goods to the retailer or the wholesalers. Then business to business, B2B. The example is Udan is a business to business e-commerce platform designed to solve the core trade problems for the small, medium and large businesses across India. It is the largest such national distribution platform of its kind, enabling retailers and businesses to source the merchandise from the manufacturers, brands, white label, importers, etc. on a single platform. The Udan brings to users the power of technology to grow their businesses. Then business to consumer, that is B2C. It is the model taking the businesses and consumers interaction. The basic concept of this model is to sell the product online to the consumers. Now B2C is the direct trade between the company and consumers. It provides the direct selling through online. The example are, of course, Flipkart, Amazon, etc. All these businesses are booming like anything all over the globe. and people are making money out of it. Then consumer to business, that is C2B. It is business model where an end user or the consumer makes a product or service that an organization uses to complete the business process or gain competitive advantages. Then C2B methodology completely transposes the traditional business to consumer model, where a business produces services and the products for the consumer consumption. Now, consumer to consumer, that is C2C. There are many sites offering the free classified auctions and the forums where the individuals can buy and sell thanks to the online payment systems like PayPal, Google Pay, PhonePe, where the people can send and receive the money online with ease. E-based auction services is a great example where the person-to-person transactions take place every day since 1995. Then the process of e-commerce, how the different steps are involved in the e-commerce. The step one, a consumer uses the web browser to connect to the home page of the merchant's website on the internet. Step two, the consumer borrows the catalogs of the products featured on the site and selects the items to purchase. The selected items are placed in the electronic equivalent of a shopping cart. The step three, when the consumer is ready to complete the purchase of selected items, she provides a bill to and ship to address for purchase and delivery. Then step four, when the merchant's web server receives this information, it computes the total cost of the order, including tax, shipping, and handling charges, and then displays the total to the customer. Step five, the customer can now provide the payment information such as credit card number and then submit the order. Step six, when the credit card number is validated and the order is completed at the commerce server side, the merchant side displays a receipt confirming the customer's purchase. Step seven, the commerce server side then forwards the order to a processing network for payment processing and fulfillment. Now, before I proceed, one incident again I would like to share with all of you. Now, see, the human being is a very intelligent creature on this earth. I would like to say, many a times the people find different ways and means, and how this you will find. I will quote one certain example. Once it so happened that a very rich man, he fell ill and he could not recover for 6 months. So one day he prayed to the God that, oh God, please correct me, please improve my health. If you improve my health, I will offer whatever the money will come out by selling my Bangalore, and I will donate all the money at your feet. Now, friends, incidentally, miraculously, that fellow started recovering and he got all right. Now he remembered the promise made to the God, what to do. So as I said, you cannot imagine the imagination of a human creature on this earth. He thought that if I donate this much of the amount, then what will happen to my future? So what he did, he played a trick with the God also. He displayed one advertisement, he published one advertisement in the newspaper that whosoever will come forward to purchase my Bangalore, I will sell my Bangalore at the cost of ₹1 and my dog at the cost of ₹5 crores. Friends, surprisingly, one customer came forward. He purchased the house at the cost of ₹1 and he purchased his dog at the cost of ₹5 crores. So incidentally, the great man offered ₹1 at the feet of God and put ₹5 crore in his pocket. So you can just judge what is the intelligence who is listening to him and how the human creature behaves. So I think one should not go by this way, but still there are creatures who are doing this type of the intelligent acts. Anyway, this is a sort of learning for all of us. Now, what will be the relationship between EC and EB? These are the electronic commerce. EC has some degree of overlaps with the electronic businesses. Then EC is equal to EB. That is, electronic commerce is broadly equivalent to electronic businesses. And EC again, the electronic commerce is a subset of electronic businesses. Now, next, this is a sort of model, the relationship between the internets, intranets, extranets, and the internets. Perhaps the technical people will understand very broadly about this concept. Then next, activity. Visit each of the sites below and then take them into one of the 4 categories of online presence according to their primary focus. The transactional e-commerce site, services oriented relationship building website, brand building site, and 4th is portal or media site. Now next, these are the various examples of the sites. Perhaps all of us know nowadays silicon.com, then HSB, and so on. These are the n number of, you can say, the websites which are being used by the different customers and the end users. This is again a picture of simple stage model to buy side and the sell side e-commerce. So these are the various stages, 6 stages of the buy and sell side of the e-commerce. Then next, tangible and intangible benefits from e-commerce and e-businesses. Now the tangible benefits, it increases sales from new sales leads, giving rise to the increased revenue from definitely new customers, new markets, existing customers, then existing customers cross-selling and repeat selling. What is intangible? The corporate image communication, enhancement of the brand, more rapid and more responsible marketing, communication including PR. Now, as far as the tangible benefits are concerned, you will find marketing cost reductions from number 1, reduce the time in customer services, online sales, then reduced printing and distribution cost of marketing communications. Whereas in case of intangible, the faster product development life cycle enabling the faster response to market needs, then improved customer services, learning for the future. Now the third step here is supply chain cost reduction from the reduced levels of inventory, increased competition from the suppliers, the short cycle time in ordering. Here, in case of intangible, meeting the customer's expectations to have a website, then identifying the new partners, supporting existing partners better, then better management of marketing information and customer information, and feedback from customers on the product. And here last, as far as tangible is concerned, the administration cost reductions from more efficient routine businesses processes such as recruitment, invoice, payment, and holiday authorization. Now see, these are the different tangible and intangibles, you can say, the benefits from the e-businesses and e-commerce. Then what are the pros and cons? We'll see. No checkout queues. Definitely there is no, you can say, a crowd where you are going for the goods and purchasing and seeing all these things. Then reduce prices. Definitely, as we see the various websites, there you will see on throwaway prices, they may sell their products. They may sell even the reduction to the reduction of 50% less as per their prices and so on. Then you can shop anywhere in the world. Definitely, this is also one of the advantage. Then easy access 24 hours a day. Definitely, the shops or the websites, they are open all 24 hours. And then next is wide selection to cater for all the consumers. The different types of the products, the goods, the wide selections, the different avenues are available so that the customers have the different number of the choice. Then next, cons. unable to examine products personally. Definitely, we can just see, we can view the pictures and buy the things, the cost or whatever it may be. Then not everyone is connected to the internet. Yes, perhaps in the inner part of the India, you'll find even the internets or electricity is the problem. So there, the people are not connected. Then there is the possibility of credit card number theft. Definitely, many must have observed this type of the problems. Then on an average, only one by ninth of the stock is available on the net. So definitely, this is also one of the drawback. Then limitations of e-commerce, security risk clients, public server risk, data transfer and transaction risk, the virus risk and so on. Definitely the different cyber crimes, they are happening because of the different avenues which are available with them, because of their expertise and so on. Then the next thing is high startup cost. As you know, perhaps for formulating all these different websites, initially you have to invest a lot. You have to purchase the technologies, the instruments and so on. So perhaps this cost may go very high and high. Then legal issues. Many times the legal issues like the legal website or illegal websites or the licensed pro forma or whatever it may be. These are the different legal issues which are associated with the different websites. Then lack of skilled personnel. Definitely, this is also one of the initial problem, but many a times nowadays the people are getting the e-commerce or you can say IT literary much more, and definitely the skilled personnel nowadays are easily available. Then loss of contacts with the customers. Yes, perhaps this is the one of the great, you can say, disadvantage even in our social life or in our houses also. The son or the daughters, they are sitting differently in different rooms, watching day and night the computers, the mobiles, and so on. So perhaps this is one of the great loss of human relationships which is taking place. Then the uncertainty and lack of information. Many times, for certain products, you may not have any informations, or many times the website may say that this product is not available. Sorry, we cannot provide you, and so on. Then seventh is some business process may never be available to e-commerce. Definitely, this is also one of the problem, or you can say the limitation of the e-commerce. And lastly, the challenges to security. The internet was never designed with a security in the mind. Second, many companies fail to take the adequate measures to protect their internal systems from the attacks. Third is even you will find the national security, the national internets or the national securities are also affected. They are being attacked by the different viruses and the different agencies. Then third is security precautions are expensive, like firewalls, secure web servers, encryption mechanisms, and so on. And next is security is difficult to achieve. Perhaps the people find out the different solutions, the different to encrypt the different to corrupt the different websites and so on. They find out the ways and means how to enter into one's house or perhaps in one's sites, so that they can know the secret of your businesses also. Now the last part is scope of e-commerce. Now selling can be focused to the global customer. Yes, this is also, you'll find globally you can sell your products even sitting at Arni, Yavatmal, Akola, Amravati, like that. So this is one of the advantage. Then pre-sales, subcontract, supply, and so on. The pre-sales are evidently available. Subcontracts or different agencies are there and they can supply your goods. Then financing and insurance. Nowadays, the financing and insurance, they also help in many ways to fulfill the targets. Then commercial transactions, ordering, delivery, payments. So these are also taking place conveniently. Then product, service, and maintenance. So product, service, and maintenance of the e-commerce has to be maintained accordingly. Then cooperative product development. Definitely the different people, if the different sellers, they come to producers, sorry, if the different producers, they come together, they can sell their products through the e-commerce. That is through the cooperative systems. Then distributed to cooperative working. Definitely a number of people are available and they can avail the, you can say the facility of the e-commerce through their websites. Then use of public and private services. There are n number of the services which are available. Then business to administration, for example, customers. Definitely here also the administrations, the businesses, they are only focusing the customers because ultimately the end user is the customer. Then transport and logistic. The transport and logistic is also one of the important element which comes in the picture of e-commerce, through which the distribution of the products conveniently takes place. Then public procurement. Many times through auctions you will find the government, they are auctioning their products, their sales, their services, or their requirements. They are through the e-commerce. That means the transparency comes in the way. One more great example of e-commerce is regarding our share market. You will find nowadays everything is transparent, and even for the fraction of the second, whatever changes are taking place, you are in touch with the market continuously. Whereas if you go 20 years back, you have to only rely on the intermediaries who were holding those agencies, and what they do, perhaps we could not know that time. But nowadays, everything has become crystal clear, and the customer or the buyers, they are always in touch with the markets. Then automation trading of digital goods. Definitely, the automation has given a convenience to the human race. Perhaps to some extent, the time is also saved, and so on. In accounting, accounting has become very convenient and very, you can say, easy. How you can say that prompt maintenance of the records, you cannot change the records manually, but it stores years together whatever the trading has taken place. So accounting, you can say, has become very reliable in the e-commerce. And then dispute resolution. Definitely the transparency of dispute resolution has also become very convenient in the e-commerce businesses. Conveniently, by sitting at our home, we can resolve the different disputes which are taking place on the commercial basis and so on. So I think because of the shortage of the time, I would not like to extend more. So to conclude with, I am just share one joke with all of you. Now see, the people or the in our life, we imagine we find very typical type of the people. Now I will talk this in Hindi. एक 80 साल के जो दादाजी थे, वो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट से सफर कर रहे थे. उनके पीछे से एक 75 साल की जो औरत थी, वो एंट्री कर रही थी उस बस में. तो दादाजी को देखने के बाद वो औरत कहती है, 75 साल की औरत, सी he is 80 years and this lady is 75 years. She asked, दादाजी आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं? The lady is saying to that gentleman, दादाजी. He was shocked that this lady is almost of my age and she is addressing me like this. So within a fraction of second, what he said? He said, बेटी मैं तुम्हारे लिए दूल्हा ढूंढने जा रहा हूँ. So these are the different human behaviors which we must see. And at the end, I thank all the participants, the management, and the people who have listened to my lecture, and particularly to my friend, Dr. Vinit Mahaure, who has called me, and he said that in spite of my busy schedule, I had to give this. Yes, only yesterday night I came from outside. So I again thank all of you for providing this opportunity to me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable guidance and informative speech. Now, I request the chairperson of this technical session, Dr. Nichis sir, to share his valuable remarks. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Honorable dais, on the dais, Secretary of this college as society, Advocate Bharti sir, and my friend, Principal of this college, Dr. Rajesh Tated sir, Rajendra Tated sir, and my friend, who is the coordinator of this conference, Dr. Vinit Mavre sir, who have given me opportunity for deliver my speech as a chairperson of this conference. Here is join Dr. J.S. Vyas sir, who is the principal in Raipur College, who is my friend. Dr. Vyas sir, in of e-commerce.
Excuse me, sir. निश्चित सर.
Yes, sir.
सर, हाँ, तुमचा चेहरा नाही दिसत. तुम्ही थोडे दूर हा तुमचा आवाज येतोय क्लिअर. हाँ, बस परफेक्ट.
ठीक है सर. अभी
कंटिन्यू. ओके, कंटिन्यू.
ठीक है सर. ठीक है सर. My friend Dr. J.S. Vyas sir, speech on innovation in e-commerce. He said that many challenges are in our life, and there are many opportunities also here for solving these challenges. They give useful explanations or examples for solving the problems or challenges in his speech. Yearly, I heard some speech of Dr. J.S. Vyas sir. Some speech not here because here is a meeting in a university. I was on running. I was on driving. I reached the university department of PhD cell. Here is a meeting. I heard some points of Dr. J.H. Vyas sir. Here they say innovation is growing in commerce day by day from 1991. They said new models, communications, worldwide websites are using in commerce. Now we also are using the platform of online for this workshop or this conference. Internet facilities are available in various sectors. Most of the technology, technology part are using in commerce. Then they said that the e-commerce is using in various sectors like banking sector, industry sector, agriculture sector, even also in education sector, means by COVID mediums. They also focus on different between e-commerce and e-business. They speech and display the branches of e-commerce and advantages of e-commerce, disadvantages of e-commerce, and they focus on limitations of e-commerce. Here I focus. They focus and I point out these notes and these points. Also, I end my speech. I very appreciate and very grateful to coordinator and principal of this college, who they give me opportunity for deliver a speech of as a chairperson of this conference. Thank you to all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nichas sir, for your valuable remarks. Challenges and innovations of e-commerce ने हमको बताया है कोविड के जमाने में। मुश्किल नहीं है कुछ दुनिया में, तू जरा हिम्मत तो कर। मुश्किल नहीं है कुछ दुनिया में, तू जरा हिम्मत तो कर। ख्वाब बदलेंगे हकीकत में, तू जरा कोशिश तो कर। ये ई कॉमर्स ने हमको सिखाया है, और ई कॉमर्स के वजह से ही आज अपने देश में नहीं पूरे विश्व में व्यापार सुरक्षित चलता रहा है। थैंक यू सो मच अगेंस्ट फॉर हियर डॉक्टर निचत सर and my resource person Dr. Jayat Vyas sir. Thank you again to you. Now I request Mr. Milind Pandey sir to present the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee.
Yes, yes sir. Yes, Nijit sir. Okay. Yes, Nijit sir.
May I use, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahure sir. Good afternoon, friends. I'm here to express my vote of thanks for this technical session on the behalf of the organizing committee. First of all, I render my sincere thanks to chairperson of this technical session, Dr. Nichit sir, Dean, Faculty of Commerce, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, who spared his most valuable time for us and expressed his views as a chairperson. Thank you, sir. I also express my special thanks to Dr. J.H. Vyas, the resource person of this technical session. Thank you, sir, for your speech and guidance. Thanks for giving us your valuable time too. Thank you all the participants, students who joined this conference online. And also I would like to express my thanks to Professor Mahure sir to give me an opportunity to present my vote of thanks. Thank you very much. Now I request Professor Chordia sir to begin the fifth session, technical session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. संत गाडगे बाबा अमरावती यूनिवर्सिटी अमरावती श्री दत्त प्रासादिक शिक्षण प्रसारक मंडल द्वारा संचालित स्वर्गीय राजकमल जी भारती कला वाणिज्य व विज्ञान महाविद्यालय की ओर से डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ आर्ट्स, कॉमर्स एंड ह्यूमैनिटी एंड IQAC द्वारा ऑर्गेनाइज नेशनल ई कॉन्फ्रेंस के 5वें टेक्निकल सेशन में मैं सुनील भौरीलाल चौरडिया, डायरेक्टर ऑफ फिजिकल एजुकेशन स्पोर्ट्स, आप सभी का सहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूं। इस टेक्निकल सेशन के लिए हमें चेयरपर्सन के रूप में डॉक्टर मीनाक्षी भंसाली एवं रिसोर्स पर्सन के रूप में डॉक्टर संदीप जी काड़े प्राप्त हुए हैं। डॉक्टर मीनाक्षी भंसाली अलियंस यूनिवर्सिटी बेंगलोर, इनसे आग्रह करता हूं कि चेयरपर्सन के रूप में आप अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। थैंक यू मैडम। इस टेक्निकल सेशन के लिए रिसोर्स पर्सन के रूप में आज यहाँ मौजूद डॉक्टर संदीप जी काड़े, हेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ पॉलिटिकल साइंस, यशवंत महाविद्यालय सेलू, डिस्ट्रिक्ट वर्धा, इनका भी मैं तहे दिल से यहाँ स्वागत करता हूँ और विनती करता हूँ कि आप भी अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। थैंक यू सर। इसके पश्चात आज के जो चेयरपर्सन है डॉक्टर मीनाक्षी जी भंसाली, आपने USA से PhD किया है। उनका संशोधन क्षेत्र जेनेटिक्स से संबंधित है। इसके अलावा आपने आपका पोस्ट डॉक्टरेट जॉन्स हॉपकिंस यूनिवर्सिटी से अमेरिका में इम्पोजेनेटिक्स में किया है। कहीं जगह पे शास्त्रज्ञ के तौर पे आप काम करते हैं, जैसे कि कैंसर रिसर्च,
कैंसर साइंटिस्ट, सिडनी कॉलेज यूएसए में। वैसे ही आपको कई स्थान से पुरस्कार प्राप्त हुए हैं, जिसमें बेस्ट साइंटिस्ट इन वर्ल्ड वाइड कैंसर कम्युनिटी और AACR मेंबरशिप आप उल्लेखनीय है। डॉक्टर, आपको कहीं सारे अंतरराष्ट्रीय पेपर्स आपने प्रस्तुत किए हैं। आप डॉक्टर मीनाक्षी भंसाली बेंगलोर में स्थित है अभी, और कैंसर कंसल्टेंट के रूप में आप अमेरिका और भारत के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। इसके साथ आप ब्राइट माइंड्स ट्रेनर के रूप में कार्य कर रहे हैं। साथ में हार्टफुल मेडिटेशन के ट्रेनर के रूप में भी आप काम कर रहे हैं। आपने पूरे भारत में ऑनलाइन सेमिनार के माध्यम से मार्गदर्शन किया है। 3 माह पहले आपने आर्नी में भी हमारा एक सेशन मेडिटेशन का आपने लिया है। 3 दिन का एक सेशन था आपका। मैं आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। दूसरे जो आज के हमारे रिसोर्स पर्सन है वो है डॉक्टर संदीप जी काड़े। आप वर्धा से है, यशवंत महाविद्यालय में आप HOD पॉलिटिकल साइंस के है। आपके भी अंतरराष्ट्रीय और राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे कम से कम 50 से पेपर रीडिंग आपने प्रस्तुत किए हैं। आपको 12 साल का करीब करीब अनुभव है। आपके बहुत से नेशनल इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार और वर्कशॉप में करीब करीब 100 से ज्यादा पेपर आपने प्रस्तुत किए हैं। साथ ही साथ आपको बहुत से संगठन से पुरस्कार प्राप्त हुए हैं। वैसे ही आपके जो आर्टिकल्स है बहुत से पेपर में आप के प्रसिद्ध हुए हैं। साथ में आपको जो भी पुरस्कार मिले हैं वो इस तरह से पुरस्कार आपको प्राप्त हुए हैं। शिवबा प्रेरणा पुरस्कार, राज्य स्तरीय साहित्य रत्न पुरस्कार, साथ में राज्य स्तरीय आनंदी साहित्य पुरस्कार, साथ में आपकी बहुत सी किताबें भी आपने प्रस्तुत की हैं। वैसे ही आप बहुत से संगठन का काम कर रहे हैं, मेंबर्स के रूप में कर रहे हैं। साथ में आप कोई भी संगठन के जो इंडियन रिसर्च एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन वर्धा में है, आप उसके प्रेसिडेंट है। आप पॉलिटिकल साइंस के जो नागपुर विभाग के आप मेंबर्स हैं। साथ ही साथ आप इंडियन एसोसिएशन फॉर वुमेन्स स्टडीज दिल्ली के लाइफ मेंबर हैं। ऐसे रिसोर्स पर्सन आज आप हमें प्राप्त हुए। मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि आप ये 5th सेशन में रिसोर्स पर्सन के रूप में हमें मार्गदर्शन करें। डॉक्टर संदीप जी काड़े, वेलकम सर।
काळे सर, इट्स ओव्हर टू यू. काळे सर. काळे सर, इट्स ओव्हर टू यू. प्लीज अनम्यूट युअरसेल्फ. काळे सर.
ओके, थँक यू सर. आवाज येत आहे सर?
Yes sir, you are audible.
राजकमल जी भारती, कला वाणिज्य, व श्रीमती सुशीलाबाई भारती, विज्ञान महाविद्यालय आर्नी, जिल्हा यवतमाळ येथील आर्ट्स, कॉमर्स, ह्युमॅनिटीज आणि IQAC यांच्या संयुक्त विद्यमाने आज एक दिवसीय आंतरविद्याशाखीय राष्ट्रीय परिषदेचे आयोजन करण्यात आले आहे। या परिषदेच्या निमित्ताने उपस्थित व्यवस्थापन मंडळाचे अध्यक्ष, सचिव, सर्व पदाधिकारी, महाविद्यालयाचे सन्माननीय प्राचार्य डॉक्टर राजेंद्र तातेड सर, या तांत्रिक सत्राच्या सन्माननीय अध्यक्ष माननीय डॉक्टर मीनाक्षी भंसाली मॅडम, आमच्या राज्यशास्त्र विभाग प्रमुख डॉक्टर ज्योती खोब्रागडे मॅडम, आभासी पद्धतीने सहभागी झालेले सर्व प्राध्यापक बंधू भगिनी, संशोधक, विद्यार्थी, विद्यार्थिनी, मित्रमैत्रिणी, सर्व सबसे पहले मैं आयोजन समिति का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। एक अत्यंत ज्वलंत विषय पर बहुत ही अच्छी तरीके से एक इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी ई कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन महाविद्यालय द्वारा किया गया है। मैं फिर से आप सभी लोगों के साथ महाविद्यालय का अभिनंदन करता हूं और आप सभी के बीच आपके साथ रिसेंट ट्रेंड्स इन ह्यूमैनिटीज के अंतर्गत विचार प्रस्तुत करने का अवसर प्रदान करने के लिए महाविद्यालय के सम्माननीय प्राचार्य तथा हमारी डॉक्टर ज्योति खोब्रागडे मैडम, इनका तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देता हूं। अंतरराष्ट्रीय पटल पर एक रिसर्च सर्वे इंटरनेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट फॉर डेमोक्रेसी एंड इलेक्टोरल असिस्टेंस, इसके द्वारा एक सर्वे के माध्यम से एक निरीक्षण प्रस्तुत किया गया है कि अभी तक अंतरराष्ट्रीय पटल पर जितने भी लोकतांत्रिक देश अपनी भूमिका निभा रहे, उनमें से करीब 165 देशों ने इस सर्वे में भाग लिया था। 22 नवंबर 2021 को इस संस्था द्वारा इस सर्वे को डिस्प्ले किया गया और इस माध्यम से 5 तत्व सामने रखकर ये सर्वे प्रस्तुत किया गया। वो 5 तत्व थे: रिप्रेजेंटेटिव गवर्नमेंट, second is fundamental rights, and third is checks on government, fourth is impartial administration, and last is participatory engagement। इन सभी 5 तत्वों का अगर अवलोकन किया जाए तो इस सर्वे के द्वारा ये प्रयास किया गया कि लोकतांत्रिक देशों में ट्रांसपेरेंट इलेक्शन, वोटिंग, ओपन पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज, फंडामेंटल राइट्स, द रोल ऑफ सिविल सोसाइटी, सोशल राइट्स एंड पॉलिटिकल राइट्स, इन सभी बातों को ध्यान में रखकर देश की जनता को ज्यादा से ज्यादा सम्मानजनक बर्ताव प्रदान किया जाए, ऐसा माहौल देश में निर्माण किया गया है या नहीं। इसी के साथ गवर्नमेंट की भूमिका और गवर्नमेंट के साथ जनता की भूमिका, इनका कोरिलेशन कैसा रहता है, इस बात पर निरीक्षण अध्ययन करके ये सर्वे प्रस्तुत किया गया। लोकतंत्र की जब बात आती है, लोकतंत्र का जब हम अर्थ प्रस्तुत करते हैं तो अब्राहम लिंकन की डेफिनेशन सभी लोग सामने लाते हैं, परंतु मला असं म्हणायचंय, आज लोकांनी लोकांचे लोकांकरिता चालविलेले शासन याच्याऐवजी जबाबदार लोकांनी जबाबदार लोकांचे जबाबदार लोकांकरिता चालविलेले शासन म्हणजे लोकशाही असा अर्थ अभिप्रेत घेण्याची आवश्यकता निर्माण झालेली आहे. कारण भारतीय संविधानाच्या अंतर्गत सामाजिक न्यायाच्या दृष्टिकोनातून या भारतातील प्रत्येक व्यक्तीला माणूस म्हणून माणसासारखं जीवन जगण्यासाठी आवश्यक असणारी परिस्थिती निर्माण करण्यासाठी 395 कलम, 12 परिशिष्ट आणि 22 विभाग खर्ची घातलेले आपल्याला दिसतात. असं असताना सुद्धा एकच कलम आपल्या समोर या ठिकाणी प्रस्तुत करणे आवश्यक वाटेल. डॉक्टर श्रीकांत गायकवाड सरांनी सुद्धा त्या संदर्भात महिला सुरक्षिततेच्या अनुषंगाने उल्लेख केला होता. राईट टू लाईफ अर्थात जीवन जगण्याचा अधिकार हा एक अत्यंत ज्वलंत विषय आहे आणि आज या ठिकाणी आंतरविद्याशाखीय परिषदेचे आयोजन करताना आयोजकांनी एक अत्यंत महत्त्वाची भूमिका पार पाडली आहे. सर्व विषयाची तज्ञ मंडळी एका मंचावर निमंत्रित करून त्यांच्या ज्ञान आणि अनुभवाचा लाभ हा सर्व सहभागी प्राध्यापक तथा संशोधकांना व्हावा. राज्य चालविण्याचं काम शासन करते आणि शासनाची भूमिका ही संविधानाच्या आधारावर निश्चित झालेली असते. परंतु असं असताना नागरिकांच्या संदर्भात जशी त्यांना आपल्या अधिकाराची जाणीव असते त्याच प्रकारे त्यांना कर्तव्याची जाणीव सुद्धा असणे आवश्यक आहे. जोपर्यंत नागरिक आपल्या कर्तव्याचं भान ठेवणार नाहीत तोपर्यंत लोकशाहीचा जबाबदार लोकांनी जबाबदार लोकांचे जबाबदार लोकांकरिता चालविलेले शासन हा अर्थ कधीच स्पष्ट झालेला दिसणार नाही. माणूस म्हणून माणसाला माणसासारखं जीवन जगण्यासाठी आवश्यक असणारी परिस्थिती उपलब्ध व्हावी, निर्माण व्हावी या उद्देशाने जीवन जगण्याचा अधिकार हा अत्यंत महत्वाचा आहे. कारण भारतीय संविधानकारांनी जागतिक पटलावरील 10 डिसेंबर 1948 ला घोषित करण्यात आलेला मानवी हक्काचा जागतिक जाहीरनामा आपल्या समोर ठेवताना मानवी हक्क ही व्यक्ती प्रतिष्ठेची संकल्पना समजून प्रत्येक व्यक्तीला स्वतःच्या व्यक्तिमत्व विकासासाठी प्राप्त असलेले सामाजिक, आर्थिक, राजकीय, शैक्षणिक आणि सांस्कृतिक अधिकार समजून सामाजिक, आर्थिक आणि राजकीय न्यायाची स्थापना समजलेली आहे. याच अनुषंगाने डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांनी जीवन जगण्याचा अधिकार हा एक शब्द भारतीय संविधानामध्ये समाविष्ट केला. आजपर्यंत सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाने त्याचा अर्थ स्पष्ट करताना त्याची व्यापकता आपल्या समोर स्पष्ट केलेली दिसते. म्हणून आज केवळ राईट टू लाईफ हा एवढाच शब्द आपल्या समोर राहिला नाही, तर राईट टू लाईफच्या अंतर्गत राईट टू एज्युकेशन, राईट टू फूड, राईट टू शेल्टर, राईट टू वॉटर, राईट टू इन्फॉर्मेशन, राईट टू एज्युकेशन, राईट टू डिग्निटी, राईट टू प्रायव्हसी, राईट टू एन्व्हायरमेंट अशा कितीतरी अधिकारांची प्राप्ती आज आपल्याला या राईट टू लाईफच्या माध्यमातून प्राप्त झालेली दिसते. अर्थातच कोणत्याही भारतीय व्यक्तीला स्वतःच्या व्यक्तिमत्व विकासाकरिता आवश्यक असणारी परिस्थिती निर्माण करताना, उदाहरणार्थ आपल्या सर्वांना आज अन्न, वस्त्र, निवारा एवढ्याच मूलभूत गरजा वाटतात, परंतु संविधानकारांनी त्यावेळेस हा विचार केला होता की या देशातील प्रत्येक व्यक्तीला, प्रत्येक नागरिकाला शुद्ध पाणी पिण्याचा अधिकार हा सुद्धा त्याचा जीवन जगण्याच्या, सन्मानपूर्वक जीवन जगण्याच्या अधिकाराचा भाग आहे. आणि म्हणून भारतीय संसदेने 2006 मध्ये राईट टू प्युअर वॉटर नावाचा ऍक्ट संमत केला. त्या माध्यमातून आज प्रत्येक व्यक्तीला शुद्ध पाणी पिणे हा त्याचा जीवन जगण्याच्या अधिकाराचा भाग बनलेला आहे. 2013 मध्ये सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाने निवडणूक आयोगाचं लक्ष हे मतदानाच्या अधिकाराकडे वळलेलं आपल्याला दिसते. कारण व्यक्तीला मतदान करण्यासाठी जाताना नेहमी मनामध्ये एक विचार यायचा की उभ्या असलेल्या उमेदवारांपैकी एकही उमेदवार आपल्या पसंतीचा नाही, मग कशाला मतदान करायचं आणि म्हणून तो मतदान करण्यासाठी टाळायचा आणि मतदानाची टक्केवारी ही 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65 पर्यंत राहायची. आता सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाने 2013 मध्ये केलेल्या सूचनेच्या आधारावर निवडणूक आयोगाने 2014च्या इलेक्शन मध्ये नन ऑफ दी अबव अर्थात नोटा हा पर्याय शेवटचं बटन म्हणून आपल्या समोर प्रस्थापित केलेला आहे. वरीलपैकी कोणताही उमेदवार पसंत नसला तर शेवटची बटन दाबून आपण आपला नकाराधिकार स्पष्ट करू शकतो. परंतु मतदान करण्यापासून, आपलं राष्ट्रीय कर्तव्य बजावण्यापासून कोणताही नागरिक बाजूला होणार नाही. कारण मतदानाचा अधिकार हा मानवी हक्काच्या जागतिक जाहीरनाम्यातील कलम 19 नुसार प्रत्येक व्यक्तीचा एक मानवी आणि मूलभूत अधिकार असलेला आपल्याला दिसतो. विचार अभिव्यक्ती स्वातंत्र्याच्या माध्यमातून ज्या पद्धतीने प्रत्येक व्यक्तीला स्वतःचे विचार प्रकट करण्याचा अधिकार देण्यात आलेला आहे, त्याच प्रकारे कलम 325 आणि कलम 326 अंतर्गत प्रत्येक व्यक्तीला मतदानाचा अधिकार प्रदान करण्यात आलेला आहे. रिसेंट ट्रेंड्सच्या अनुषंगाने जेव्हा या आंतरविद्याशाखीय परिषदेचे आयोजन करण्यात आलेले आहे, मला असं वाटतं की लोकतांत्रिक भूमिकेतून किंवा लोकशाही व्यवस्थेच्या अनुषंगाने सगळ्या विषयांचा अभ्यास करत असताना केवळ राज्यशास्त्राच्या, समाजशास्त्राच्या, अर्थशास्त्राच्या दृष्टिकोनातून एका विषयाच्याकडे आपण आता बघू शकत नाही. उलट एकाच विषयाचा अभ्यास विविध विषयाच्या अनुषंगाने करण्याची आवश्यकता आज निर्माण झालेली आहे. आणि म्हणूनच आपण बघतो की आज वेगवेगळ्या रिसर्च मेथडॉलॉजीचा अवलंब करून संशोधन करण्याच्या संदर्भात जो भर आतापर्यंत कायम होता, त्याच्याही पलीकडे जाऊन आता इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच स्वीकारण्याचं काम सामाजिक संशोधन पद्धतीतच नव्हे तर इतर संशोधन पद्धतीच्या माध्यमातून सुद्धा आपल्याला होताना दिसतो. आणि आज प्रत्येक रिसोर्स पर्सनच्या मार्गदर्शनाचा विचार करताना आपल्याला एक बाब अत्यंत महत्वाची स्पष्ट झालेली दिसेल की त्यांनी सर्वसमावेशक दृष्टिकोनातून आपले विचार प्रगट केलेले आहेत. आणि त्याच अनुषंगाने आपण भारतीय लोकशाहीचा विचार केला तर सर्व लोकांना सर्वच गोष्टींची जाणीव असण्याची आवश्यकता आज निर्माण झालेली आहे. आणखी एक शेवटचा मुद्दा या ठिकाणी स्पष्ट करणं आवश्यक वाटेल की जेव्हा एखादा विद्यार्थी कॉमर्सचं शिक्षण घेतो, एखादा एज्युकेशन, सायन्स, इंजिनिअरिंग, मेडिकल, ऍग्रिकल्चरचं शिक्षण घेतो, परंतु MPSC किंवा UPSCचा अभ्यास करताना त्याला केवळ त्याच्या विषयाचं नॉलेज असणे आवश्यक नाही. राज्यशास्त्र, इतिहास, इंग्लिश, मराठी, जिओग्राफी, सायन्स या सर्व विषयांचं आकलन असणे आवश्यक आहे. अर्थातच आंतरविद्याशाखीय दृष्टिकोनातून त्याचा अभ्यास, अवलोकन, अनुभव आणि ज्ञानाची आवश्यकता या देशाचं शासन आणि प्रशासन चालविण्यासाठी असलेली आपल्याला दिसते. ती आवश्यकता भरून जर काढायची असेल तर आज आमच्या शिक्षण व्यवस्थेमध्ये अत्यंत महत्वाचा बदल जो न्यू एज्युकेशन पॉलिसीच्या माध्यमातून स्वीकारण्यात आलेला आहे आणि नुकताच जो निर्णय आपण कालची परवाची वर्तमानपत्र बघितली तर त्याच्या माध्यमातून आपल्याला कळालेला असेल, तो म्हणजे एका विद्यार्थ्याला एका वेळेस 2 पदव्याचं शिक्षण घेण्याची संधी विद्यापीठ अनुदान आयोगाच्या माध्यमातून देण्यात आलेली आहे. हा अत्यंत स्वागतार्ह असलेला विषय आणि मुद्दा आहे किंवा निर्णय आहे. एका विद्यार्थ्याला एका विषयासाठी सीमित न करता त्याला त्याच्या एका विषयाच्या सोबत, एका फॅकल्टीच्या सोबत, एकाच ज्ञान शाखेच्या व्यतिरिक्त एका ज्ञान शाखेपुरतं सीमित न करता इतरही ज्ञान शाखांचा अभ्यास करण्याची संधी आज त्याला निर्माण होणे आवश्यकता आहे. एका बाजूला आपण हे बघतोय की एक डॉक्टर जो जनरल फिजिशियन म्हणून आपल्या समोर राहतो, त्यावेळेस आपण कुठलाही आजार असला तर त्याच्याकडे जाऊ शकतो, परंतु जेव्हा आपल्याला डोळ्याचा आजार असतो तेव्हा डोळ्याच्या डॉक्टरकडे, कान नाक घशाचा आजार असतो तर त्याच्या स्पेशालिस्ट डॉक्टरकडे, हाडांचा त्रास असेल तर ऑर्थोपेडिक्स कडे आपण जातो. असं असताना आज ही आवश्यकता निर्माण झालेली आहे की जरीही आपण एका विषयाचे स्पेशालिस्ट आहोत, उदाहरणार्थ माझा विषय राज्यशास्त्र आहे मला राज्यशास्त्राचं ज्ञान आत्मसात करून चालत नाही, तर भविष्यामध्ये विद्यापीठ अनुदान आयोगाने घेतलेल्या निर्णयानुसार मला राज्यशास्त्राच्या अंतर्गत ह्युमन राईट्स, एन्व्हायरमेंट, रिसर्च मेथडॉलॉजी, हिस्ट्री यासारख्या विषयांचं ज्ञान सुद्धा प्राप्त करणे आवश्यक आहे. तसं राज्यशास्त्र हा विषय फक्त राज्यशास्त्रापुरता सीमित राहिला असं नाही. इंटरनॅशनल रिलेशन, इंटरनॅशनल एंथ्रोपॉलॉजी, पॉलिटिकल सोशियोलॉजी, पॉलिटिकल एंथ्रोपॉलॉजी, फॉरेन पॉलिसी, इंटरनॅशनल सिक्युरिटी, इंटरनॅशनल डिफेन्स अँड सिक्युरिटी यासारख्या विषयांचं आगमन आता राज्यशास्त्र विषयाच्या अंतर्गत झालेलं असल्यामुळे विषयाची व्याप्ती, विषयाचा स्कोप ज्या पद्धतीने वृद्धिगत झालेला आहे, त्याच प्रकारे अध्ययन आणि अध्यापनाची प्रक्रिया सुद्धा आंतरविद्याशाखीय दृष्टिकोनातून बदलण्याची आवश्यकता निर्माण झालेली आहे. आणि तोच प्रयत्न न्यू एज्युकेशन पॉलिसीच्या माध्यमातून आपल्याला होताना दिसतो. त्याचं स्वागत करणं ही आजच्या काळाची आवश्यकता आहे. म्हणून आज या परिषदेच्या माध्यमातून एक चांगलं पाऊल आयोजकांच्या भूमिकेत असलेल्या राजकमलजी भारती कला वाणिज्य तथा श्रीमती सुशीलाबाई भारती विज्ञान महाविद्यालयाच्या द्वारे टाकण्यात आलेला आहे. पुनश्च आपल्या सर्वांच्या वतीने त्यांचे हार्दिक अभिनंदन करतो. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद, जय भारत.
थैंक यू सर. काले सर ने बहुत ही बढ़िया जानकारी ह्यूमन राइट्स एंड वोटिंग इम्पोर्टेंस एंड वोटिंग रजिस्ट्रेशन के बारे में हमें दी है. मैं आज के हमारे चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर मीनाक्षी बंसली से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो हमें मार्गदर्शन करें. डॉक्टर मीनाक्षी बंसली जी.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is everybody is able to hear me? Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So सभी को मेरा नमन और बड़ों को प्रणाम. थैंक यू वेरी मच. मैं आयोजक के सब ऑनरेबल मेंबर्स को, कॉलेज के ऑनरेबल मेंबर्स को, तातेड़ सर को और छोड़िया सर को थैंक्स कहूंगी कि जिन्होंने मुझे यहाँ आने का और बोलने का मौका दिया. सभी जो स्टूडेंट और जो भी पीपल इसमें कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं उनको भी मैं धन्यवाद दूंगी, क्योंकि एज आई नो टू हियर द स्पीकर इज रियली अ बिग डील, स्पेशली वेरी पेशेंटली. सो audiences are very important, and all the students who are participating, I'm not sure how many, I'm thankful to them all. Okay, so I should start my program, and I like to thank Kale sir also, because for one thing I like to mention, he just mentioned about welcoming the policy, right, where the student can take apart from mainstream, he can be going in the another stream of his choice. ये बहुत ही अच्छा निर्णय है सरकार का, क्योंकि मैं जब अमेरिका में थी तो आई हैव माई सेल्फ सीन कि मेरे साथ जो कोर्स वर्क ले रहे थे स्टूडेंट्स, वो कुछ मेडिकल के रहते थे, कुछ नॉन मेडिकल रहते थे. इनफैक्ट आई हैव सीन कि जो फार्मेसी स्टूडेंट है या जो वकील है, LLB होए वाले, वो लोग मेडिकल फील्ड में भी आ सकते थे. सो दिस इज अ ब्यूटिफुल थिंग, यू नो, यू कैन स्विच द फील्ड्स. दैट्स द बेस्ट वे, बिकॉज इट्स नॉट नेसेसरी कि हमारे इंटरेस्ट के हिसाब से हर चीज हो. अपने जो इंडियन गवर्नमेंट के हिसाब से अभी जब देखते हैं कि 11th-12th के बाद हम सर्टन फील्ड्स में ही जाते हैं, तो दैट शुडंट बी द ऑलवेज वेरी स्ट्रिक्ट लॉ. एनीवे, माय टॉपिक वुड बी लिटिल डिफरेंट वन हियर. इंग्लिश इज प्रेफरेबल, और मैं हिंदी इंग्लिश मराठी मिक्स करूं? व्हाट इज प्रेफरेबल? इट वुड बी ग्रेट इफ यू गाइड मी गाइस.
तीनों मिक्स चलेगा मैम.
अच्छा सर, थैंक यू. तो मेरा आज का टॉपिक, मैं बिकॉज टाइम लिमिट है तो मैं टॉपिक को शॉर्ट करके ही बोलूंगी, और मैं 5 मिनट का प्रैक्टिकल सेशन भी लूंगी उसमें. मेरा टॉपिक रहेगा स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट, विच इज वेरी पॉपुलर टॉपिक राइट नाउ. बट स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट सबसे पहले स्ट्रेस क्या है और उसका अपने शरीर पे क्या परिणाम होता है, मैं बहुत डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगी, लेकिन जो मेरा स्पेशलाइजेशन है जेनेटिक और एपिजेनेटिक्स, क्योंकि हमारे पास टाइम ज्यादा नहीं है, उस पर थोड़ा सा बोलूंगी कि तनाव का या स्ट्रेस का हमारे शरीर पे क्या असर होता है और क्या प्रैक्टिकल वे है, कोई प्रैक्टिकल टूल है कि जिससे हम इसको कर्व कर सकते हैं। तो आज मैं इसी सब्जेक्ट पे बात करूंगी, विच इज वेरी डिफरेंट, एंड as this is, I'm hoping this is the last session, so I want to really relax you all. Okay, so having said that, मैं जब अमेरिका में थी और मैं जब पढ़ रही थी एज अ साइंटिस्ट, आई वाज वर्किंग, एंड मैं ओहायो से पीएचडी हूँ, मेरा जेनेटिक्स में पीएचडी है और कैंसर पे। आई एम होपिंग कि मोस्ट ऑफ द लोगों का नॉन मेडिकल बैकग्राउंड है, तो मैं सिंपल शब्दों में ही बताने की कोशिश करूंगी। लेकिन ये क्यों जरूरी है, आप कहेंगे हमको क्या जरूरत है, नो दिस इज राइट नाउ व्हाई आई नीड टू नो अबाउट जेनेटिक्स एंड एपिजेनेटिक्स। आई एम गोना टॉक ओनली इन द कंटेक्स्ट ऑफ डिसीजेस ड्यू टू द स्ट्रेस, जो हर सर्वसामान्य इंसान को, स्पेशली स्टूडेंट्स को भी बहुत जरूरी है। मैं अभी अलायंस यूनिवर्सिटी से एसोसिएटेड हूँ, यहाँ पे 8 से 9,000 स्टूडेंट्स है और 2000 नॉन टीचिंग एंड नॉन टीचिंग फैकल्टीज, हम सभी को यहाँ पे मैं मेडिटेशन के सेशंस ले रही हूँ। So, जब हम साइंटिफिकली अप्रोच करके when we explain, then you would feel the need of it. This is the need of the hour. कि हम लोग अभी 24/7 स्ट्रेस के अंदर से गुजर रहे हैं। स्ट्रेस को डिफाइन अगर मुझे करना है तो मैं कहूंगी कि इट इज नॉन कोऑर्डिनेशन बिटवीन हार्ट एंड माइंड। हमारा मन कुछ कहता है, माइंड कुछ कहता है और हृदय कुछ कहता है, और हर बार हम so much competition, so much jealousy, we are just running. How long we would be doing this? And right now, अभी मैंने यहाँ पे यूनिवर्सिटी में 18 ईयर का लड़का हार्ट अटैक से एक्सपायर हुआ, फर्स्ट ईयर बीटेक इंजीनियरिंग स्टूडेंट। कैन यू इमेजिन? मैंने ऐसे पेशेंट ट्रीट किए हैं, 10वीं के बच्चे को बीपी की गोली चालू है आज, 7th 8th के बच्चों को अल्सर्स हो रहे हैं पेट में। डू यू थिंक वी आर गोइंग इन राइट डायरेक्शन? Whoever present in this conference, I want to ask you all, what do you think, what's the goal of human life? Do you think God really produced us for earning money, going bigger, and reproduction and dying? You know, this is the aim of life. That's why we are here. I'm not saying you don't need to earn the money and status, of course, because I myself have done these things. All I'm saying is we shouldn't be so much attached. So getting to the point, how ये स्ट्रेस को कैसे कम किया जाए, स्ट्रेस के सबसे पहले हमारे शरीर पे क्या परिणाम होते हैं, आई वुड टॉक लिटिल बिट अबाउट इट। हम सबने बेसिक बायोलॉजी में सीखा है, जब मैं अमेरिका में थी तो यस आई वाज स्टडीइंग कैंसर। मुझे सिडनी किमल कैंसर यूनिट जॉन्स हॉपकिंस में, जॉन्स हॉपकिंस यूनिवर्सिटी वर्ल्ड का टॉप मोस्ट यूनिवर्सिटी है, रिसर्च में नंबर 1 का है। आई एम श्योर फ्यू ऑफ यू माइट बी नोइंग अबाउट दिस। ये प्रीमियर यूनिवर्सिटी है और इसमें सिडनी किमल कैंसर यूनिट है। यहाँ पे काफी अपने इंटरनेशनल पीपल कम फॉर क्योरिंग कैंसर। उसमें मैं साइंटिस्ट बोल के अपॉइंटेड थी और वहाँ पे कैंसर के ट्यूमर्स लेना पेशेंट को देख के, और वो ट्यूमर्स को पे स्टडी करना और उसका कारण ढूंढ के निकालना। उसमें बहुत सारे मैकेनिज्म्स आते हैं, उस पर दवाई तैयार होती है, वो सब मैं उसमें नहीं जाना चाहती। लेकिन इतने दिन के रिसर्च करते करते एक चीज ध्यान में आई कि हमारी खुद की सेल्स, हमारे बॉडी में 50 ट्रिलियन सेल्स आहे, 50 ट्रिलियन सेल्स आपल्या बॉडीमध्ये आहे। आणि आपल्याला असं वाटतं की मी काहीतरी आहे ना, तसं नाही। 50 ट्रिलियन सेल्स एक सोबत मशीन सारखे आपल्या बॉडीत काम करत आहेत। प्रत्येक सेलचं कार्य खूप खूप महत्वाचं आहे। तर मला हे नेहमी प्रश्न पडायचा, काय रिझन आहे? आता कॅन्सर एपिडेमिक, कॅन्सर म्हणा, कार्डिओव्हास्क्युलर डिसीजेस म्हणा, एपिडेमिक होत आहे। प्रत्येक घरात एक माणूस तरी कॅन्सरनी पीडित आहे किंवा कार्डिओव्हास्क्युलर डिसीजनी पीडित आहे। काय कारण आहे बा? आपल्या स्वतःच्या शरीराच्या पेशी आपल्या अगेन्स्ट कशा होत आहेत, ह्याचा विचार आपण करतो का? ह्याचं मुख्य कारण जे आम्हाला फाइंड झालं ते आहे स्ट्रेस, तणाव। तणावाचे खूप रूप आहेत। तुमचा अँगर म्हणा, अशांती म्हणा, असमाधान म्हणा, राग, द्वेष, खूप म्हणजे यू नेम इट, यू हैव इट। ह्याचा परिणाम काय होतो शरीरावर? इसको रिसीव करने के लिए हमारे बॉडी में रिसीवर है। जैसे अपने घर पे मेहमान आएंगे ना, तो कोई लोग रिसीव करने को रहेंगे, वैसे इसको रिसीव करने को लोग हैं बॉडी में बैठे हुए, जिनको हम साइंटिफिक लैंग्वेज में रिसेप्टर कहते हैं। सेल इसके लिए बहुत सेंसिटिव रहती है। मैंने अभी कहा आपकी बॉडी 50 ट्रिलियन सेल से बनी है, तो सेल्स भी इसके बारे में बहुत सेंसिटिव होती है इस तनाव को वो ग्रहण करती है। ध्यान से सुनेगा, इस तनाव को वो ग्रहण करती है और इसका परिणाम क्या होता है। हमने बेसिक में डायरेक्ट में ओवरऑल फिजियोलॉजी पे नहीं जा रही हूँ बिकॉज इट वुड कंज्यूम द टाइम। आई यूजुअली गिव द लेक्चर फॉर 45 minutes to 1 hour, but we don't have that much time, so I'm going directly to the base. इसका परिणाम एक सेल पे क्या होता है, ह्यूमन सेल्स पे क्या होता है। सेल इस तनाव को ग्रहण करती है और हमारे सेल में हमने बेसिक बायोलॉजी में पढ़ा था, जो सेंटर में डीएनए रहता है, डीएनए को आप क्रोमोसोम्स भी बोल दो, ये अपना करता धरता है, ये ब्लूप्रिंट है अपना। दिस एवरी इंडियन पर्सन शुड नो अबाउट दिस बिकॉज आई हैव सीन इन फॉरेन पीपल आर सो मच अवेयर अबाउट दिस थिंग। तो ये सेल क्या करती है, इसमें डीएनए रहता है, डीएनए से हमको क्या मिलता है जिसको आप जीन्स कहते हो, पार्ट ऑफ डीएनए जीन्स। तो मेरा जेनेटिक स्पेशलिस्ट है यानी रिलेटेड टू जीन्स, तो पार्ट ऑफ डीएनए को जीन्स बोलेंगे और जीन्स का काम क्या है, प्रोटीन देना, और प्रोटीन का काम क्या है, अपनी सेल का पूरा कार्य करना, सेल के वो मेन पावर है। तो ये जब तनाव सेल ग्रहण करती है तो सेल का जो अपना ब्लूप्रिंट है, जो मशीन इंजन है अपना डीएनए, उस पर परिणाम होता है। अगर आप नॉन स्टॉप अंडर स्ट्रेस रहोगे तो आपके डीएनए में म्यूटेशन होता है। डीएनए अल्फाबेट से बना है, समझो ABCD, तो ए के बजाय बी अल्फाबेट आ जाएगा वहां पे, उसको म्यूटेशन कहेंगे या चेंज कहेंगे। अब आप कहोगे एक अल्फाबेट चेंज हुआ तो इतना क्या फर्क पड़ रहा, ये फर्क यूं पड़ता है कि उससे गलत प्रोटीन तैयार होता है और आपका बॉडी का फंक्शन बराबर नहीं होता। क्या यहाँ तक सबको ध्यान में आ रहा है? आई होप एवरीबडी इज गेटिंग दिस। आई एम ट्राइंग टू पुट इट इन वेरी सिंपल लैंग्वेज। सो one alphabet of DNA, if it's going to change, it's going to change the whole structure of DNA, and the protein is changed, just one alphabet, right? अब मैं थोड़ा सा क्वांटम फिजिक्स पे जाती हूँ। साइंटिस्ट ने अभी ये प्रूव किया है, this data is not coming in mainstream, but in foreign the people are so much aware about it. साइंटिस्ट ने ये प्रूव किया कि जब आप डीएनए में, उन्होंने डीएनए को लिया, ह्यूमन डीएनए को, और वैक्यूम में रखा, वैक्यूम यानी जहाँ एयर नहीं हो, उसको वैक्यूम बोलते हैं सिंपल लैंग्वेज में, और ह्यूमन इमोशंस उस पर थ्रो किए, गुस्सा और जो भी नेगेटिव क्वालिटीज है। उन्होंने क्या देखा, डीएनए संकुचित हो जाता है, श्रिंक हो जाता है जब आप नेगेटिव इमोशंस थ्रो करते हो। ये बहुत फेमस एक्सपेरिमेंट है। और जब आप पॉजिटिव इमोशंस थ्रो करते हो तो डीएनए एक्सपांड होता है। एक्सपांड होने से क्या होता है, बहुत अच्छे अच्छे प्रोटीन्स तैयार होते हैं। इज एवरीबॉडी गेटिंग दिस? दिस इज साइंटिफिकली रिसेंटली प्रूवन एक्सपेरिमेंट, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। डीएनए को बॉडी के बाहर रखा गया। ये क्या प्रूव करता है कि डीएनए सराउंडिंग के सिग्नल्स रिसीव करता है। सो सेल से सिग्नल डीएनए को जाते हैं और डीएनए में म्यूटेशन होता है, गलत प्रोटीन तैयार होता है, वो प्रोटीन तुम्हारे बॉडी में फंक्शनल नहीं रहता। जिस ऑर्गन के सेल्स में ये होता है वो ऑर्गन फंक्शन करना प्रॉपर या करता नहीं है, या तो फिर आपको डिसीजेस होते हैं। और हमने कैंसर में म्यूटेशन को बहुत कॉमनली पाया है। आई होप एवरीबॉडी, जैसे एग्जांपल देने के लिए, से मेल्स में प्रोस्टेट कैंसर होता है। प्रोस्टेट कैंसर में मैक्सिमम जो एक जीन जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोटीन है, जो मैनली डेवलपमेंट के लिए जरूरी है, उसको हम कहते हैं एंड्रोजन रिसेप्टर, उसका एक अल्फाबेट चेंज हुआ तो वो प्रोटीन जो आपके ग्रोथ के लिए हेल्पफुल है, आपके प्रोस्टेट ग्लैंड के लिए हेल्पफुल है, वही प्रोटीन आपका दुश्मन बन जाता है। और अभी जितने कैंसर होते हैं 90% आर पॉजिटिव फॉर AR प्रोटीन, जो म्यूटेट हो चुका है या चेंज हो चुका है। आई होप एवरीबॉडी इज अंडरस्टैंडिंग सो फार। आई एम ट्राइंग टू पुट इन सिंपल लैंग्वेज। ये स्ट्रेस का परिणाम मैंने सिंपल बताया। फिर बीपी बढ़ना, शुगर बढ़ना, ये तो बहुत कॉमन है, पर मैं अभी इतना डिटेल नहीं बता सकती हूँ। दूसरा जो मैंने पढ़ाई किया था, जो मेरा पोस्ट डॉक्टरेट था, वो था ईपी जेनेटिक्स में। ईपी मीन्स अबव, जेनेटिक्स मीन्स अबव द जेनेटिक्स। भाई मैंने तो अभी एक प्रोटीन का बात बताया आपको कि भाई एक प्रोटीन खराब होता है। मैं GS के ग्लैक्सोस्मिथक्लाइन पीछे, मैं जब जॉन्स हॉपकिंस में थी, GS के और करती, इसमें हमने क्या देखा, लंग कैंसर कॉमन है, लेकिन मैं बोल रही थी लंग कैंसर। एपिजेनेटिक्स ऐसा सब्जेक्ट है कि एक साथ ग्रुप में 100-200 जीन्स को चेंज किया जाता है। देखिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात है और ये काय पे डिपेंड है, आपका इंटरनल एनवायरनमेंट कैसा है। इंटरनल बाहर के तो एनवायरनमेंट खैर छोड़ो, है ही नेगेटिव बोलेंगे, पर आप अंदर से क्या एनवायरनमेंट रखते हो। जैसे अंदर से मुझे बहुत गुस्सा है, मुझे बहुत जेलसी है, मुझे बहुत कंपटीशन है, ये आजकल बहुत कॉमन है। इससे मेरा अंदर से मैं प्रॉब्लम में हूँ, मैं टेंशन में हूँ, इसका परिणाम मेरे सेल्स पे बहुत बुरी तरह से होता है। पहले तो 1-2 जीन्स म्यूटेट होते थे, अब तो 100-200 एक साथ कंट्रोल कर किए जाते हैं। और ये एपिजेनेटिक्स का परिणाम नेगेटिवली और पॉजिटिवली दोनों वे से होता है। आपको मैं एग्जांपल देके एक्सप्लेन करूंगी। तो मैंने लंग कैंसर में कैसा देखा कि 100 जीन्स एक दम से उनसे प्रोटीन प्रोडक्शन बंद किया गया, 100 जीन्स को एक साथ अपनी बॉडी बंद कर देती है प्रोटीन देने को। तो उसका परिणाम क्या होता है, जो कैंसर को प्रिवेंट करने वाले प्रोटीन है उनको बनाना बंद कर दिया सेल ने एक साथ। अगर मैं 100 प्रोटीन जो कैंसर को प्रिवेंट कर रहे हैं, आप इमेजिन मैं खुश रहूं अंदर से, भला ही कुछ भी हो जाए, यू नो भागवत गीता में कहा स्थित प्रज्ञता। अगर मैं अंदर से शांत हूं तो ये प्रोटीन, ऐसे प्रोटीन शरीर में तैयार होते हैं जीन से जो हमको बहुत ही उच्चतम और डिसीज फ्री बनाते हैं। ये साइंस प्रूव कर चुका है। मैं बहुत सिंपल शब्दों में आपको बोल रही हूँ, बट सवाल अब ये आता, अब मैं आपको उदाहरण दूंगी और उसके बाद आई एम जस्ट चेकिंग ऑन टाइम, आई वांट टू मेक श्योर आई एम विद इन टाइम। तो हम जब यूएसए में थे तो बाल्टीमोर में हॉपकिंस यूनिवर्सिटी है, न्यूयॉर्क के नजदीक और डीसी के नजदीक, बेसिकली वॉशिंगटन डीसी के। वहां पे हमने एक्सपेरिमेंट किया था साइंटिस्ट लोगों ने। उन्होंने क्या किया कि उन्होंने ये जो घेटो एरिया में लोग रहते हैं ना, ब्लैक पीपल जो बहुत एग्रेसिव रहते हैं, उनकी जो वो वाइफ जो प्रेग्नेंट रहती है एज अ मदर, दे आर कंसीव, तब वो बहुत वायलेंट पीपल रहते हैं, यू नो दे हैव द गन्स एंड ऑलवेज शूटिंग इज गोइंग ऑन। सो ये लोग के जब बच्चे होते हैं पेट में, तो वो मदर्स जो रहती है स्ट्रेस में रहती है। तो इतनी स्ट्रेस में रहती है कि मदर के बॉडी के अंदर नेगेटिव केमिकल सीक्रेट होते हैं और एक डिफेंसिव मैकेनिज्म एक्टिव होता है। वो डिफेंसिव मैकेनिज्म को हम बोलते हैं फ्लाइट एंड फाइट रिस्पॉन्स। तो उसमें होता क्या है, तनाव के वजह से मदर का ब्लड सप्लाई जो बेबी को होता है वो बेबी के सिर्फ पिछले ब्रेन को जाता है, सामने के ब्रेन को नहीं जाता। तो आप देखोगे ब्लैक पीपल का पीछे का ब्रेन, सामने का ब्रेन जो रहता है जिसको ब्लड सप्लाई नहीं होता, तो रैशनल पावर कम रहता है, दे आर ऑलवेज वायलेंट। और हाथ पैरों पे ब्लड सप्लाई बहुत जाता है क्योंकि फाइट करने के लिए। ये तनाव का परिणाम रहता है, इसको हम कहते हैं इपिजेनेटिक्स। और इसीलिए हमारे पहले के लोग जो बोलते थे कि प्रेग्नेंट लेडीज फर्स्ट टाइम प्रेग्नेंट है तो मम्मी के यहाँ जाए, क्यों कहते थे वो? क्योंकि डिलीवरी पहला बच्चा घर महके में हो, क्योंकि महके में बहुत प्रेम मिलता है when the lady is first time pregnant, and the genes which are expressed in the child, they are very important for the development of a baby. तो ये मैं आपको शॉर्ट में बता रही हूँ कि एपिजेनेटिक्स यानी एक साथ अच्छे जीन्स को रोका जाए। ये वर्क करता है पॉजिटिव और नेगेटिव दोनों वे से, रोक भी जा सकता है और डिपेंडिंग ऑन द एटमोस्फियर नए जीन्स जो बहुत अच्छे आपके लिए, अच्छा ह्यूमन बीइंग बनने के लिए जरूरी है या आपके डेवलपमेंट के लिए, आईक्यू के लिए, वो भी बढ़ाए जाते हैं। तो ये सबसे और बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है। और कैंसर में यूजुअली आजकल ये हो रहा है कि इतना फास्ट प्रोग्रेशन इस वजह से होता है कि आप बिलीव नहीं कर सकते हो हमारी खुद की सेल्स में कितने डिफरेंट मैकेनिज्म इसमें इन्वॉल्व होते हैं। अब मैं इस पर डिटेल में नहीं जाते हुए, आप मुझे पूछेंगे कि मैडम प्रैक्टिकल वे क्या है। मैं 10 साल से ऊपर हार्टफुलनेस मेडिटेशन की प्रैक्टिस करती हूँ। ये मेडिटेशन 160 कंट्रीज से भी ज्यादा कंट्री में दिया जाता है, इट्स फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट। यहाँ पे अलायंस में भी मैं दे रही हूँ और मैंने यूएसए में भी साइंटिफिक टॉक के द्वारा क्यों मेडिटेशन की आवश्यकता है इस पे बात की है। और साइंटिफिकली जब हम समझाते हैं तो लोगों को ज्यादा समझ में आता है। तो ये स्ट्रेस का साइंस है। अब इसको कट करने के लिए क्या करना है वो मैं बता सकती हूँ। तो ये मेडिटेशन जो है ये फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट दिया जाता है, जैसा कि मैंने कहा। और अपने श्री कोविंद जी प्रेसिडेंट से लगा के अपने जो डिफरेंट मिनिस्टर है या बड़े बड़े सेलिब्रिटीज है वो भी इसमें ये मेडिटेशन बहुत सिंसियरली करते हैं, और मैं भी 10 साल के ऊपर से कर रही हूँ। तो मैं आपको एक प्रैक्टिकल सेशन हार्टफुलनेस रिलैक्सेशन का 5 मिनट के लिए लूंगी, जिसमें आपको मैं रिलैक्स करूंगी। तो जो भी इंटरेस्टेड पार्टिसिपेंट होंगे आप आयोजक को कह सकते हैं, ये फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट रहता है। आई हैड गिवन दिस सेशन इंटरनेशनली टू एंड nationally too. I do this with a lot of universities and all this. We are 15,000 trainers all over the world. I'm a heartfulness trainer, and लाखों करोड़ों अभ्यासी है इसके all over the world. So what is the unique about this? इस meditation में एक डिवाइन एनर्जी यूटिलाइज की जाती है, जिसको हम कहते हैं प्राणाहुती। प्राणाहुती म्हणजे काय? प्राणस्य प्राण। आता ह्युमन ट्रान्सफॉर्मेशन करणं हे खूप महत्वाचं आहे। आपण असं होमोसेपियन्स म्हणून पुढे जाऊ शकत नाही। देयर वुड बी अ डिमॉलिश ऑफ आवर स्पेशीज इफ वी बिहेव लाइक दिस सो फार, नो? वी आर हिटिंग ईच अदर एंड ऑल दिस, इट्स नॉट गोना वर्क। वी आर स्ट्रेस्ड आउट, इट्स नॉट गोना वर्क। Science have proved that we are not gonna have a long period to survive, because right now our survival is also getting difficult, seeing the situation right now on planet Earth, so much destroying and all this, because we are not compassionate, we are not loving people, we are not loving the universe, because we are not having enough love in our own hearts. So how to create that? How to get rid of this stress? So in this, the certain energy is used, which is in our ancient history, it is utilized by Lord Krishna to Arjuna while saying the Gita, भगवत गीता कहते वक्त वो सब लड़ाई के बीच में ट्रम्पेट बज गए थे, तो भगवान के पास इतना टाइम नहीं था कि घंटा घंटा गीता का ज्ञान दे, तो उन्होंने प्राणाहुति के द्वारा अर्जुन को समझाया 5 मिनट में। रामकृष्ण परमहंस ने विवेकानंद को जब पहली बार टच किया था तो प्राणाहुति के थ्रू तो वो ट्रांस में चले गए थे। यही प्राणाहुति इसमें यूज होती है। मुझे नहीं पता है कि मेरे पास टाइम रहेगा या नहीं 10 मिनट का, तो मैं मेडिटेशन दे सकूं, बट मैं अभी आप for the talk, and I want to give the practical session. I am allowed, sir? Honorable people?
Yes, ma'am. We are ready for the practical session, but there is an issue regarding your network.
Oh, you cannot hear me? Can you?
Yeah. कभी-कभी छोड़ रहा है network.
But I don't think so. I have any issue because I have the Wi-Fi.
Okay, continue. Your network giving a red and blue mark on your tower. Now it's red.
Is it? अभी सुन पा रहे हैं मुझे सभी?
Yes.
Okay. So hopefully अभी नहीं इशू आएगा क्योंकि मेरा वाईफाई भी है सर. So I am on personal internet and Wi-Fi too. So not sure कि क्यों ये हुआ. But hopefully अभी 5 मिनट हम सेशन लेते हैं रिलैक्सेशन का. तो
Okay.
सभी म्यूट पे रहेंगे तो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा, बिकॉज हम नहीं चाहते कि एक दूसरे का डिस्टर्ब हो. मेरा सिर्फ माइक ऑन रहेगा 5 मिनट के लिए, एंड देन होपफुली सबको सुनाई दिया होगा अभी तक. आई विश दैट. एनीवे, हैविंग सेड दैट, लेट अस फिगर आउट द वेज हाउ टू नलीफाई द स्ट्रेस. ये स्ट्रेस को खत्म कैसे करना है. तो ये रिलैक्सेशन का मेथड है हार्टफुलनेस का, और उसके बाद मेडिटेशन रहता है. बट मुझे नहीं लगता मेडिटेशन के लिए हमको टाइम रहेगा, सो व्हाई नॉट वी टेक द रिलैक्सेशन सेशन. इंग्लिश में मैं कमांड दूंगी. So, and you have to just close your eyes and stay wherever you are. And trust me, it works as a magic. I can challenge you on this. Okay? So let us close our eyes gradually. और सभी डिस्ट्रैक्शन से खुद को हटा लीजिए. ऐसा समझिए 5 मिनट मुझे खुद को रिलैक्स करना है. So हल्के से अपनी आंखें बंद कर लीजिए. And I would request you all to please mute yourself. हल्के से अपनी आंखें बंद कर लीजिए और महसूस कीजिए like a child. that धरती से आरोग्यदायी ऊर्जा मेरे पैरों में आ रही है. The healing energy from Mother Earth is entering in my feet. Wiggle your toes. पैरों की उंगलियां हिलाइए. ये ऊर्जा आपके पैरों को तलवों से होते हुए एंकल की ओर और काफ मसल्स की ओर बढ़ रही है. The healing energy is moving from your feet up to your ankles, to your calf muscle, up to your knees. Just feel that. So from your feet to ankle, that part of the leg is relaxed completely. Gradually, bring your attention to your thighs, your hips, and lower part of your body. अपना ध्यान अपनी जांघों की ओर और शरीर के निचले हिस्से की ओर ले जाइए. इस आरोग्यदायी ऊर्जा को वहां पे महसूस करते हुए हम शरीर को हल्का कर लेंगे. And we are relaxed in those parts. Now move your attention to your back, upper and lower back. And relax your back, whole back with this energy. Now feel the energy in your chest and your abdomen. छाती और पेट के निचले हिस्से में इस ऊर्जा को महसूस करेंगे. And relax in those parts. Now bring your attention to your shoulders. Just feel like your shoulders are melting. They're so light. Gradually move the energy into your upper arm, your elbows, lower arm, wrist, up to your tip of fingers. Feel the energy in whole hand. Relax. Now bring your attention to your neck. Relax all neck muscles with the energy. Now allow the energy to flow on your face. We would start with lower jaw, खालचा जबडा, वरचा जबडा, upper jaw, गाल, कान, नाक, डोळे, कपाळ. Feel the energy on your whole face. And relax yourself. Now bring the attention on your head, front and back side of your head. Relax over there. Now scan your body from top to toe. If you feel that there is heaviness somewhere, just revisit those parts and relax it. Now gradually bring your attention to your chest, left side of your chest towards the heart. अपने हृदय की ओर अपना ध्यान ले जाइए. आपके लेफ्ट साइड चेस्ट में हृदय की ओर ध्यान ले जाएंगे और 2 मिनट्स के लिए महसूस करेंगे कि हृदय में मैं आंतरिक हो रहा हूँ. I'm connected to inner self. I'm submerged in the love which is present in my heart. And with the thought that the divine light is present in my heart, दिव्यता का प्रकाश मेरे हृदय में मौजूद है, इस विचार को लेके हम 1 मिनट तक रहेंगे और फिर ये सेशन खत्म हो जाए. Please stay there for a while. Now gradually you can open your eyes and come to your present condition. I hope that you all must have felt a little bit relaxed. Having said that, if anybody is interested for the meditation, as I mentioned, it's free of cost. Definitely you can communicate with Chordia sir or IQAC team. And I would love to have these sessions with you all. And thank you very much, honestly, for listening to me so patiently. And I'm so sorry if by some reason I didn't reach anybody due to internet stuff. But again, heartfully thankful for inviting me and giving me that much time. Thank you so much, all.
मैम, प्रेस के माध्यम से बहुत सारी बीमारियां अपने शरीर में आ जाती है. उसे जो अष्टांग योग में पतंजलि ऋषि ने कहा है, यम नियम आसन प्राणायाम प्रत्याहार धारणा ध्यान और समाधि, ध्यान के माध्यम से मेडिटेशन के माध्यम से आपने प्रैक्टिकली बहुत ही अच्छा सेशन लिया है. मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ, आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ। और इसके बाद इस 5वें सेशन का आभार प्रदर्शन के लिए हमारे कॉलेज के पॉलिटिकल साइंस के एचओडी खोबरागड़े मैडम से विनती करूंगा कि वो आज के इस सेशन का वोट ऑफ थैंक्स करें।
श्री संत गाडगे महाराज अमरावती विद्यापीठ अमरावती अंतर्गत श्री दत्त प्रसादिक शिक्षक प्रसारक मंडळ आर्नी द्वारा संचालित स्वर्गीय राजकमलजी भारती कला वाणिज्य व श्रीमती सुशीला राजकमलजी भारती विज्ञान महाविद्यालय आर्नी अंतर्गत आज दिनांक 21 एप्रिल 2022 रोजी एक दिवसीय आंतरविद्याशास्त्रीय परिषद राष्ट्रीय परिषद आयोजित केलेली आहे। या अंतिम सत्राचं अंतिम आणि 5व्या सत्राचं तांत्रिक सत्राचं आभार प्रदर्शन करायला मी इथे आलेली आहे। या टेक्निकल सत्राला चेअरपर्सन लाभलेल्या डॉक्टर मीनाक्षी वंसरी मॅडम यांनी आपला अमूल्य वेळ आम्हाला दिलेला आहे आणि त्यांनी स्ट्रेसचा आपल्या जीवनावर काय प्रभाव पडतो, त्यामुळे अनेक आजारांना कसं सामोरं जावं लागते आणि एवढंच नाही तर ते दूर करण्यासाठी कोणते मेडिटेशन कशा प्रकारे उपयोग होऊ शकतो याचाही त्यांनी प्रॅक्टिकल आम्हाला सांगितलेलं आहे। मॅडम आम्हाला खूप चांगल्या पद्धतीने मार्गदर्शन केलेलं आहे, याबद्दल मी आपली आभारी आहे। त्याचप्रमाणे पॉलिटिकल सायन्स या विषयाचे डॉक्टर संदीप काळे श्री यशवंत महाविद्यालय सेलू वर्धा श्री राष्ट्रसंत तुकडोजी महाराज नागपूर विद्यापीठ नागपूर यांनी राज्यशास्त्रामध्ये सुरुवातीपासून ते आतापर्यंत जे अनेक परिवर्तन झालेले आहेत, म्हणजे एकेकाळी राज्यामध्ये फक्त राज्य या संस्थेचा अभ्यास केला जायचा आणि आज अशी वेळ आलेली आहे की राज्यशास्त्राचा अभ्यास करताना जे अनेक शास्त्र आहेत की जे राज्यशास्त्राशी संबंधित आहेत त्या सर्वांचा अभ्यास करण्याची वेळ आलेली आहे। ती का आलेली आहे हे त्यांनी आपल्या स्पीच मधून सविस्तरपणे अभ्यास करून मार्गदर्शन केलेलं आहे। संदीप काळे सर, मी आपल्या अमूल्य मार्गदर्शनाबद्दल आपले महाविद्यालयाच्या वतीने आभार मानत आहे। तसेच या सत्राला उपस्थित असणारे सर्व प्राध्यापक वृंद व ज्यांनी आपले शोध प्रबंध पाठविलेले आहेत असे सर्व रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स या सत्रामध्ये सहभागी झाले त्याबद्दल मी सुद्धा त्यांचे आभार मानते। या आभार प्रदर्शन करण्याची संधी मला ऑर्गनायझेशन कमिटीने दिलेली आहे, त्याबद्दल या समितीचे सुद्धा मी आभार मानते। धन्यवाद।
A very good afternoon, all of you. I am here to conduct the presentation of our research papers. For this session, I humbly request Dr. S.V. Wankhede sir to chair this session. Dr. S.V. Wankhede sir. At the same time, I request Professor Shelker sir to occupy the chair on the dais. So thank you very much, sir. So without wasting much of our precious time, we will proceed toward the conduct of this session. So welcome once again, all of you. In this last but not the least, paper presentation session. There are total 9 candidates, one who wants to present their papers. I read out their names, and one by one, then they will present their paper. First of all, Professor Amit Vasant Agrawal sir. Second, Professor Sheetal Burde madam. Third, Professor Shrikant Taide. Professor Abhinav Kundkar. Professor Dipankar Das. Professor Abhijit Zade. Professor Hari Krishnan. Professor Swati Bhagat. And Professor Ashish Sahare sir. So, one by one, they will present their paper. So first of all, I would like to call Professor Amit Vasant Agrawal sir.
Good afternoon, all the dignitaries of today's conference and all the delegates and research scholars. Myself, Amit Agrawal, PhD scholar. I am pursuing my PhD in the Faculty of Commerce and Management and subject Business Management. My today's research topic is Impact of Financial Advice on Investment Decisions of Employees of Higher Education Institutions of Akola District. Financial matters are primarily a numbers game, so an in-depth understanding of the language of finance is essential for investing. Some are pursuing higher education, pursuing a career in finance. By constantly updating their financial information, they provide useful advice to their clients to improve their financial situation. Hence, they are called financial advisors. Their job is to give their clients the right advice on investing, insurance, savings plans, loans, etc. for maximum profit and minimum loss. Now, I am going to highlight different benefits of financial advice. Financial advisors, objective-based financial advices are the best way to guide our investment and reduce our overall investment risks. However, many people are still far from understanding the benefits of goal-based financial planning. Benefits of financial advice are it helps to stay away from making wrong financial decisions, promote disciplined investments, helps to save more and invest more, helps to get out of debt, effective asset allocation, time management, and overall lifestyle improvement. Now, I am going to explain impact of financial advice on investment decisions. Some financial advisors are also investment professionals. Like smartest professionals, they can help us find out which mutual funds or stocks or IPOs are right for us and show us how to manage our investment and get the most out of it. They can also help us to understand the risks. A successful advisor sees our profit as well as risks, but it also puts risks in front of us, so you don't make any mistakes. Investment professionals help you survive the turmoil of the financial world. Some clients are more willing to take the risks if the potential higher reward is more attractive than the potential to lose money. Conversely, there are customers who avoid risks and want to a low risk portfolio even if it means low returns. Hence, financial advice is very important to take a decision for proper investment of surplus funds. For this, I have collected samples of questionnaire from employees of higher education institutions of Akola district. Out of this sample, 12.68% teaching employees have opted mutual fund investment tools and 6.52% opted shares, whereas out of samples of non-teaching employees, 4.37% non-teaching employees have opted mutual funds investment and tools and 3.28% opted shares. Maximum numbers of employees are investing in traditional investment tools. At the end, I will highlight the conclusion derived from this research work. It has been observed that very less percentage of teaching and non-teaching staff of higher education institutions seeks financial advice from financial advisor, brokers, banks, and chartered accountants. Maximum number of teaching and non-teaching employees of higher education institutions seeks financial advice from their family and friends. As maximum employees do not seek financial advice from professionals, their investment in mutual funds and shares is very less. Due to lack of financial literacy, maximum employees of financial in higher education institutions do not take risks in investing in new investment options. Thank you. Good afternoon, all the dignitaries of today's conference and all the
Thank you very much, Professor Amit Agrawal, sir. Now I would like to call for paper presentation, second paper presentation to Sheetal Burde Madam. Sheetal Burde Madam.
नरेंद्र बर्डे, श्री जगदंबा महाविद्यालय रिसर्च सेंटर अचलपूर येथील डॉक्टर प्राध्यापक मिलिंद तायडे हे माझे मार्गदर्शक आहे. संत गाडगे बाबा अमरावती विद्यापीठ इतिहास विभाग प्रमुख डॉक्टर संतोष बनसोड सर हे यांचे मला मोलाचे मार्गदर्शन लाभत आहे. भारताच्या स्वातंत्र्य चळवळीत श्री हनुमान व्यायामशाळा प्रसारक मंडळाचे योगदान हा माझा आजचा रिसर्च पेपरचा विषय आहे. भारताच्या स्वातंत्र्य लढा हा 1857 पासून लढला गेलेला होता. या ऐतिहासिक लढ्यामध्ये अनेक मार्गांनी तो लढला गेला. या संस्थांमध्ये निधड्या छातीचे साहसी सशक्त सैनिक आणि स्वयंसेवक हे निर्माण झालेले होते. अशा या संघटनांमध्ये तत्कालीन व्यायामशाळा आणि आखाड्यांचे सुद्धा मोलाचे असे योगदान होते. भारतीय स्वातंत्र्य चळवळ दडपून टाकण्यासाठी इंग्रजांनी जे भारतामध्ये दमनचक्र सुरू केलेले होते आणि ब्रिटिशांनी जनतेला निशस्त्र केले, परंतु तरीही परकीयांविरोधात उभारलेला हा लढा पुढे चालविण्यासाठी क्रांतिकारकांनी आखाड्यांच्या माध्यमाने आपले कार्य या ठिकाणी चालूच ठेवले होते. यामध्ये शिक्षित युवकांना सशक्त आणि निर्भय करून त्यांचे एक शिस्तबद्ध संघटन या आखाड्यांच्या माध्यमाद्वारे निर्माण करण्यात आले. नंबर 1, हनुमान व्यायामशाळा निर्मितीची प्रेरणा. चाफेकर बंधूंनी पुण्यामध्ये स्थापन केलेल्या क्लबच्या गोष्टी अमरावतीतील वैद्य बंधूंनी कर्णोपकर्णी ऐकल्या होत्या. वैद्य बंधूंचे मूळ प्रेरणास्थान विदर्भाचे सुविख्यात राष्ट्रभक्त कैलासवासी वीर वामनराव जोशी हे होते. वैद्य बंधू आरंभी परकोटाच्या आत असलेल्या कैलासवासी तुकाराम वस्ताद यांच्या आखाड्यात जात असे. काही कालावधी तुकाराम आखाड्यात घालविल्यानंतर वैद्य बंधूंनी मनात सुशिक्षित तरुण वेगळी संस्था स्थापन करण्याची ही कल्पना वाढीस लागली आणि यातूनच अमरावतीमधील स्थित लक्ष्मीनारायण मंदिराजवळ हैदराबादचे राजा बिशमचंद यांच्या हवेलीत नंबर 1 प्राथमिक शाळा असे. या शाळेत कैलासवासी वैद्य कृष्णराव वैद्य हे हेडमास्तर होते. बोठाटी इत्यादी विषयात ही मंडळी निपुण बनली होती. अमरावतीमधील मध्यमवर्गीय सुशिक्षित मंडळी शरीर संपत्तीने भरदार होताना पाहून पोलिसांची निगराणी त्यांच्यावर सुरू झालेली होती. म्हणूनच 1918 साली हनुमान क्लबचे या ठिकाणी नाव बदलून त्या ठिकाणी हनुमान व्यायामशाळा असे नामकरण या ठिकाणी करण्यात आले. 1920 सालापासून भारतीय राजकारणात गांधी युगाला सुरुवात होऊन संपूर्ण देशात असहकाराचे आंदोलन या ठिकाणी सुरू झालेले होते. हनुमान व्यायाम प्रसारक मंडळाच्या कार्यकर्त्यांनी राष्ट्रीय स्वातंत्र्यात भाग घेतला. संस्थेने अनेक आंदोलकांना या ठिकाणी कार्यकर्ते पुरविले. सशस्त्र क्रांतिकारकांना आश्रय देऊन पोलिसांपासून लपून ठेवण्याची व्यवस्था केली. इसवी सन 1920 ते 1924च्या दरम्यान या संस्थेतून राष्ट्रीय स्वातंत्र्य चळवळीला सर्वस्व अर्पण करणारे बरेच कार्यकर्ते निघाले. त्यामुळे तत्कालीन ब्रिटिश अधिकाऱ्यांचा दृष्टिकोन आणि तिच्याविषयी बराच दूषित झाला. हे ओळखून संस्थेने सन 1926च्या ऑक्टोबर महिन्यात या वेळचे तत्कालीन इंग्रज गव्हर्नमेंट मॉन्टेग्यू बटलर यांना एका समारंभपूर्वक हनुमान व्यायामशाळेमध्ये भेट घडवून आणली होती. भारतीय क्रांतिकारकांचा सहभाग 1925 आणि 1928 या दरम्यान या मंडळाला पंजाब केसरी लाला लजपतराय, पंडित मोतीलाल नेहरू, महात्मा गांधी, मदन मोहन मालवीय, नेताजी सुभाषचंद्र बोस यासारख्या बड्या नेत्यांनी या ठिकाणी भेटी दिलेल्या होत्या. 21 डिसेंबर 1926 रोजी महात्मा गांधींनी या ठिकाणी उद्घाटन प्रसंगी भेट दिली. गांधीप्रमाणे नेताजी सुभाषचंद्र बोस यांनीही मंडळाला भेटी दिलेल्या होत्या. ऑक्टोबर 1928 रोजी सुभाषचंद्र बोस यांच्या हस्ते या ठिकाणी कोनशिला बसविण्याचा कार्यक्रम पार पाडण्यात आलेला होता. 1 डिसेंबर 1929 रोजी नेताजींनी मंडळाला दुसऱ्यांदा भेट दिली. पंडित मदन मोहन मालविया यांनी 23 एप्रिल 1929 रोजी भेट दिली. 1932च्या आंदोलनात मंडळातील 50हून अधिक विद्यार्थी 50हून अधिक पदाधिकारी आणि सदस्यांनी या तुरुंगात शिक्षा भोगल्या आहे. मंडळातील शिवराम राजगुरू यांनी शिक्षा पूर्ण केल्यानंतर बनारस येथे व्यायाम प्रचारासाठी पाठविले होते. ते त्यावेळी भगतसिंगच्या बरोबर लाहोर कटात सामील झाले आणि शेवटी त्यांना फासावर चढावे लागले. 1942च्या चलो जाओ आंदोलनाची लाट संपूर्ण देशभर प्रखर ज्वालासारखी पेटून उठली होती. अशाच परिस्थितीत मंडळ या आंदोलनापासून दूर राहणे शक्य नव्हते. 1942च्या आंदोलनात मंडळाचे अनेक कार्यकर्ते भूमिकेत राहून कार्य करीत होते. अंबादासपंत वैद्य हे मंडळासोबतच आश्रयस्थान बनले होते. भूमिगत कार्यकर्त्यांना संरक्षण देणे, कोर्टाचे खटले चालविणे यासारखे कामं मंडळ करत होते. मूल्यमापन. डॉक्टर शिवाजीराव पटवर्धन यांनी हनुमान व्यायामशाळेचे चालकत्व स्वीकारून मंडळाचा नावलौकिक संपूर्ण वऱ्हाडामध्ये नव्हे तर संपूर्ण भारतभर हा पसरविला होता. मंडळाच्या स्थापनेपासून तर स्वातंत्र्यप्राप्तीपर्यंत आरंभीचे अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर शिवाजीराव पटवर्धन यांनी आपल्या अविरत प्रयत्नाने मंडळात राष्ट्रीय वातावरण वृद्धिंगत केले. हनुमान व्यायामशाळेत शिक्षण घेतलेल्या सहस्रावधी तरुणांना राष्ट्रीयत्वाची स्फूर्ती देऊन विदर्भाचे राष्ट्रीय जीवन या ठिकाणी समृद्ध केले आहे. धन्यवाद. नमस्कार.
Thank you, Professor Sheetal Burde, madam, for your most meaningful paper presentation. Now I request Professor Srikant Taide sir to present his paper.
तरी मराठी साहित्यातील नवप्रवाह आणि कादंबरी या विषयावर माझा शोध निबंध सादर करीत आहे. निसर्गात काळासोबत बदल घडत जाणारी प्रवृत्ती दडलेली आहे. मानव हा निसर्गाचा एक घटक आहे. त्यानुसार मानवी उत्क्रांतीची बदलाची प्रक्रिया सूक्ष्म परंतु क्रमाक्रमाने घडत आली आहे. साहित्य ही मानवी निर्मिती असल्याने बदलाची उत्क्रांत होत जाण्याची प्रवृत्ती साहित्यामधूनही दिसून पडते. त्यामुळे मराठी साहित्यातून कालसापेक्ष बदल होत गेल्याचे आणि मानवी जीवनात त्याच्या भोवतालातील सामाजिकतेत जे काळानुरूप बदल झाले त्या नोंदीचे स्थित्यंतराचे प्रतिबिंब त्या काळातील एकूणच साहित्यातून प्रकटलेले बघावयास मिळते. प्राचीन मध्ययुगीन आधुनिक असा साहित्याचा प्रवास 60ोत्तरी व नंतर 90ोत्तर असा कालखंडाचे सूचन करणाऱ्या व त्या काळात उदयास झालेल्या नवप्रेरणाच्या प्रवाहातून विकसित होत गेला आहे. भालचंद्र नेमाडे यांच्या देशीवादाचा 60ोत्तरी मराठी साहित्यावर प्रभाव पडलेला आढळतो. 60ोत्तरी कालखंड हा साहित्याच्या पारंपरिक स्वरूपाची झूल उतरवून कल्पनारम्यतेतून मुक्त होत वास्तवाच्या अधिक सन्मुख जाताना सामाजिक स्तरावर उभारून आलेल्या विविध जाणीवांच्या अभिव्यक्तीतून जे नवे साहित्य प्रवाह उदयास आले त्याकरिता विशेषत्वाने ओळखला जातो. विविध साहित्य प्रवाहांना जन्मात घालणारा 60ोत्तरी कालखंड मराठी साहित्यातील परिवर्तनाचा महत्त्वपूर्ण टप्पा ठरला आहे. साहित्याचे प्रकार, साहित्यातील वाद आणि साहित्यातील प्रवाह या पूर्णतः वेगवेगळ्या संकल्पना आहेत. साहित्य प्रकार म्हणजे साहित्य प्रवाह नव्हे, तसेच साहित्यातील वाद हे सुद्धा साहित्य प्रवाह नाहीत. साहित्यातून ज्या नव्या विचारधारा प्रकट होतात, आशयाच्या दृष्टीने नवता वेगळेपण आविष्कृत करतात, त्या साहित्य प्रवाह या संकल्पनेत येतात. दलित साहित्य, ग्रामीण साहित्य, स्त्रीवादी साहित्य इत्यादी साहित्याचे प्रवाहसूचक विशेषणे आहेत व यातून साहित्यकृतीच्या आशयानुसार साहित्य प्रवाहात वर्गीकरण होत असते. देशात स्वातंत्र्य प्राप्त झाल्यावर जनतेच्या मनात नव्या आकांक्षा, जाणीवा, वास्तवाचे भान निर्माण झाले. 1956 साली डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर यांनी दलित समाजाला बुद्ध धम्माची दीक्षा देऊन अस्पृश्य मानल्या गेलेल्या जातीसमूहात जे आमूलाग्र परिवर्तन घडविले त्यामुळे दलित मागास बहुसंख्य समाजाला नवचेतना, नवप्रेरणा मिळाली. 1960 साली मराठी भाषिक संयुक्त महाराष्ट्राची स्थापना होऊन मराठी जनमानसात प्रादेशिक अस्मिता जागृत झाल्या. शेतकऱ्यांच्या समस्यांमधून जी चळवळ उभी राहिली त्यातून ग्रामीणतेच्या प्रश्नांना वाचा फुटली. 1975 हे आंतरराष्ट्रीय वर्ष महिला वर्ष म्हणून साजरे झाले व त्यातून स्त्रीवादी जाणीवांना अभिव्यक्त होण्याची चालना मिळाली. वैचारिक अभिसरणातून महात्मा फुले, डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर यांच्या जात, धर्म, लिंग भेदविरहित मानव कल्याणाच्या विचारांना चळवळीचे स्वरूप प्राप्त झाले आणि त्यांच्या सुधारणावादी प्रेरक विचारांचा प्रभाव सामाजिक स्तरावर दिसू लागला. दलित, शेतकरी, कामगार, आदिवासी, महिला, भटके यांच्यात आत्मभान जागे झाले. शिक्षणाच्या प्रसारामुळे उपेक्षित समाजात जनजागृती होऊन ते आपल्या व्यथा समस्यांच्या सोडवणुकीसाठी संघर्ष करू लागले व सोबतच साहित्याच्या माध्यमातून मांडलेल्या वास्तवातून अभिव्यक्तीचा नवा पट समाजापुढे येऊ लागला. आपल्या जगण्यातील प्रश्नांसाठी हे संघर्ष होते. या चळवळीतून नवे साहित्य प्रवाह आले. त्यांची भूमिका जीवनवादी होती. आपण आपले लिहिले पाहिजे या महात्मा फुले यांच्या भूमिकेशी सुसंवादी होती. प्रवाह ही संज्ञाच गतिशीलतेची निदर्शक आहे. प्रवाह म्हणजे तो गतिमान असावा, स्थितिशील असून चालणार नाही. कोणताही प्रवाह थांबला की तो प्रवाह म्हणून उरत नाही. साहित्याच्या प्रवाहाविषयी सुद्धा हे तत्व लागू होते. ही कुंठितता भेदण्याची गरज निर्माण होते आणि त्या स्थितिशीलतेतून, साचलेपणातून बाहेर पडण्यासाठी प्रेरणा, नवतेची आवश्यकता असते. 60 पूर्व काळातही मराठी साहित्यात अशीच कुंठितता आलेली होती. मराठी साहित्याच्या मध्यवर्ती म्हणून नोंदी करणाऱ्या साहित्यात या जीवनासंबंधी काही नव्हते. पूर्वी गती नसलेले मात्र इंग्रजी प्रभावातून आलेले हे साहित्य स्वतःला मराठीचा मुख्य प्रवाह मानायला लागले. अशा स्वरूपाच्या तात्कालिक साहित्यात सामान्य माणसाच्या विश्वाचा थांगपत्ताच नव्हता. साहित्याने असे साचलेपणाच्या गटांगळ्या खाण्याच्या स्थितीला लेखक व समीक्षक आनंद यादव यांनी आवर्त असे संबोधले आहे. ते म्हणतात, आवर्त म्हणजे भोवरा. एखादा प्रवाह जेव्हा एखाद्या कारणामुळे तिथं स्वतःभोवती फिरत राहतो, पुढे सरकत नाही, तेव्हा आपण आवर्त निर्माण झाले असे म्हणतो. साहित्यात आवर्त निर्माण झाले असे जेव्हा आपण म्हणतो तेव्हा त्याचा अर्थ असा होतो की साहित्य समाज प्रवाहाबरोबर समांतर प्रवास करत नाही, ते तिथंच थांबलेलं असतं. 60 काळात मराठी साहित्यात निर्माण झालेल्या नवप्रवाहांनी जोरकसपणे हे आवर्त भेदण्याचं कार्य केलं. ही महत्त्वाची व वैशिष्ट्यपूर्ण बाब आहे. 60 मराठी साहित्यातील नवप्रवाहांमुळे मराठी कादंबरीतून वास्तवाचे चित्रण झाले. यातून वास्तववादी जाणीवा प्रकर्षाने व्यक्त झाल्या. पारंपरिक लेखनाचा साचा तोडून कादंबरीतून आशय व अभिव्यक्तीच्या अंगाने बदल होऊन प्रयोगशीलता निर्माण झाली. आत्मनिवेदन या तंत्राचा वापर सुरू झाला. परिसराच्या चित्रणास महत्त्व आले. भाषा व्यक्तिचित्रण यात टोकदारपणा आला. समीक्षक नितीन रिंडे असे म्हणतात की जगणे आणि लिहिणे यात कमीत कमी अंतर या मंत्राचा मराठी कादंबरीवर मोठाच प्रभाव पडला. या काळात आत्मनिष्ठ जाणीवेतून कादंबरी प्रवाहित झाल्याचे दिसून येते. लेखनाचा आशय, विषय, शैली, अभिव्यक्ती यांना नवीन वळण या साहित्य प्रभावांनी दिले आहे. एकोणीसशे 90 नंतर जागतिकीकरणाबरोबर झालेल्या उदारीकरण, खाजगीकरण या त्रिसूत्रीने समाजाला प्रश्न व समस्यांच्या एका समान पातळीवर आणून ठेवले आहे. 60 मराठी साहित्य प्रवाहांनी नवीन जीवनवादी वाङ्मयीन संस्कृती निर्मिली. नवे वाङ्मयीन पर्यावरण निर्माण केले. जागतिकीकरणाच्या प्रभावात मात्र हे सारे साहित्य प्रवाह क्षीण झाले आहेत. काही अपवाद वगळता सारेच दीप मंदावत आहेत असे वाटते, असे सूचक विवेचन समीक्षक प्रल्हाद लुलेकर यांनी केले आहे. नवोत्तर मराठी कादंबरी ही 60 साहित्यातून निर्माण झालेल्या प्रवाहाऐवजी रचनातंत्राच्या प्रयोगशीलतेतून उत्तराधुनिकवादी तत्त्वाचे अनुसरण करताना दिसत आहे. स्वयंसंदर्भयुक्ततेच्या वैशिष्ट्यासह समकालीन मराठी कादंबरीने गोष्ट सांगण्याच्या रूपात वेगळेपण धारण केले आहे. निष्कर्षामध्ये स्वातंत्र्यपूर्व काळात अभिजन वर्गाच्या मक्त्यातील मध्यवर्ती मानलेल्या गेलेल्या प्रवाहात साहित्याची निर्मिती होत होती. स्वातंत्र्यानंतर बदललेल्या राजकीय, सामाजिक, शैक्षणिक, वैचारिक स्थितीतून अनेक चळवळी उदयास आल्या. हेच मराठी साहित्यात 60 काळात नव्या साहित्य प्रवाहांचे उगमस्थान ठरले. यामुळे साहित्याच्या रचनेत, विषयात, आशयात, शैलीत नवेपण आले व विविध साहित्य प्रवाह त्या अस्मितेच्या नामाभिधानाने मान्यता पावले. 60 साहित्यातील नवप्रवाहांचा ओघ 20व्या शतकाच्या 9व्या दशकापर्यंत व नवोत्तर काळातही टिकून आहे. मात्र तो अंशतः आटत जात असल्याचे त्या साहित्य प्रवाहातील निर्मितीवरून दिसून पडते. ज्यांना 60 साहित्य प्रवाह अशी स्वतंत्र ओळख मिळाली, त्या प्रवाहांव्यतिरिक्त नव्याने कोणतेही साहित्य प्रवाह नवोत्तर काळात निर्माण झाल्याचे दिसून पडत नाही. या निष्कर्षाबरोबर मी माझ्या शोधनिबंधाचे सादरीकरण थांबवतो. धन्यवाद.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Srikant Tayade, sir. Now, I would like to call Professor Avinav Punikar, sir, to present his paper.
Amravati's Dr. Gopal Karkar Mahavidyalaya Gadegaon Tillara, professor in Commerce Department. I am about to present my research paper in one-day interdisciplinary national conference on recent trend in arts, commerce, and humanities in modern era, which is organized by Rajkamalji Bharti Arts, Commerce, Sushila Bai R. Bharti Science College, Arni, Yavatmal. I would like to thank Honorable Dr. Kirantai Bharti, Honorable Advocate Siddharth Bharti, Honorable Priyadarshan Bharti, and along with two professors, Dr. Vinit Mahure sir and Dr. Deshmukh sir, for giving me this opportunity to present my research paper in this conference. So the topic of my research paper is research and innovation in e-commerce. So first we need to understand what is e-commerce. E-commerce, also known as electronics, online, internet commerce, is a business model that prefers to buying and selling the product and service online through the internet. So the e-commerce is virtual market where we can buy the product but we can taste it, smell it, or we can touch it. But we just have to see the picture, and we buy the product online, and the product will come to your doorstep through the courier boy or their logistic service. So why research and innovation is important in e-commerce? We will understand this through the example. We all know the Snapdeal. Snapdeal was the first company which comes in India as a e-commerce reputation, as a e-commerce in the e-commerce field. Snapdeal was a huge success. Snapdeal was a kind of a online shopping market where all the people buys their product, and it was a huge success throughout the last 5 or 6 years. But recently we don't see Snapdeal that much. There are two companies which we see all the time, which is Flipkart and Amazon. So what happened? What happened to the Snapdeal? That the company eventually get the downfall. So the most important answer of that particular question is their lack of research and innovation in their particular field. What Flipkart did, when the Flipkart comes in the India, Snapdeal was the huge company. So the Flipkart came in the India, and what the first thing that they improvised their logistic. They understand that Snapdeal will provide the product within the 15 days. Why don't we provide the product within the 7 days or 8 days to the customer? So we by improvising their logistic. So this is the research, this is the innovation which Flipkart did, and it eventually helps them to what we can say to get their customer, to get more and more customers to them. After that, Amazon came, and Amazon eventually came up with the research and put lots of effect in research and innovation, and they eventually put a lot of effort in their consumer. So when they did a research and innovation, they understand that some particular people want to be discriminated from the other customer. So it's like from the normal customer they want to be discriminated from the premium customer. So Amazon introduces Amazon Prime. So Amazon introduces Amazon Prime. And what is the Amazon Prime? Amazon Prime is something that discriminated from you from the normal customer, and it will be at particular cost. It will be at particular subscription, which will help the the premium or the Prime customer to get the delivery within 2 or 3 days, more discounts and more product than the normal customer. And it is says that after this, when the Amazon introduces their Prime subscription, more than 37% buys that Prime subscription so that they can enjoy the benefits from the other normal consumer. This is the importance of research and innovation. This is the importance why the people why the lots of companies put a lots of effort in research and innovation. This is the vast field. E-commerce is the biggest field that will grow and grow more and more in the future. But if you want to stay in this particular competition, you have to put more effort in research and innovation. If you want to stay, if you want to be the big name like Flipkart and Amazon, you have to put more and more effort in this particular. You have to put more and more research and innovation in this particular field. Thank you for giving me opportunity to present my research paper.
Thank you very much, Professor Abhinav Punkar, sir. Now I would like to call Professor Dipankar Das to present his paper.
Research scholar in the Department of Commerce, and it is a joint paper with Dr. Ramchandra Das, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Assam University, Silchar. The paper, the title of the paper is Awareness on National Pension System of India, a study in Assam. It is a primary, it is a work of based on primary data, and that is, pension plans enables people to maintain and enjoy the lifestyle they had before retirement and helps people to maintain their standard of living. The primary goal of the social security system is to assist people who are in need, such as we can say children, old people, sick, injured and unemployed people. The introduction of market-linked new pension system by the Indian government in the year 2004 has significantly altered the Indian pension system and gradually grabbing the market. The demographic organizational place, and health are the three important determinants for better retirement planning of an employee or an individual also. The behavioral intention includes marital status, age, gender, and income level affect the investment pattern of employees and also an individual. It has found that from literature of review that employees are not fully knowledgeable about NPS, as it is mandatory for the government employee of the country, of all the government employees in the country. In recent years, the number of investors and their investment in NPS has increased dramatically due to the increasing job in the government sector. In light of this, in the present study, an attempt has been made to analyze the perception of university teachers in Assam based on the select three demographic variables, namely age, gender, and marital status. Now the methodology of the research work. The present research work is based on in 4 university teachers of Assam. The university names are Assam University Silchar, Guwahati University Guwahati, Tezpur University Tezpur, and Dibrugarh University Dibrugarh. The sampling design includes there are 842 university teachers, including all the 4 university teachers who have Tier 1 account, and especially they have joined their services on or after 1st January 2004, and that 842 is based on 1st January 2022, and by using this population in online Makor sample size calculator, we find 264 as the sample size. We use convenient sampling technique to collect data, and for data collection purpose we have used MCQ type questions on 7 statements relating to national pension system, and again that MCQ type questions converted into 2 categories. One is aware and another one is not aware, and for data analysis purpose we have used frequency, percentage, and sign test. While we go through age group wise awareness of university teachers, then there are 3 categories we have made. The first category is below, the teachers are below 30 years, and then second category is the teachers are from 30 to 40 years between, and the third category is above 40 years. In case of gender wise awareness level, when we measure, there are 2 categories. One is male, another one is female, and for marital status purpose there are 2, they are normally married and unmarried. Now the findings of the study reveals that the university teachers of the age group above 40 years, the gender group male, not female, only male, and the marital status group wise married university teachers in Assam are more aware towards national pension system of India than the other categories considered in the study. The results of the Ritel sign test indicate that the overall awareness level of university teachers towards NPS is significant under their different categories at a 5% level of significance across or based on their age, gender, marital status. But one exception is there, that is for the age group below 30 years. Moreover, we can say that the study reveals that a large number of teachers across all the 3 demographic variables we have considered in the study are not aware based on the 7 statements of national pension system in India. So the present paper leaves a question that if the highly educated teachers are not fully aware of NPS, then what about the common people for whom the NPS is also available since 2009? So with this question, I would like to suggest that the government of India, both central and state level, should conduct some awareness program among people, among employees, among and different kind of organization, so that people can get the awareness about NPS, that what is that the exact meaning and what its performance and what is the result of that NPS and how it works for retirement planning purpose. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Dipankar Das.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Dipankar Das, sir, for your most informative speech. Now I would like to call Professor Abhijit Zhade, sir, to present his paper.
समाज जेव्हा बाबासाहेबांनी 14 ऑक्टोबर 1956ला हिंदू धर्माचा त्याग करून बौद्ध धर्माची बाबासाहेबांनी दीक्षा घेतली. बाबासाहेबांनी दीक्षा घेणं म्हणजे गुलामीतून मुक्तता होणं होतं. बाबासाहेबांनी दीक्षा घेणं म्हणजे स्वतंत्रता प्राप्त करणं होतं. आणि इथला जो काही दलित समाज होता, या दलित समाजाला त्या ठिकाणी जे जे काही प्राप्त करून दिलं ते बाबासाहेबांनी प्राप्त करून दिलं. माणसाला माणूस म्हणून जगता यावं म्हणून या ठिकाणी आयुष्यभर त्या ठिकाणी त्यांनी चळवळ उभी केली आणि नवं जग या ठिकाणी बाबासाहेबांनी निर्माण केलं. वेळेचं बंधन पाळलं पाहिजे. माझा रिसर्च पेपर खूप मोठा आहे, आपण तो वाचावा. आणि त्या ठिकाणी मला आता या ठिकाणी आयोजक लोकांचं बंधन आहे, मी निष्कर्ष थोडक्यात वाचतो. माझे निष्कर्ष आवर्जून या ठिकाणी आपण जे काही संबंधित लोक असतील तो माझा व्हिडिओ काही काटछाट करून करतील, पण माझे निष्कर्ष त्या ठिकाणी घ्यावे. 76 कालखंडानंतर हे दलित साहित्य एका निश्चित दिशेने मार्गक्रमण करत आहे. सर्व पुरोगामी संत महापुरुषांचा विचार आणि या कार्याला उल्लेखित करून साहित्याचे नामाभिधान वेगवेगळ्या स्वरूपात निर्माण व्हायला लागले. या साहित्यामध्ये म्हटल्यापेक्षा दलित साहित्यामध्ये बुद्ध, फुले, शाहू, संत कबीर यासारख्या पुरोगामी तत्वाला प्राधान्य देणाऱ्या विचारधारेला प्राबल्य दिल्या गेले. या साहित्याला दलित साहित्य, फुले आंबेडकरी साहित्य, अब्राह्मणी साहित्य, विद्रोही साहित्य आणि आता अलीकडे आंबेडकरी ऊर्जेचे व प्रेरणेचे व आंबेडकरी साहित्य अशा विविध संज्ञा या ठिकाणी प्राप्त झालेल्या आहेत. मात्र दलित साहित्य हे आंबेडकरी साहित्य या संज्ञेचा प्रवाह निर्माण होत असताना या संबंध साहित्यामध्ये माणसाला फक्त माणूस म्हणून जगता यावे, माणसाला स्थान त्या ठिकाणी मिळावे म्हणून भारतीय संविधानामधून स्वातंत्र्य, समता, बंधुता, न्याय ही बाबासाहेबांनी दिलेली सामाजिक मूल्ये पर्यायाने मानवमुक्ती व्हावी व भारतीय समाजामध्ये ही मूल्ये आशंकित करून नवीन समाज रचना व्हावी या साहित्य संपदेने मराठी साहित्यात आपले स्थान. दलित समाज, शूद्र समाज, अतिशूद्र समाज यांना अनुभव आला तो बाबासाहेबांच्या धर्मांतरानंतर. हजारो वर्ष जातीयेच्या
Thank you, Professor Abhijit Zhade, sir. Now, I would like to call Professor Hari Krishnan to present his paper.
Political science. My conference topic is an evaluation of political development of post-independent India after 75 years. First of all, an evaluation of political development of post-independent India after 75 years is my conference paper's title. Now discuss the paper. There has been many success and failures of political development of India in the last 75 years. The recent COVID-19 pandemic had also a difficult impact on Indian political policies, international relations, and education, etc. COVID-19 pandemic its impact is on only India, but its impact on whole world. Every year, 15 August is commemorated as the day India got liberated from colonial sickness ending and almost 200 years British rule. India's Independence Day is momentous as the stand as the reminder of the sacrifice the many development fighters made to be independent from British rule. India has something been we refer to as a great power, a potential superpower, given its large and growing economy, military and populations. The task that the democratically elected leaders of newly independent India embarked on the early 1950s was not faint or hard. It was to left living standard of a people accounting for 1/7 of the world's people's populations who earned an average income that was 1/15 of average American income of the time. The Constitution adopted in 1950 made India's democratic country, and this democracy has been sustained since then. India's sustained democratic freedom are unique among the world's newly independent states. The nation has faced religious violences, casteism, nationalism, terrorism, and realism separatism as India is integrated with the world. Global issues are the important for India's political development. Keywords of the paper: political development, government policies, independent democracy, political parties. Now, introduction. An voluntary perspective which are currently enjoying a revival in the political science raise the possibilities of a major transformation in the strategies of political development and modernization. It may be desirable to supplement the concept of political development with the concept of political evolutions. This year, India is celebrating its 75 years of independent Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. This gives an opportunity to reduce the achievement and challenges faces the country and also discuss on future of India beyond India at the rate of 75. Political development can be defined as an increase in national political unity and an increase in political participations. There have been many success and failures in independent India in last 75 years. Recent political development in Indian politics. India is the largest democracy in the world. For more than 74 years, we have witnessed the conduct the successfully elections, peaceful challenges of government at the center, in the state, people exercise freedom in expressions, movement, and religions. India has been developing and transforming globally and socially. A system can be trusted as genuine and comprehensive democracy only when it fulfills both political and social economic aspects of the people's participants and satisfactions. Now we can define recent political development. First of all, context of the 19th. Then second is end of Congressism. Next is Mandal Commission and Indian politics. New economics reforms. A rise of rights richest forces. Changes in Congress leadership. Alliance politics, just like emergence of a new consensus UPA and NDA also. Present scenario: India's democratic witness of a series of defeats and villages in the year 2022. These events did not just impact of political landscape in the outgoing year, but will also have a bearing in the coming year. India marks its 75th Independence Day on 15 August 2021. Global celebrates for the anniversary were formally launched on 12th March 21 with 75 weeks of festivals called Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Challenges of Indian politics. There are many challenges, just like poverty, illiteracy, unemployment, shortage of the all public welfare means citizen hate and drugs expensive for independence. As mentioned above, India has changes a lot of. Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is an initiative of the government of India to celebrate on the 75 years progressive India and glorious history of its people, culture, and achievement. Conclusion: the history of independent India began when the country became an independent nation within the British Commonwealth on 15 August 1947. That administered by the British, which began in 1858 to 1947. This Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is a dedication towards by the people who were not only instruments the bringing India thus toward the voluntary journey within the power and potentials to the take forward the dream the leadership Prime Minister Narendra Modi is activating India 2.0 catalyzes with the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat. The year-long celebration showcase progress India's social, culture, political and economic identity. The journey of Azadi Amrit Mahotsav began on March 12, 2021 and will be continued for 75 weeks, leading the nations to the 75th anniversary of the independence will and first of a year of August 15, 2023. Thanks. Myself, Hari Krishnan.
Thank you, Professor Hari Krishnan, for your most meaningful paper presentation. Now I would like to call, last but not the least, Professor Swati Bhagat to present her paper.
श्री दत्त प्रासादिक शिक्षण मंडळ आर्नी द्वारा संचालित स्वर्गीय राजकमलजी कला वाणिज्य आणि श्रीमती सुशीलाबाई ही राजकमलजी भारती विज्ञान महाविद्यालय आर्नी जिल्हा यवतमाळ द्वारा आयोजित एकदिवसीय राष्ट्रीय आभासी परिषदेमध्ये मला पेपर प्रस्तुत करण्याची आयोजकांनी संधी दिली याबद्दल मी आयोजकांचे आभार मानते. हे सन्माननीय व्यासपीठ आणि ही उपस्थित सर्व मान्यवर. माझ्या रिसर्च पेपरचा विषय आहे साठोत्तरी मराठी साहित्यामधील नवप्रवाह दलित साहित्य. 1960 नंतर घराघरात ज्ञानगंगा पोहोचली. मराठी साहित्यामध्ये वेगवेगळे साहित्य प्रवाह निर्माण होत गेले. यातूनच जनवादी साहित्य, जनवादी साहित्य, दलित साहित्य, आंबेडकरी साहित्य आणि ही बहुजन साहित्य निर्मिती होऊ लागली. या साहित्याने पारंपरिक साहित्याला नाकारत नव साहित्य रचना करायला सुरुवात केली. बोलीभाषेमधून दलित, ग्रामीण आणि आदिवासी बहुजन साहित्य निर्मिती होऊ लागले. अर्थात या साहित्य निर्मिती मागील मुख्य प्रेरणा होती महात्मा फुले यांची विचारसरणी. महात्मा फुले यांनी मानवमुक्तीचे तत्वज्ञान आणले होते. देशातील शूद्रातिशूद्र समाजाच्या उन्नतीसाठी जी विचारसरणी उदयास आली तीच या नवसाहित्याची तात्विक व वैचारिक भूमिका आहे. महात्मा फुले, डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर, मार्क्स यांच्या प्रेरणेचे काही अंश या साहित्यातून आपल्याला दिसून पडतात. आता दलित साहित्य म्हणजे काय? दलितांनी जगलेल्या, भोगलेल्या, अनुभवलेल्या कोंडमाऱ्यातून निर्माण झालेल्या दलित लोकस्वभावाची, पेचप्रसंगाची प्रमेयात्मक पद्धतीने केलेली मांडणी म्हणजे दलित साहित्य होय, जे की प्रस्थापित व्यवस्थेला नकार देते. नकार, वेदना आणि विद्रोह यातून ते जन्माला आले व प्रवाही होत गेले. डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांना जाणीव होती की साहित्य हे समाज परिवर्तनाचे एक महत्त्वाचे माध्यम आहे आणि म्हणूनच ते 1952च्या आपल्या भाषणात म्हणाले होते की मला निकड आहे ती साहित्यिकांची. मला इंजिनियर हवेत, मला डॉक्टर हवेत, मला वकील आहेत, परंतु सर्वात जास्त गरज आहे मला ती साहित्यिकांची. आपल्या या देशामध्ये उपेक्षितांचे, दलितांचे फार मोठे जग आहे. हे विसरू नका. त्यांची नीट व्यथा जाणून घ्या आणि आपल्या साहित्य प्रवाहातून त्यांचं जीवन उन्नत करण्यास झटा. यातच खरी मानवता आहे. हे डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब श्री दत्त प्रासादिक शिक्षण मंडळ आर्नी द्वारा
थँक्यू मॅडम. Now I would like to call Professor Ashish Sahare sir for his paper presentation.
Hello, good afternoon to all of you. My name is Ashish Sahare. The topic of my research paper is disharmony in relations in Shashi Deshpande's novel If I Die Today. In modern society, we don't find the husband-wife relationship cordial. There are many reasons responsible for it, such as traditional restrictions, personal egos, desire for freedom, aspirations, career dream. Both of them should take neutral stand and show mutual respect for each other. Against the backdrop of globalization, privatization and marketization, husband-wife relationships are eroding these days. Instead of hating each other, they should understand each other. They are the same vehicle's wheels after all. In the novel If I Die Today, through the character of Manju, the novelist mocks the institution of marriage. I quote, "Marriage you start of so many things, and bit by bit like dead leaves fall off, but this too. People who have shut themselves off into separate glass jars, who can see each other's but can't communicate. Is this a marriage?" The present paper throws the light on the intricate relationship between husband and wife and how it affects the harmony of their family life. The narrator, Manju, is a Bombay-based lecturer. She, like the other female protagonist, does not have much privilege in her family, and as a result, she is forced to live a life of shame and suppression. She is a conventional woman who dreads being separated from her husband. In traditional Indian society, a lady without a spouse is not given a proper place. Manju is always concerned about her husband's state of mind. Manju once went out without informing her husband, and when she returned, Vijay was furious. He says, "Where were you?" he asks me angrily. It appears that a husband has been granted the right to govern his wife, but a wife is not required to inquire about her husband's absence. This is referred to be a double standard, which the society has long practiced, and therefore Shashi Deshpande speaks out against this type of discrimination against women. I conclude here. Shashi Deshpande once again tries to highlight the matter of patriarchal society and its problem as a whole. Shashi Deshpande has offered us a glimpse into India's restrictive marriage system, which is based on caste, religion, and dowry, and male-oriented rather than compatibility. Such norms and traditions in the society strain the relationship between husband and wife, which leads to disharmony in their relationship. Thank you.
Good evening, friends. After 5 long technical sessions, one paper presentation session, as well as in the morning time we had the inauguratory function. Now we have come to the concluding part of our one-day national e-conference, that is the valedictory function. In this valedictory function, we have with us Dr. S.V. Wankade, the librarian of our college, as well as the honorable member of the Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Arni, Dr. Nivrutti Pistulkar sir, the head of economics, Professor S.N. Bole, head of English department, and Dr. M.R. Kakure, HOD of the science faculty and the IQAC coordinator. First of all, I would like to welcome all the dignitaries on the dais and begin with the welcome note. I would like to start this valedictory function. First of all, I would like to call Professor Nivrutti Pistulkar sir to welcome or to felicitate Dr. S.V. Wankade sir, the convener of today's e-conference, by offering him a bouquet. Sir has really taken hard efforts to make this conference successful. But the captain, though lifted the cup, but his teammates also performed equally hard efforts to make this conference successful. And the co-convener of this conference, Professor S.N. Bole, I request Dr. M.R. Kakure sir to welcome Professor S.N. Bole by offering him a bouquet. It is not possible for me to felicitate everyone here, but I can say that all the teammates really work hard to make this conference successful, especially the young technical team from the science faculty, Professor More sir, Nishwar sir, Kausalya sir, Bhagde sir, and Sonone sir. They really perform very well. Without their efforts, this conference cannot be successful. Last time also, when we organized the science conference, these people played a very important role, and hope they will definitely will perform in the same way in the future. Now, I request Dr. S.V. Wankade sir to felicitate our guest, Dr. Nivrutti Pesturkar sir, by offering him a bouquet. The man behind the curtain. There are so many people who work behind the curtain, and Professor Pesturkar sir is one of them. He never wants to come forward in front, but he always is there whenever we need him. And really thankful to sir that you are always behind us firmly, standing firmly behind us in every program. We have been experiencing this one since last 30 years. And now I request Professor S.N. Bole to felicitate Dr. M.R. Kakure sir, the IQAC coordinator, by offering him a book. Friends, before moving forward, I would like to give you one message from the organizing committee, that we will send you the feedback link just after a valedictory function. But the e-certificates of today's national e-conference will be sent within 15 days. Now, I request Dr. M.R. Kakure sir, IQAC coordinator, to present overall summary of today's conference. Dr. M.R. Kakure.
Thank you, Pandey sir. Good afternoon to one and all. On behalf of Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Arni, District Yavatmal, I feel honored and privileged to get an opportunity as a guest of honor for this valedictory functions of today's National E-Conference on recent trends in arts, commerce, and humanities in modern era, which is organized by Department of Arts, Commerce, Humanities, and IQAC of late Rajkamalji Bharti, Arts, Commerce, and Srimati Sushilabai Rajkamalji Bharti, Science College, Arni. Today, I, Dr. Manoj Kakure, IQAC coordinator of this college, take an opportunity to put the lights into your words. When you are around enormously successful people, you realize that their success isn't an accident. It's about an hard work. So, for the inauguration ceremony of this National E-Conference, the dignitaries for this Honorable Dr. Mrunalini Fadnavis, Vice Chancellor, Solapur University, Solapur, Honorable Advocate Siddharji Bharti, Secretary of Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Arni, Principal Dr. R.M. Tated sir, Dr. S.V. Wankhade sir as a convener, and Professor Mr. S.N. Bode sir as a co-convener of this conference. So, as an inaugurator of this e-conference, Honorable Dr. Mrunalini Fadnavis ma'am, Vice Chancellor of Punyashlok Ahilyadevi Holkar, Solapur University, Solapur. From her speech, she introducing an emerging trends in the research field of arts, commerce, and humanities. Respected Vice Chancellor Madam also stated that we can also explore these recent approaches by organizing such type of conferences, workshops, and seminars. Later on, our Honorable Secretary, Advocate Siddharth Bharti, also given his remarkable speech on this conference theme, and he always provides us a constant support as well as the guidance for organizing such events. In this conference, we had conducted a total 5 technical sessions, and for that, we got honorable resource persons from different states of India, like Professor Rajesh Srikhande sir, Head, Department of English, Government Institute of Science and Humanities, Amravati, Dr. Sonal Singh, Professor and Head, School of Studies in Library Science, Vikram University, Indore, Ujjain, Dr. Priti Khandare, Associate Professor, Hari Singh Gaur, Central University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh, Dr. J.H. Vas, Principal and Research Director, RETI, Business School, Raipur, Dr. Sandeep Kale, HOD, Political Science, Yeshwant Mahavidyalaya, Varda. All these honorable resource persons gave his valuable and fruitful talk on this event. Also, we got the chairperson for this technical session, respected Dr. Mamta Ingole ma'am, Chairman, Board of Studies in Marathi, Sant Galge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, Dr. Veena Kamble, Vasantrao Naik College, Aurangabad, Dr. Shrikant Gaikwad, Mahatma Basveshwar Mahavidyalaya, Latur, Dr. Dinesh Nichit, Dean, Faculty of Commerce, Sant Galge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, and lastly, Dr. Meenakshi Bhansali, Alliance University, Bangalore. All these chairpersons bless us with their presence and conducted each technical session nicely. I wholeheartedly thanks to our principal, respected Dr. R.M. Tated sir, for his enthusiastic support as well as the guidance for organizing such type of e-conference. For that, I am very much thankful. I also grateful to convener Dr. S.V. Wankhali sir, as well as co-convener Mr. S.N. Bode sir, for taking a responsibility for arranging this national e-conference, which can be explored in new ideas of research in the field of arts, commerce, and humanities all over the world as well as the country. Dear all, it's my privilege to state here that in this conference, a total 200 delegates as well as the research scholar from different states of India have been registered for this national e-conference, and a total 150 full-length research papers have been received. I also appreciate organizing committee as well as the technical committee of the National E-Conference for their unflinching support, coordination, and enormous cooperation for making this event successful. Finally, I am thankful to organizer for giving me a chance to put the highlights of this National E-Conference on this event. Thank you very much.
With the permission of the convener and co-convener of this particular conference, I declare here that this particular e-conference, one-day e-conference has come to an end. Thank you very much.